I'm glad I checked that. There. Mm. There's no music because I turned it on so I could um, start the stream without the music in the background. Because it plays music even when tabbed out, so let's turn that back on. Where is she? I mean, she submitted, but she's not in the Discord or anything. I guess we go. We go. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So, what's the why am I alone? What? This is taking forever to load. Also, why is there no one here? It's just dead air. Not in the chat. I don't mean that. I mean like in the Discord. I'm the only one here. I thought I was ready. It's, no one's here. I'm all alone. Well, unfortunately, I don't think I'm on Golden Sands. No. There's Mom, though. I don't understand what's going on. Give me a second. Um... Hmm. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Well, hi.
Hi.
Where'd you come from?
My mommy.
Okay. Well, is this why Mom's late? Did she invite you?
No, I invite myself.
Okay. Well, I mean, so I text Mom. I say, "You want to play some Sea of Thieves?" She says, "Yes." We start at 8. She says ready. I take a few minutes to get ready. Then I say at 8:03, 5 minutes ago, I was ready. She accepts the invite. She's standing right in front of me. But she's not here. So what's going on? And then you show up instead of her. now I'm confused.
I
Okay,
bet
also,
you guys have a sloop though, right?
yeah, but we just
Yeah.
started, so we can just start over.
Yeah.
But hold on, give me a second. Hi, hi,
Hi.
hi.
Hello.
Yeah,
I invited
you
myself.
were so late that Enchantress spawned.
Oh, wow.
So we're probably gonna need to start over because we need to get a brigantine or whatever. Because we got a sloop. So I'm going to
Serenity is waving to you.
Eh.
Literally waving to. Well, she's waving to the stream, so technically, yeah, she's waving at both of you because you're looking at her.
Waving back.
So Mom, did it? You're still you're still in the map, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in the tavern.
Yeah. Okay. So can you press escape and then press leave? Don't press exit to desktop. Press leave game, which is like right above it. Because we're just gonna start over.
Edit.
Yeah, we're gonna start over.
Okay.
Doors on one cabinet.
Wakes me up and abandons me. I'm tired. Don't go to bed. Okay. Bye.
What? No, they're all scared. There is nothing dirty. Everything's clean. Everything's clean. I don't know what you're talking about. The only dirty things are their mugs.
You
There's
dirty
another one.
mug.
I sleep in or not.
Okay. I'm on a stream. Please be quiet.
Wow.
Does that mean you have to set an alarm at 5:30 or no?
Unless you want your nasty little voices heard all over.
What is?
I'm
what is-
not. Kyle is.
Hi. Do I need? What's going on over there? Why are we talking about dirty mugs?
Do I go at 5:30 or no?
Hi.
Thank you, Red Branch, for the follow. It's appreciated. How you doing? Or just hi if you want to lurk, obviously. Things got feisty over there.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well. 3 makes it interesting.
Why?
Just because it's better than 2.
Yeah,
Hi, Olivia.
I'm here.
I still haven't made that big. Or loud, sorry.
We'll see how much of this game I remember.
Hmm. It took so long to load.
Does take. It takes forever.
I think it's just because we're all connecting to the server.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep
It's
doing
like
this until I get
spawning
new golden
often.
sands. Okay.
Okay, I'm in the pretty place. Hey.
I know.
Wait, really? Are
Yay.
you? Are we at new golden sands?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What are the odds?
you have spawned us in here.
It's destiny. I'm not there though yet. So.
I have long hair.
I know.
That was the thing.
How do I put stuff away?
I forget.
Cool. Same.
Kyle, how do we put things away?
You press X, I believe. Hi, Blazer.
X.
Cool. I'm sure I could have figured that out.
Okay, so. Oh, the
Place
table's
is
in front of me.
fancy.
Yeah, this place is new. So what they did was, Golden Sands Outpost was was an island, and then they like totally just wiped it off the map and replaced it with this new Golden Sands Outpost. Worth it. It's so much better. It is so much prettier. I was telling Jared about it. I wish he could be here, but
So I can't even pull a weapon. How do I get a weapon?
I just scrolled.
That's it.
One or two are
Roll.
scroll. One or two are scroll.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a nice place.
We'll pick that.
I'm gonna sell the alarm on my brain.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring that.
There's not a lot of barrels though.
Cause music.
This
Oh,
one's
there's
empty.
one still alive. Yeah. Music.
This one is not empty at all. I need all the stuff we can get. Just steal like pirates do.
Pick all the thing.
Mm-hmm. There's barrels full of skulls. Like what are we even gonna what are we supposed to do with those?
Ooh.
Is this our little boat out here?
Yeah, it's a medium boat. Let me take care of it a little bit. Oh, that's good. Ship customization. Let's go with...
I got pretty ships if you want variety.
Who? What am I doing?
What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm holding worms
You
in my
have the
hand.
buoy.
Nice.
Well, don't
I don't want
press,
worms in my hand.
press X. Press X. Press X.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to click or you're going to consume those.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. You do not want to do that. I'm like, don't move because you're going to eat those. Good try.
Oops.
It was a good try. It's really, honestly, very hard to drown in this game, which I'm glad for.
I have a fear of it though.
Mm-hmm. Pirates canonically could hold their breath for a very long time. So apparently, I just learned before I started the stream that they are releasing a documentary on the creation of Sea of Thieves.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Showing like its early stages and whatnot. The game looks hilarious on its earliest stages. I'm gonna put these things away. Oh wait, no, never mind. Put this away. So we were going out to get dinner, and we're driving out, and we stop at the intersection by the library. I stop, I'm looking around, left, right, mom's size, and then so it's like, okay, it's clear. It is just clear. It's not even like, is it clear? It is just absolutely clear. I'm driving across, and then someone's coming in from the right, coming from the Fox Hollow Park, and they don't even freaking stop. Like, they're going like probably 30, 35, 40. They don't even stop. And then so they're going forward, and they make a turn to the right because they want to get on the road that I'm on, and they just rush right past me. They're in a hurry, an illegal hurry, and it's like, goodness gracious, you follow the rules to the letter.
You just got it. It's like a video game.
It's
Just
not.
Watch out
It's
for
not.
the other stupid people and dodge them.
Okay, we're playing on hardcore mode though. I'm not
Yep.
a
It's
huge
hardcore.
fan. It's,
Ray
it's
Rays.
our floor. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Ooh, pretty.
Hold on. Wait, what do you got? Wait, what do you got?
Ooh, look at him. He's so cute.
Oh,
He's so
You can pat him
I
with
like-
left click.
I like how he waves his head around wildly.
Yeah, you can pat him with left click. They dance when you play music too.
cute.
But if you hold right click, then it holds it out so someone can take it if they want.
So like,
He's adorable.
oh, it's scratch. Please don't bite me. Please
It's
don't
just
bite me.
like basic bird because I got it when they first came out, so they didn't have like cool ones yet.
I think.
But I love
cool.
him.
I think
He's pretty
cool.
bird.
Yeah. Does he have a
You can
name?
you can place him on the banister or something if you want to.
We have a bird cage, but does he probably doesn't want to be in the
No,
bird
you
cage.
can't put him in there. He's
But
a free bird.
It's a bird cage. Oh wait, no, it says that you can. I mean, it's
It
kind of like
actually lets you
it's kind of
now?
like a bird brig though. I feel kind of
Oh.
bad.
Bird
so,
brig.
So let's take him out of there. Yeah, but you can put him in there, but it just feels
There's
like if you get
rats
something
in the
wrong.
ship now.
Yeah, if you have the details on, you can see rats and they jump off
cool.
when like there's a fire. You can take your captain bird back. Or you want me to just like set him somewhere?
Yeah, you just hit X.
I'll set him. I'll try to set him on this. Nope. He just Admiral squawks.
You'll see him.
Uh.
He like sleeps on things and
Mm.
stuff. He's super cute.
Yeah. Didn't Jacob somehow get? Jacob got a pet or something.
Yeah,
Remember?
he's got a dog.
How? Those things are expensive.
Buy 'em.
How'd you get one?
I don't remember. Seems like it was a free thing.
Yeah, it must have been like a
Just
deal
like
thing.
he got the ghosty ship.
Oh. Let me, I mean, we don't have a quest or anything. I'm just gonna see if I can, like, find one really quick. No, that is the banana.
Oops.
That is not a quest. I mean, I guess we could just go. We could just go in a direction. Yep, not even gonna use the ladder. I should have used the ladder.
Sun is setting.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's daytime or nighttime. The sea
Shall I
is all
pull
the
up?
same. Let me check the map. We want to head. Let's just pick a place. Let's go to Wanderer's Refuge. It's not that far away, and there could be something good there. Wanderer's Refuge, which is going to be southeast of our position.
Is
Man, it
that
got-
towards the storm?
Oh, let me check my compass really quick. It will be a little bit, but
But not
I
really.
think
Yeah.
we'll be okay.
Okay.
And if we're not, I hope we die before you could say I told you so.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can go ahead and
should-
raise. I don't know why I'm not helping. I feel kind of just kind of sitting at the wheel. Someone's got to turn the wheel.
Yeah, someone's gotta
really hard.
drive.
It's really hard to do. I've got to press D and A.
Look at my bird is hanging out with you.
Yeah, he likes me.
I like it when they fall like he falls asleep like in the captain's quarters, like where the bed is and stuff. And he just like curls up and falls asleep over there. I love it when my friend has his cat out because they just kind of like hang out together.
Okay, I can't see in front of me, so you guys are gonna need to. Okay, I'm going southeast now. I don't really think we can turn the sails to really match the wind at this point. It's a little bit,
No.
the angle's a little bit rough. I'm gonna eat my burger.
I'm gonna assume that's the island we're after right there.
I can't see nothing.
What do you mean you can't see?
There's a sail in front of my face.
Yeah.
Mm.
I heard a funny sound.
Someone's playing music.
It's me and Squawks. You don't have to go downstairs to look at the map.
Well, maybe I want to.
Look at him dance.
He's good at that.
I love him. I love the art style for this game.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to open the other sail, or are we good?
If anything, I kind of want to turn the sail to the right so I can see better. Maybe. Yeah.
Oh wait, that's Link.
Thank you. Oh, there's a giant rock in front of me. No.
What are the odds?
There is an island straight ahead.
That is indeed it. I don't recall the name of the island, so I'm just calling it it. It Island.
It is an island.
Island.
Tell me when you want it, Lord.
Okay, they seem to be shooting at us from that small island over there.
I think we're
Goodness
fine.
gracious.
You're going really close.
Yeah, I'm going
Do you-
really close and fast because turning the sails to the right caught the. Yeah, it's okay. All right, Mom, you got the anchor?
Yeah, do you want to
Not
anchor
yet,
here?
Not yet, because we're being shot at.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try
That's
to.
not good.
I'm gonna try to find a more secluded area. In fact, this is. I'm gonna try to go around here, and I'll probably do it soon. Okay, let's try here.
Gonna say right here looks pretty fancy.
This is here. This is here. Oh! I hear squawking from Squawks. It's okay, it's okay. The island just got closer than it should have. Alright. That was the island's fault. It moved!
What? For some reason I'm hitting F on it and not like repair.
F.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, well. Oh, why are we moving
Why are we
like this?
drifting?
It must be because we're touching the land. Ah. F's in the chat. Well, now we gotta look for adventure. If we can't find it, then it was
There we
inside
go.
of us the entire time. Oh, apparently the adventure is skeletons, and not friendship. It's not friendship this time, guys. It's skeletons. It is
Dang.
living skeletons. It is a curse. We were not so
Sounds
lucky.
accurate.
I found a Marauder's chest, so that's something that we got immediately.
What do the fireworks do? Why would we want fireworks?
You can signal to people with them. You can launch them off when you're done. That's what we usually end up doing. It's just kind of having a firework show. They're very pretty. If you're lucky enough to launch them at night, they're really nice. Okay, this treasure.
I mean, I guess I'm just thinking, about the whole PvP portion of the game.
You can shoot fireworks at people to distract them. To be like, oh, that's pretty.
And they go, ooh.
I
Yeah.
see.
It's like glitter.
I was looking too far in the box.
Mm-hmm. It's like how the U.S. military uses glitter. Remember, you can play instruments to soothe the snakes.
So that I could kill them.
You can if you want to. They're sadistic.
I just got attacked by a ghost.
There's ghosts.
Can you?
You okay?
Yeah.
You can fight the ghosts.
Combat in this game are so lacking compared to Conan. I was just on Conan. So much more intuitive on there.
It is very kind of point and click. Well, I don't see anything interesting yet. Ah, I shouldn't have said anything. TNT! Mom, move! Keep moving and don't stop! Alright, just keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Is he chasing me?
Enchantress, you need to stay away from it too. Oh, holy shit. I killed a skeleton that was going for squawks. Okay.
Oh, I don't think they hurt the.
Mom,
I don't think they
don't
hurt
shoot,
the
don't shoot
pets.
it. No, they don't hurt the pets. So I mean, here's the thing, though. I get saving the TNT, but I just feel like it's really dangerous to keep around. I'm just thinking we should probably just set it off, but
It's fine.
Can I do it?
Blow it up.
Can I blow it up?
if you're far enough away, I mean, you should probably be a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, you're good. You're a good distance. I just boomeranged weird. You okay, Enchantress?
That's fun.
Oh yeah, I was looting stuff.
Okay. See, that is fun.
Yeah.
I particularly have the most fun when I am not anywhere near the explosion.
It's more fun when you get them to pick it up and then blow them up after. So it's like I planted that.
Wait, they can pick them up? They can just like reach down and pick them up?
I mean, you.
You're
I don't know. I
saying-
think they just like spawn out. I don't know.
Hey, Mom,
I guess maybe they do kind of
What?
just spawn out with it.
take a seat.
What do I do with that? What am I supposed to do with it?
just put it down.
No, I don't know how to put it down.
Press X.
Take the seat.
Ooh, a firework.
So who were the people on the other side of the island that wanted us dead?
Probably skeletons. If they were,
Yeah,
if they were other
skeletons
players, I would have been a
usually.
little bit more. I would have been more frantic about it. But
If the
I was
island
like,
itself is shooting, you're fine.
it's very likely it's just the NPCs if it's the island. So yeah.
It
You-
just makes the world feel more alive.
You thought that there were people here, Mom? You thought that I was taking you to an
No.
island? It was oh. Well,
No,
was about
I
to
mean
say
I
that's very
figured they're
brave.
NPCs, but I'm wondering if we shouldn't like take them out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm heading towards the area. I don't see anybody though. Maybe he just went away. Oh, when I'm dead, I've got nothing better to do than to be a living skeleton and shoot at people.
Yeah, then you can blow them up.
Yes. Snake. It missed me. I'm trying to get up here.
I love the like storm in the background.
Yeah, it is,
It's cool.
it's... What direction is that? East of here. I can't tell what direction the wind is going because we don't see the wind on the island.
No, don't shoot at me.
There's a lot of, like, structures here. Oh, hey, TNT. That's
Oh, there's a dinghy.
Homo. Oh, no.
What?
I hear ghosts. You hear them?
Yeah, I heard scary sound.
Okay, hold on. Hey, buddy. Yeah, that's it. the environment. I took out 2 things that I was intimidated by with 1 bullet.
I found a book.
Lore?
Take mysterious bounty.
Oh, that's a quest. That's not lore.
Oh.
Captain Shipwrecky Hewitt. Doing that again. Crescent Isle, I guess I'll just keep that in mind. Oof. Don't see anything shiny?
I saw something shiny while we were running for our lives.
Where was it?
On the ocean. Or on the ocean, on the beach. Somewhere.
It might have been the chest that I picked up.
Oh, could have been. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Terrible baddies.
Whoa.
No. Oh god, they swim.
It's okay. That's right. Come and get me. You can't. That's why I said it. I feel really confident because of my distance in relation to you and me. Oh, he's down. He's down. I don't know where the other one went, though. He ran off.
He ran away because he's like, oh man, not weather dragon, scary.
Exactly. Oh, wait, no, hold on.
Oh.
There's baddies up here. I would move in a direction because we don't know what they have with them.
Did they actually come and get you? Did they call your bluff?
Well, there's Scobbletons. I'm not really that scared of Scobbletons. Because, I mean, like, sea monsters are scary. Skeletons aren't really that scary. They're just like me, but with less meat.
Hey, you got a little boat. How you do that?
Found it.
Stole it. I cannot row a rowboat. I just suck at it so much.
Okay, calm down, boat.
Thanks, Quacks.
Okay, here's the plan. Let's you can search barrels and try to get all the like cannonballs and stuff that you can find. Cannonballs are most important.
Where does Quacks go? He was on me left.
Oh, I think he stays in my vicinity.
Oh, okay.
And I'm rowing this to the ship.
Thomas spoke of life everlasting, the ill-fated union of crews that went in search now forever binds them. That is all the information I get about this book. This is what I mean, like, you mentioned if, like, the Elder Scrolls was like, here's what the book talks about. And then that's like a 2-sentence thing. The book says this. Just giving you the Cliff Notes version. To be honest, though, most of the books in the Sea of Thieves actually do let you go through them. I don't know why that one doesn't. Ooh, look at this. Oh, the storm just looks amazing from here. Oh.
That's what I was saying.
Look at that curve. Oh, God.
It looks so good.
Scare sound, scare sound,
Yeah,
scare
ghosties.
sound.
That's the sound of ghosts. Remember, if you're low...
In the hourglass of fate to vote to represent your chosen... Nah, I don't care.
That is the PvP thing, I believe, so... Good job. Mom.
What?
Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Here, look.
What?
Where are you? Oh. Wow, nice. take this and eat it. You probably don't have food on you.
How do I do that?
Does it give you a command, like, I think F?
It says pick it up.
Yeah.
It says pick up banana and it says full.
Oh, maybe you have food
So I
then.
have enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I'm just worried that your health is low, so you should probably...
Okay.
I can't tell. So.
How do I get a banana?
Yes. So you would hold down your Q wheel,
Oh, Q.
and it's on the top.
Okay.
Or you could just, yeah. I mean, you could just press Q in one, I think, but there you go. Alright. Whatever works. Cause yeah, I mean, I can't see people's health. I've gotta assume. Oh, hey, that's something.
I hear snakes.
Oh, and this is also something.
It's bound to be something.
Yeah, this is a big volatile something. I'm going to set this something on a rock. I'm going to blow it to something come.
Oh.
With my last bullet. You just walked right in front of me. You're like, I'm just going to walk right in front of him as he holds this. Okay, we're good. Now I need to go up here and grab more ammo. So we are going to... What the heck is that?
What?
What's with the skull? It looks different. There's something up with that.
It's one of those... I'm not saying that's with full confidence, because things have changed, probably.
It is like a world event-y thing, but it's a different type.
It's one of those... So it's like behind us, how there's behind the ship or whatever, how there's the things with like the it's an event thing, and as they progress through the event, the skull slowly starts to change, so it signals to the people all around how progressed the event is. And once you've gone through all of the waves of the event, it gives you like really, really good treasure. And so there was at one point, we were doing it and I was left on the ship because, you know, I don't mind hanging out on the ship. And then big PvP group showed up to steal our loot. And so I had to escape with the ship.
Mm.
They ended up getting the loot from that thing, but I ended up saving the loot on the ship,
Well,
which was like hours of gameplay. So everybody was grateful.
it's a lot more complicated than I thought.
An outpost thing or something. I don't know. It's like a prison. You break in and it just summons waves of mobs and you have to like survive the waves.
Well, I'll keep that in mind because we're going to avoid it.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool to know though.
Mm-hmm. I mean, as I was looking through the stuff, I found a new quest for us, and it's a Merchant Alliance thing for a delivery, and we could get some money if we deliver it. And
Who do it?
yeah,
Usually those are timed.
yeah. So this is what it says in Changes.
Okay.
Look.
Love it. Love it. It's ironic.
This is Mom, come here.
Scary, scary, scary ghosties.
Come on, they're ruining my moment. Hi, Drizzy's here. Ow. Oh, I don't have any ammo. Oh no.
Hold on. There's actually an ammo thing over here. You can reload. Down by where I was.
My sword's out of ammo.
With the boat.
I mean,
Your sword's out of ammo.
my sword's out of ammo.
Down by where the boat was, there's an ammo thing I was trying to pick up.
We should probably be heading for the boat anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Which I've kind of forgotten.
Yeah,
where
it's
that
like
is.
over there. Those barrels, like way out there.
Let me show Mom though. This is what I got.
Look,
this. Is what it says.
This is what I saw shining.
I've blown up every single one that we've found.
Oh.
Out of fear, being
I
like, we're not
found
gonna
the
need that.
treasure.
Nice.
Protect me.
Good. Because she says she was playing Bingo Potluck. What is that?
Oh.
Bingo Potluck. Is that like you
Bingo
you pick food at a potluck and then like someone checks what food you have on your plate and is like, Drizzy's got the mashed potatoes and the green bean casserole and the orange slices. That is a bingo.
I'm full. No. Can someone pick up the snake meat?
What's so important about snake meat?
I cook it.
I need
Thank you.
to try the
Yum.
I need to try the roasting.
Well, don't eat it
banana-
raw.
The roasting banana
Nom,
trick.
nom, 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 nom.
I wonder if that still works. I tried it once, I think. Oh,
If you eat cooked meat, then it increases your health bar.
really? It increases your amount.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that.
Where's the boat?
I don't know. I can't find my.
Ah!
But hold on. Give me a
Because the
second.
other way.
It's okay.
Oh, here's another snake meat.
It's
She
getting
says.
dark.
She says it's
I'm
like
at the boat.
it's like bingo that grannies play, but money is involved. so it's like Vegas.
I'll tell
bingo.
you what. Don't underestimate the grannies and their bingos.
It's true.
I mean, how do you?
They're ruthless.
But how do you play
Yeah.
bingo well? You're acting like there's a skill.
They
there's
are
your boat.
cutthroat.
But okay, yeah, well, sure, but it's not like a skill. Playing bingo it's RNG. You better just
I'm
hope
really
that-
pretty sure people play like 10 boards at once. That takes skill.
I have played multiple boards at once, and I was awful.
It's
at
on
it.
the other side of this rock.
Yeah, thank you.
How do we get there?
We can go around the rock, or we could go
go around.
over the rock. We go through the forest,
Hold on, I found more
past
snake
the
meat.
camp, and across the beach, and we get to the big boat. I knew Dora would come in handy at some point. Now, the whole thing about getting this gunpowder thing is that we're going to just kind of keep that in mind. That's not going to be our main focus. That thing is so scary. Drizzy says it's called statistics. It is skill. Statistic. How I don't.
I mean, I'll
Am I
tell you
stupid for not
what. They
getting it?
have we used to go to the casino, Foxwoods Casino, and it there was an entire day's event because people work their butts off to do it right.
But
I don't know.
But it's like the more bards you have, the higher chance you get of having a bingo, right? But that's not a skill unless you're just buying more boards, which is like money. Wait, hold on. Oh, this is you. Okay, okay. Oh, perfect. Wait, kind of perfect. A little bit perfect. Somewhat optimal. We're gonna go northwest. We're gonna go past the outpost, and we're gonna maybe we can even drop off this chest as we go past New Golden Sands, and then go to
There's a
Crescent Island.
skull in the in the with the captain's quarters. Is that?
There's a skull in the captain's quarters.
Yeah,
Who put a skull in my quarters?
I did.
You're like I did.
It's a quarter skull.
Yeah. It's you might get a raise.
Cool.
Cool. Okay, so we're gonna go northwest. Drizzy says not exactly.
Raise
To my
anchor.
complaints. Not yet. I'm gonna. Actually, yeah, we'll raise anchor. I'm turned all the way. She said, long story short, there was 6 of us who put $1 in the pot each game, and whoever gets bingo first won the pot, which is $6. Okay.
What the heck is that thing?
I like how your
Uh-oh.
first instinct was just to shoot it. What the heck was that thing? Bam! Bam! You're actually right to do that. She says she won $18.
Nice.
Yeah, I gotta take Drizzy
I'm
to
out of-
Vegas.
How much did you pay to play?
She said there were 6 of us who put $1 in the pot each game,
Oh, okay.
and I'm guessing.
Mom, can you do me a big favor?
She just won 18
Can-
net. So
Can you put the raw meat in the barrel so you don't eat it on accident?
I don't know how to do that.
Did you eat it?
I hope not. I don't think so.
You picked up the snake meat.
Yeah, I know. I probably have it somewhere. Where would it be? Let's see. Open the food barrel. Okay, there it is. Take it and put it
Yeah, you just click it from your inventory.
there.
yeah,
Wait.
don't eat raw meat. Don't eat worms.
I don't want
Okay.
leeches either. And I don't want earthworms. Ugh. Get all this stuff out. There.
I'm doing gross stuff on the bottom, yummy stuff up top.
Now, tell me if you see like lights ahead. I mean, if you want, you can even get in the crow's nest and tell me if you see lights ahead.
Yeah, to the right.
To the right, okay.
You see it?
Oh yeah, I see it. It's so pretty.
Yeah.
I saw the most wild thing on Facebook today. In terms, Jared always likes seeing everything about VR. He's always sending me things about VR. I got to send him something about VR that I don't think he's seen, and it is weird. But it's a thing where like you record stuff in VR, I think, and then at like a future date you can manifest yourself inside a virtual reality version of that moment. So you're able to relive your memories, but in a virtual reality setting instead of like obviously just pictures or video. You are actually physically there, able to look around because you had recorded it as such, I believe.
I saw a YouTube video that he was a video game designer or developer or whatever, I don't know. And he created a video game for his fiance to go through in VR and convinced her that it was because he had a coworker come. And he convinced her that that this coworker was somebody from another company that was trying to test run a game that he had just created, and they wanted her to run it to get like a genuine reaction of someone who hadn't seen it. And it went through like a bunch of memories of the like basically like it started out like a little mini game, and then it turned into memories, and then at the end, he ended up proposing to her, and it was pretty cute.
Dang, that's elaborate.
It was very
Tell me
cute.
when.
An ex-lotto player. Are you an ex-lotto player? Yeah, not yet. We just want to drop off the
It's almost
the
9.
chest. Ah, shoot. I didn't notice. Fine. Rats. And if you find TNT on this island, you might as well just leave that snake meat on.
Huh?
You might as well just leave that snake meat on.
Yeah, just walk away with it on there, you know.
Yeah.
You know that's a PvP trick.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the roasting the
Oh.
banana. I was wondering if it still
Yeah.
worked out. Because the banana's quieter, I think. I think it's like a quiet
I think
simmer.
it all makes the same sizzle,
Ah,
but it's such a passive sound, especially like if it's a group that's used to eating cooked meat, like so that they can keep their stats up. If they're like super big on the PvP, they might be doing that. So it's a sound that they just shut in the background.
true. You are.
So yeah, you're
I gotta
less
take you to
apt to
Vegas.
react to it because you assume somebody's working on
Pretty
it.
sure
you
you're
know?
everything.
Or you just don't react.
Okay, we gotta get the chest and then light the ship on fire.
Already?
Yeah, it's 9. I wanted to start at
Oh.
like 7:30, but
Oh, well then I'll leave it on.
Yeah, that's what I was saying though.
Cool.
Yeah. Make sure the bird is not on the boat. Make sure anything that is of value is not on the boat. In fact, I'm also going to try to set off the fireworks even though it is daytime. So the skull goes to the order of souls. The order of skulls.
Wait, did you get the fruit thing that I had in there?
Fruit thing.
Oh yeah.
You had a fruit box or something?
Yeah.
Wait, where'd he go? I set him down and he's just like not here. Okay.
It makes me so sad to see my food burnt.
Makes me so sad to see my food burn. Okay, I'm gonna put this away, this away. I want to take this and this and this. The important stuff. Unload. And then, load. Like that. And then, unload. And load the far shores. And then
How many needs to be in here? 50?
unload. How many what now?
How many fruits and stuff?
I think that sounds right. Ooh, that's not what I want to do. Who loaded all the cannons?
Me.
Good job, thank you. But it's annoying right now.
No, it's habit.
No, it's important to do, yeah.
It's good habit.
Okay, there we go. I don't know why cannons can do this, but did you know that I figured out why loose cannon is a term? I figured it out by myself.
Well, because if it rolls on deck.
Shish kebabs.
Uh,
I'm gonna move
Do you-
this ahead. And then pull it up, actually. Okay. Is your food burning yet?
It's definitely spitting.
How long does it take to ruin a perfectly good meal?
It takes a while. That's why it's like, it's good because like sometimes even after the interaction is done.
Hmm. Well, if it's all the same to you, would it be okay if I burn the ship?
Yes. Do it.
Maybe you should not be under the ship.
I thought that song had such an old ancient sound to it, but it's
Okay.
written for the game.
They did such a good job.
It's amazing.
Okay.
So many good unique this game. This one. So many unique songs in this game.
Yeah.
Alright, so here we go.
Oh, the people you sell this to isn't just simply on the dock like all the other ones. Okay.
I'm gonna launch the
Well,
flares
then I
Enchantress,
care less.
Or do you want to see? Alright, this one's gonna be a firework, okay? I'm gonna try all 4 of them, okay? Here I go.
Take it.
That's cool. Ooh, they're
That's
pretty.
not night.
Yeah, I wish it was, but I
They're
created
pretty.
stars. That's where stars come from, by the way. That's science. That's where stars come from. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's like. Well, I mean, it is pretty dangerous me standing here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, near open flames or whatnot. I'm pretty sure something just exploded. That's pretty scary.
Uh-huh.
Enchantress is throat.
Do you not care for my safety?
I miss.
What are you doing? Don't try to. I was trying really hard to pick spaces that I wasn't gonna be in the immediate vicinity of, and you're lighting me on fire.
Look, you're the one that's swaying side to side.
Is that a bad? Is that a bad? Is that against the law? He swayed, officer.
Yeah.
Side to side.
It was side to
Side
side.
to side.
Someone's probably watching from a distance and going, "What is happening over there?" Just like the sky is exploding and so this is shit. Hello, hey, hey, hey.
That's the wrong song. We're not allowed to do that.
Thank you.
What's so fun if you only play the same song?
It's tradition. It's part of the tradition. And you see, Squawks likes it.
Yeah.
Squawks likes tradition.
The bird likes it.
I got stuck.
Yes.
He's good bird.
Jersey claims she's an ex-lotto player. I don't get how that can help you in bingo. I'm still behind. I played pretty intense games of bingo. Sweating bullets.
Who are you? Are they a new? Wasn't your bird fancy? Mine's better.
Who these people?
A bird that's in
Sovereigns?
here?
Oh. I don't recognize this bird. Yours is cooler because he's got a hat.
Yeah. I
Hats-
gave him clothes because it's adorable.
That's a really important. Not a lot of people realize how important hats are. I like your accordion.
Yeah. It's the Kraken one, I think.
I wish ESO would up their music playing.
You know, they keep adding songs, but they're all slow songs, and it's not.
Well, not just
like-
that, but it'd be fun if you could accompany each other. If one person's playing
Yeah.
a song, then you could play like
I think the best way to go about that is to just make instruments that can only play one song.
Well,
Well, it's
that's
whoever picks the first
boring.
song. I mean, that would probably be whoever would. That would be the song, and then if you pick up an instrument, you'd have to play the song that they're playing. But
But I mean, that's the whole system of having to have everyone's, music match up with yours, which I'm sure is very complicated to program. I don't know how this game.
this game does it.
Not all games are the same though. Different
Yeah.
engines, different like.
This isn't.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
sometimes the amount of there it goes. Oh. Man, even like the force of it falling, pushes the front of the ship down. You can see how the buoyancy of the water affects it. It's pretty sweet. I saw a clip of someone who was playing Sea of Thieves. He got launched out of a cannon, and then, like, his friend behind him launched a cannonball behind him. The guy bounced off the cannonball because it was moving at a faster speed. He jumps off the cannonball, gives him extra momentum, and then lands on an enemy ship and takes it over.
That's very try hard.
It's frightening. It is frightening. I made the mistake of showing it to Jared. It just made his fear even worse. All these players. But I mean, like, hey, I mean, that's the thing that we could do if we were good enough, but we were not. We're just not.
I
It's
don't
tough love.
think I could do that.
but it was pretty wild to see. I don't even know if he did it on purpose, to be honest, but it was pretty.
I like your chicken foot.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's I got my leg bit off by a shark. It actually did happen. I was like trying to get treasure out of a shipwreck, and I was too slow, and it bit me in the leg, so I decided to get a peg leg to like. That's my lore.
Oh yeah, my dinghy.
Oh yeah.
Did we have anything else on there?
Nope.
We can blow up a dinghy.
I mean, you can now, but it takes effort.
Just
They
so
used to be
crushing.
invincible. And we used to be like the dinghy meta.
The dinghy meta. Our
Yeah.
contract expired. I upset
Oh,
Squawks.
it takes a lot of damage.
Well, that was my nickname in high school.
A
What?
lot of damage.
What?
I don't get it.
That's all I've got, actually. That's it. That's all I have.
Look, it's all of our food.
Yeah, that's the thing that happens now, I guess. What is this? They shrunk this ship down. How'd they do that?
All right. Boop. That's-
Well, it was fun.
Yeah.
Can you not launch yourself forward anymore?
With the sword, sure you can. Oh my gosh, wait, we didn't sell!
What?
We didn't sell,
Oh,
I thought
I
we
don't-
did!
I don't think it's full.
What do you mean?
The fruit crate?
No, we had a skull and chest, we didn't sell them!
Oh.
And Mom left!
Well, I have to be there.
Yeah, you're not gonna get the gold.
To get rich.
Oh, I don't care. That's fine.
Let's
Go
see how-
ahead. Go
let's-
sell.
Okay, you take the
All
chest,
right.
I'll take the skull.
I'm gonna pop off a minute. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye. Okay, I gotta see. I don't remember where the Order of Souls is here.
Yeah, this place is confusing compared to the others.
I just
Like
gotta
the
get
others
used to it.
had like a certain order. This one is like you gotta work for it.
I feel like if I spent enough time here, I'd be able to find it instantly. But it's all new to
It
me.
also depends on like where you dock too.
I've gone in a full circle. I don't remember where the Order of Souls place is. Please direct me to the Order of Souls. Wait, hold on. This is it. This has got to be it. You like skulls, don't you, lady? Hooray! 242 gold, not even 250.
Where's gold hoarders?
Right there.
This looks like
Yeah,
a gold
let's-
hoarders
let's-
if
let's
I've
run that
ever
up-
seen
Let's run that
one.
up to 250 and see how much this chest sells for. Oh. Wow. Let's just run that
Not
up
a
to
lot.
like even 500. It's like that's not even 1,000.
Yeah.
It's not even 1,000 gold. We're bad pirates.
Look, we brought the booty back. It's not our fault they didn't want it.
Yeah.
Level
this-
41 for gold hoarders.
Society is just not supportive of pirates these days.
I'm so close to completing gold hoarders.
Oh, I don't even know what I'm at for these things.
It just told me I was at 41.
I'm at a loss.
Adventures? No.
I'm at
What's the
39 actually.
Pirate log?
39. Pirate log and then reputation. Order of Souls is 34, Merchant is 28. That sounds about right.
Reaper is 15, Gold Hoarders 41, Merchant 41, Order of Souls 45, Hunter's Call 14.
I'm happy
And then
with my
there's
performance.
new ones. I don't have any in Athena, even though I've done Athena, because I haven't unlocked Athena, because I have to finish getting the others to 50.
I don't know what that is. Oh, huh. What is that? Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
When you get the original like 3 to 50. Oh,
Hmm.
I unlocked a accommodation and got money.
How much money?
I don't know. It was the blue money,
Oh, cool, blue money.
whatever blue
I
money
think those
is.
are doubloons. I think I remember that because it's doubloons, and they're blue.
I don't think they were really blue.
Hmm.
Okay. Thank you for letting me invade your gameplay.
Do you want to get on ESO with us, or
I
because
don't
that's
know.
where
I
we're
think
going next?
Serenity wanted to code.
Okay.
Serenity, are we gonna Conan again? Well, I mean, I can ESO. The reason I'm still on the couch is because I'm not able to fall asleep. So do you want to Conan or not? Okay. I got her Conan super cheap. And we hopped on a really easy server that lets you like keep your inventory when you die because she doesn't like to play games when you can die because she's afraid of losing everything.
That's
So
fair.
I'm teaching her how to play in a safe space zone.
All right.
Okay. I'll be in stream.
Okay. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. ESO's next. Give me a second to get all that ready. Shouldn't be very long. Old school, be right back. Up in here. We went retro. We went really retro for that. You guys like going retro? Old times. I haven't done any of my endeavors. We're still doing Murkmire, right? What do we do there? I mean, updating outfit's gonna be easy. I get dead water ready. Oh yeah, that's right. My E key cut out again. Hooray! It's just back and forth. Back and forth and back and forth. Ugh. I'm at. I need 5 more followers, and we reach 500. 500 followers. 500. I'm literally 5 away from that. I'm still waiting for them. I'm still waiting. They probably didn't expect me to be here so fast. I know I could go like right into the delve, but I won't, not yet. Anyways, how are you doing? Ugh. Okay, let's see here. Who is online? Dad's online? Mom's not yet. That's probably it. What comes after Murkmire? Nordzel. I've never actually ever been to Nordzel. I don't even know what's on Nordzel. Why have I never been there? I don't know much about it. Northern Elsewhere is after that. There's gonna be a lot of work. I don't know anything about Nordzel. When do you get to go to Nordzel? I forgot it was even a thing. Huh. Hmm. I tried gifting a crown crate this afternoon. Still didn't work. So we might have to wait until the fix is in before I can give Taildos his. Because I absolutely do remember. Because I made a note. You know what? I might as well just head over because, like, I mean, like, we're taking quite some time. I might as well just head over to the Dell of Sophir. I have Sophir. What the heck did I just run through? Oh, that. There it is. Pretty good quest related to this delve. Hello?
Hello.
So after Murkmire, it's interesting because after Murkmire is this like island off of Murkmire called Norgzel that I don't honestly know how to get to. It's not like a zone. I mean, it's a zone, but it's not. It doesn't have way shrines or anything. I don't know anything about it, so we're gonna have to bypass it. It's just.
Well, I'm not done with Murkmire. I have two more Murkmire.
Yeah, I know. I'm just confused about it. I don't actually know how you get there. Is there a quest or something that?
Well, that's weird.
It's not. I mean, it's a very small island. I don't know why they count it as a whole different zone. I don't know. It's weird. Norgzel. I mean, it seems like a quest thing. Like, why would it be on the map here? It's weird. Anyways, I can be invited to the group. I'm already in the delve for the first Sky Shard. So I wanted to save us some time.
I guess Dad's probably leader.
There is no group.
There
is no group.
So go to you.
Yep.
I finished my dailies and I'm.
Did you see what the weekly is?
Yeah,
I
guess we should
I'm
do that
about
too.
a fifth of the
Yeah, we
way
should
through there.
work that out. So we'll do these two. dungeon. And I'm kind of surprised they threw that in
This way.
again because it seems like we just did that. Not complaining because it's
215. They got a pocket watcher for 5k Endeavor seals.
A pocket watcher for what? Five Endeavor seals?
5k Endeavor seals. The K,
Oh,
the
okay.
K adds 3 zeros. That's apparently how numbers and
But
letters work.
you get that though because of you did the updated
Oh.
subscription.
Oh, there's a pocket watcher that comes with it? Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there was. There's a lot of rewards that I'm going to be getting that I just wish I had already.
Let's see, how many Endeavor seals do I have? 17,495. So I could get a pocket watcher and save myself $10.
Yeah, save yourself $10.
I don't really
That's-
care
that's-
about the mount. Ugh, I don't think I'd ride the mount. Ugly
have-
looking thing.
I have 9,500.
I really want the robes most. The robes that you get for pre-ordering is what I wanted the most. And also those emotes that you get as well. Give me a second. Hold on. I just realized my stream messed up my ESO window again. Eh. Okay. Here's somebody. I think the sky shard is by a pit or something, so watch your footing.
Do I have this one? Yes, I do.
I'm really close to 1900 for my CP.
All right, I see it up there on the right.
Good.
Oh,
There's this
It's right up here.
first single player dungeon thing, and in the Reach that I never did, I just got it finished last night. That was fun and stressful. Okay, we want to get the boss before we're out of here, which is on the way. Here's Ash Lightning again. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Can't get it.
just took us 4 years to learn that.
No, yeah, it just took us a while. Why do these things keep spawning? We asked.
Yeah,
They must just spawn from meat. That's how it works.
I don't like lime jello anymore.
guys ruined lime jello for me.
That's right. My mom used to make lime jello with pear halves in it.
Pear what? Halves?
Halves of, yeah, pear halves in it for decoration. Good stuff, good stuff. Oh, you did a long zip.
That was fun.
Oh, and then you came back.
Hi.
Wow,
Yeah, my latency just jumped. Like a lot.
wow.
Like 999 plus. Let's see what it is in a second. I'm back at
It's a
60.
slime
80.
waterfall.
Delicious.
Lay down.
Okay. Boss will be over here among these spikes. You just have to wait.
Lay down.
Meanwhile, we can take the guy on our right.
If you want to.
Yeah.
Or if we could keep from violence for a second.
No.
What's up here? Ah, nothing. It's just ooze. Gross. Oh, gross. It's like Nickelodeon.
We're all gonna go see what's up there.
Nothing's up there. Really. I'm guessing that Ash Lightning person might have torn through here and killed the boss before we got here. There they are. And go. Ow. My face. I'm good. Okay. I think this is the last day of the Explorers event or something, right?
Probably.
We got a week until the new dungeons. I think the prologue quest also drops with the dungeons, but I'm not entirely sure.
At least I don't go anymore when I leave.
That's just your Nord.
Yeah, I know.
He had a hard time moving branches.
You stopped doing that, I think.
Yeah, he did.
Look at this person. Look at their vibe. Oh. Here they go. I'm gonna try to get to those way shrine. So again, after this is Norgzel, which
We
can't
got,
do. There's no sky shards there anyway, to my knowledge. So, we're gonna be going to Northern Elsewhere for our next zone. That's gonna take us a while.
I might have several there already.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Have to look.
Okay. Now let's take the road. Enforcer's on.
Say again.
Enforcer's on.
oh,
Enforcer!
hey,
I don't know if he's in the chat. I just saw him log
That's
in.
okay, I'll just say hi.
I,
Is Drizzy still there? Because I'm not sure
I don't know.
actually
She
said hi to
goes.
Drizzy.
She moves in and
Hey
out.
Drizzy, if you're there.
She just came in to tell me that she won $18 on that.
Yeah, playing Bingo.
Dad, do you think you can be skilled at playing bingo?
I don't know.
I
Do you
don't.
think Bingo is a skill?
I just don't understand how bingo can be a skill. It's you pick a board. You're up to chance. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a chance.
It's all this RNG.
Yeah.
I just don't get.
like Drizzy says, statistics. It's like kind of
If
the
you
odds.
if you've got more board, obviously your odds go up. But
You're exactly.
that's not skill. It's pay to win.
I know.
So pretty. It looks very pretty against my mount. Oh, hold on. We want to follow this road across the bridge. Teeth of Sithis is going to be on our left. Sorry, right. Left if you were going the other way. Where else to go except between or underneath the waterfall? He says in the guild chat, he says, hello family.
Hi.
Hello.
You guys know how to communicate in the guild chat?
No,
You don't?
you tell me a million times, and when I try, it doesn't work, and it makes me frustrated. That's why I have to have you.
Dad, do you
translate.
know how?
No, and I probably wouldn't because I can't do more than half a thing at once.
It's like you always say /G.
That's group chat.
I
I'm
can't
sorry.
do
I'm
that
talking-
right.
I'm talking guild chat.
No.
Which I didn't know there was a guild chat. I knew there was a group chat.
You have several guilds. Your first
Uh-huh.
one is the Mundus Unity, which is where Enforcer is. If you do /G1, because it's your first guild, then you'll be in.
Okay, so I do /G1, and it comes, and that's what it has me saying in chat.
I usually then hit enter, and then everything else I do after that.
/G1
again.
enter.
Hit enter.
Enter.
Now everything you
Now
do
it's
after
black.
that will be in guild chat.
Okay. Nope, nothing.
Hit /. I always hit /, then I
Oh, then it's
backspace
green.
over it.
Dang it. Stupid. Oh, I'm getting hit. Something's hurting
You're fine,
me while
you're
I was
fine.
in there
They're
trying
down below. You
to.
don't worry about
You're
it.
fine.
I'm just.
Dad had to pick a fight.
I'm up to 45 for my weekly.
Okay, so I typed something, hit enter, and it disappears.
Oh! Did you type slash before it or anything?
Yes.
Okay. Do your letters have any kind of coloring to them, like a special color?
They're green.
Okay, so
Okay, so I've typed my thing in.
yeah, no, hear me
I'm
out.
gonna-
Hear me out. You don't. There's
It just
no,
disappeared
no slash.
before I could
no
do
slash.
it. Disappeared.
No slash. No slash.
Okay.
You're the color's green. You're in the guild. Just type normally, as if you're talking to anyone else. Dad, please stop shooting things.
So I pushed enter and it disappears.
You're doing.
Anyway.
No, Nate, no, stop. This is annoying me. You're doing slash. You're doing slash, and then
Okay.
you say something, and then you press enter, and it disappears.
All right, I didn't do slash this time.
Okay, no slash. No slash.
Now do I push enter?
Yep.
Yes.
Hey,
Okay.
there we go. When you do slash, the game thinks that you're trying to put in a command.
Uh,
Slash is only the command thing. Slash is
But
for.
you can hit slash to open the chat if it closes, but then delete the slash and type.
How about you just press?
Oh.
How about you just press enter like a
I'm so
normal person?
confused.
Just,
Anyway,
just
okay,
press,
here we
just
go.
press enter like a normal person.
Because I'm
Alright.
not normal.
No,
Oh,
I
now-
mean, it enters just because you don't have to delete the slash. You can just press enter. Yeah, because slash is a command thing. It's like slash G for group, slash G1 for first guild, slash G2 for second guild. And then you have to obviously you gotta input the commands. So you gotta press enter.
The thing is at the top of that building.
Yeah.
The thing, the thing.
The thing. You probably already have more skill points than what you know what to do with, but
Probably. What do you do with them?
what do we do? What do we do with these things again?
Hmm.
There's
I
a
mean,
little slidey thing
I
here
gue-
in the wall.
I guess we're
so-
going to be using
Oh.
a decent amount when Arcanist comes out, because Arcanist is going to be a whole new class, so you're going to have to use Sky Shards on those abilities. Of course, it really won't change anything because it'll just be another
Watch out
class.
for floor triggers too.
It's like CP and Sky Shards. They've just got too many of them. I don't know what to do with them all. Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, there's a trigger on the floor there. I just ran over. Right there. Don't trigger it.
Okay, so we want to go.
Did we just come this way?
Yes,
Yes.
I think going this way is best. I know there's spinning blades, but it's still best.
Look.
Yep. Nice. You're going to jump right into danger. Yep. Dang it. Someone got a shroom beetle. This looks like a dangerous hallway.
Somebody's on fire, Mom.
I swear it's nearby. We should be really close to it. Maybe through here? This seems right. There it is. Okay. Fighting on a bridge, what could go wrong? This should be the last Murkmire Sky Shard. Okay. Follow me. Okay. So we want to take this down to the right. Honestly, these kind of ghosts, right?
I don't know what he's doing. He's been, and he just went out with V, so he's acting up. Okay, so did he walk around and do? Okay, good.
I didn't expect there to be ghosts in here.
Thank you.
Oh,
Ghosts are on the Endeavors. Do you need them?
Yeah, that's kind of why I was surprised to find them. I was like, oh cool, this is kind of for my endeavor. I keep trying to like get up here, you know, like that you're not supposed to, but I keep trying to cheat the game, and get up there, but I don't.
to
think,
get up on
I don't
this.
think I can. I think that there's probably a boundary. Eh. It probably just goes to a dead end anyway. Okay. Yeah, we want to head. We want to head there. There's the boss. Down that way. Shoot salt say. More ghosts. I don't even have to take them out. I'm at 6 out of 10.
So why do we do the boss?
Because we
Funsies.
can't.
Because I have a feeling it's already been marked off.
Yeah. I just put it on a checklist. Plus, she speaks gel when she talks, I think. She's got a ghost, but I don't think you get to fight it. that she ain't gonna last. So I'm gonna go for the ghost. No! Man, she went down before the ghost did.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Approach, Featherless. You will not regret it. But if you do, take your complaints elsewhere. Elsewhere!
Nice.
So what did you think of Shirley Curry reading
I like
the
that.
lore book?
I wish that we could talk about it, obviously. But I like that she did it.
That was just recently, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Looked
that
like
was
it
like,
just...
by the time that I listened, it was 9 hours before. Hmm. Okay, so this is another way to get out of the delve. Aside from, obviously, the way that we can. So that is Murkmire. We won't be going back to Black Marsh until we do Shadowfen. It's a shame that Vardenfell starts with V. That'll be like all the way. It's like third to the bottom there.
We could just zoom to the Alakir.
Oh. You want to do that now?
Mm-hmm.
I will go there as fast as I can, and then you're gonna follow me when I'm there. I'm the fastest.
Nah.
What? What?
I'm at 55 out of 100 already on the weekly.
If you'd rather do that, you could do that.
I mean, I'm gonna be doing this. So.
Kyle will take me to the Alakir because I want to do it all at once. Slow down, you're too fast.
Wait, are you behind me?
No.
Oh. I was like, you're not supposed to be behind me. Good.
I'm being sarcastic.
What?
He's
I'm the
running-
fastest.
Are
What?
He's
you
running-
there?
I'm
he's
just
running
watching me.
to the
Give me 3 seconds. Yeah, I'm there.
He's the slowest to teleport, but he's
That's what I meant.
the
I'm not the slowest
fastest
to teleport.
zipping. Usually you is. But,
And I'm not taking you to the way shrine. I'm taking you to the public dungeon. So
right.
there's someone else here. His name's
Uh-oh.
Kyle of the Drow Elves.
Hmm.
What a lore-friendly name, Kyle.
Only he knew.
Looks like people were here already. Let's just go before any respawns happen.
Yeah. Oh, the
phone.
wall.
Don't look at your phone and watch at the same time. Looking at your phone
Yeah.
can be
Oh,
disastrous.
well, they even took out the gargoyle. Well, you know.
I swear, every time we come here, there's just more and more people. The secret's getting out.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I
And
got
then
it.
someday it's gonna get out of hand and they're going to ban
Uh-oh.
this
Yep.
Blade Dungeon group event.
These people do not know what they're doing. There they go.
So we get to judge.
There you go.
He's pretty smart. He's got a smart name. It's one. What do we go for? 7?
Yep.
Okay. Should we just let them take care of it? They seem pretty eager.
Yeah, sure. But they're not in our group.
No, it doesn't matter though.
They don't have to.
Okay.
Why are they crowding around Spider? Isn't it Beetle first?
Yeah.
Scarab, Spider, Spider.
Yes. It should be this one first.
Alright, let's go. Moving on.
Got it?
He's trying to... Move it, Kyle! It's like, you know, these people could be doing this at literally any time. We're just doing it now and it's so crowded. They have a whole freaking week to do it, and it's still so crowded here. Zaz definitely knows about it. I don't think they will care about doing anything about it. I hope not.
Well, if enough people start doing it, they will.
I don't think they care
Got
about
it?
Yeah, I got it. I don't think they care about how things are executed. They just care about people being there. It's all really... I mean, endeavors are kind of there to help retain the player base. And they're there for 2 reasons. Retain the player base, and as a way to keep crown crates around, because Microsoft won't allow them to exist unless they have some form of achievable reward system. Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah. Your
You
didn't
guys are
count.
messing up.
Your didn't count.
Come on, guys. Come on.
I think we have someone.
There
We
we
have someone
go.
standing on the
Now
central.
do the other one.
I think
now
someone
do the
standing on
other
the
one.
central ruined it.
Yep.
But I don't know. Let the professionals take care of this, okay, guys?
They don't know that.
Stand back. Let the adults take care of this. Do you see my hat? Do you see my glowy staff? Stand behind the yellow tape.
Three more.
Got it? There it goes. Okay.
Okay. To be fair, it's kind of... No, it didn't count. It didn't count.
Nope. Nope.
Too many
There we go.
people.
I wonder what the variable could be. I'm gonna go into the Yell chat. We've got this handled.
No.
Alright. It would be in everyone's best interest just to stand back. Maybe we should just stand here. Maybe we should just let them do it and see how fast
Okay.
they can do
Yeah,
it.
let them do
Okay.
it.
Let's just let them do it. You know what?
Wait a minute. There. I'm gonna sit in my chair.
No, no one moves.
Boo!
You don't know what you're doing.
He's He knows what he's doing. He's just doing it very slowly.
Okay.
That's one more for me.
Hmm?
We need one more.
Oh, one more.
I do too.
Druid music box lead.
Sweet. Is that the? I wonder if that's the whole thing, or if that's just a bit of it.
Maybe they're done. Is that why they've left?
That'd be fun.
But we don't know what to
This
do.
guy's
without
name
them.
is
I'm like,
Dino Geek.
I know.
Oh, I
Chaos
guess it's up to us,
Drexus.
I
huh?
think it's up to us.
Okay.
Here comes Kyle again. Back up! Ah, here's Kyle again. Alright, come on. Surely they're done now.
Okay, we did it.
Hooray!
Hooray!
I love, like, everyone's leaving. Like, party's over.
It is.
Party's over. Notice how huge these rocks are, just looming over our heads. Okay, well, this one. Where's Dad? Oh, he's behind. I'm just trying to get my endeavor for resources. I'm sure you've got that 1,000 times.
Oh, yeah. I see baddies up ahead. I did. There we
Yeah,
go.
they're there.
I saw it coming. So earlier, I saw someone on the ESO Twitter, which honestly, ESO Twitter is kind of like its own little world. Like you've got like names that people recognize. You got the devs even and streamers and stuff. It's not like I mean, everyone that plays ESO has a Twitter, but there's some celebs. I'm not saying I'm one of them, you know, but I noticed that someone on my friends list was, or at least someone I recognized, was talking about how they used to add like lore flavor text for special rewards you get for doing hard mode trials, and they stopped doing it like a couple of years ago or a few years ago. They just gave you the treasure and they don't bother giving it any lore or anything. And one of the devs saw that and they were just kind of like, "We're actually gonna fix this like right now." That's what
Oh,
he said. I'm just talking to the team and we're gonna see what we can do about this. I don't know if that means that they're gonna add any lore to previous rewards or if they're just gonna do more from now on. Either way though, that's pretty cool. The more the merrier. I mean, it's neat being able to interact with them and all that.
I'm marking junk. So, are we done?
yes.
I mean, I saw an interview where Diego Luna was talking about Andor Season 2, and he said, you know, he was like, it's like the first season was received so well that these days you got social media where you can just see exactly what the majority of people liked or didn't like, and you can really take into consideration when you're moving forward when making a project. That's really important for like a lot of things. Like you know, especially for game devs, like for ESO, you can see everyone's opinion. You know, you don't need to browse forums anymore. I mean, you can, but on top of that, you can also hit up social media and see what the general discourse is. Obviously, though, you're not going to get a lot of people who are bothering to make posts about what they enjoy. Most of it's going to be like complaining. But I think that, I mean, there's an option in the ESO tickets where you can submit a that's awesome or something like a who uses this? I think I used it once or twice, but it's like I opened up the ESO tickets thing and I pulled up the that's awesome option. You know, I blew off the dust and brushed away the cobwebs. And gave him and said a few things. Why do you hate it as a setting? I use it a lot when I'm like driving. I'm just listening to streams and stuff, so I don't use a bunch of data. Well, I need to get more ghosts or whatever, but
So, for speed, where are you at?
oh man, on clouds I'm at 36%.
Say that again.
36%.
36.
You're talking about on your
I don't want to
mounts?
go any.
Yeah,
I'm at 25.
on mounts. I
Uh,
just want to share that the big
yeah, I don't
public
wanna
media
get
appreciate how cute your
faster.
grandma can be.
I'm
Aw,
at
that's so
60 on
sweet.
everything.
you're at what? Oh yeah, you maxed out, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Did
That's
you?
why it's there.
Yes.
I've always been maxed out. I max out.
I don't want to have to throttle back my speed.
I mean,
Keep
here's
up
the,
with
okay, so
everybody.
here's the
I
thing.
want to be about
Here's-
the same as everybody else.
There's a buff that people use that's like in the PvP skill line that buffs how fast your horse moves. I think that might be what the majority of what you're seeing when you like they're going too fast like cartoon characters. They might be using
Uh-huh.
that buff. Probably on top of fully
I mean, when I
speeding
run,
mouse.
do I
But what
look
I'm-
like a cartoon character?
I still don't get it.
What I'm saying is, I want to keep up with whatever you're at. I don't want to go faster than.
I'm gonna keep. The only reason I'm not full is because I keep forgetting to max it out. I'm gonna keep
Yeah.
trying to max it out. I might as well just try now. I just keep forgetting. Makes it hard to see some of your connections, guys. Sometimes.
Yeah,
things,
yeah,
But
maybe-
you can hear me though.
Yeah, I can't say that I really noticed that Dad looks weird.
She was told
but
she
that
was
I'm not really
blind.
paying attention.
Is it true though?
So maybe it is some sort of buff thing they add to it that makes it
Is she
look
like
even-
legally blind?
makes it go faster.
Yeah, we're not gonna be using. I mean,
I
might
think
use it
there's
on
also
occasion, but-
I read, and I guess there's some videos on it, but something about if you go to Cyrodiil and you do something, you can get your mount speed increased, and they
Yeah.
say do that early on, and,
Okay,
and
so
I
that-
I have not done that either, but
That's something that we're probably not gonna be doing. She said that whenever she blinks, she can't see. She couldn't see anything, but that's what was wrong. She said that the doctor
I'm not-
told her to open
I
her
wouldn't mind
eyes.
going to Cyrodiil.
Yeah. Sorry, say that again? No. No, okay, so you're saying... Here's the thing, though. Again, I'm going to reiterate. Alright? So, Cyrodiil generally moves back and forth in terms of, like, who owns what keep. But, the general spawn points for each alliance is you have Aldmeri Dominion is, like, to the south, Ebonheart Pact is to the northeast, and Daggerfall Covenant's to the northwest, right? So the further you get in either of those areas are going to be, like, you're going to get the most reinforcements. And so, like, we went to the Ebonheart Pact area, so we felt really safe because no one's going to go over there. It's really, like, that's kind of our land. We checked out those
Mhm.
delves. We did branch out a bit,
Mhm.
I'll admit. And I don't think it's impossible. I mean, I definitely think that we could do it. I think it's fully possible, but it would be rough. But I mean,
It's too
but if
bad
we
you can't have like a stealth mode or something where you could
there's invisibility
hide
potions, I think.
yourself.
But here's the thing: is that people can go past abilities that you use to hide yourself,
Mm,
and it's very common to use in Cyrodiil because they don't want to get stabbed in the back.
mm.
There's abilities that you can use to like tell if someone's sneaking around you or something, you know,
Mm.
like Mage Light or whatever. So, yeah, it can be kind of rough. So we would probably just be best going somewhere where, I mean, it would kind of be like the end game. We go in,
Yeah,
we expect the
expect
worst.
to die. Yeah.
I mean, I would be getting sky shards. I would be seeing places of this game that I've never seen before. You know,
Yeah.
there's just so much of Cyrodiil that I haven't touched. Mostly in the Daggerfall Covenant area. A lot of stuff I haven't touched. I'm missing 16 sky shards there.
Wow.
And, yeah, I mean, I'm missing one Munda Stone, quite a few lore books, like seven or so. She played a trick on her white brother.
Okay.
I want to have
All
that sense of
right.
humor
Well,
when I'm
thank
older.
you. Had a good time.
Same, see ya.
See you tomorrow. Love you. Have a good
Love
night.
you too, bye, see ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Much of Lecky's blade supplies come from Bergama.
What a cute horse.
Who do you think is responsible for making sure they get their supplies?
Who? I like how close the horse is. He's such a cute horse. Does he have a name? Ah, he's gone. Oh, he's back. Caravan horse is just what the horse's name is. Okay, hold on. Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, Jambi. Jambi!
Much of Lecky's blade supplies come from.
Actually, gonna do a quick repair. Thank you. I'm really glad they can do that. Like, some people might be like complaining that, oh, why can't you sell potions to the blacksmith, or why can the enchanter repair your armor? I don't care. I mean, I don't know. That's not what someone wants to hear from, like, to me, lore and immersion, like, to me, immersion doesn't get broken as easily as other people, I guess. You know, like, it's like, you know, it's kind of like when you're reading a book. That always makes me feel bad. I feel awful. When you're reading a book, you're not actually seeing the stuff. You're not actually hearing the sounds. A lot of that you got to make up yourself. You know, ESO is just like you get so much. You get the sounds. You get music to help you. You get voice acting. You get the visuals, and there's gonna be some stuff that's like just for your convenience. You know, you're finding food and in ruins, or you're able to repair at an enchanter or whatever. It's just kind of like, you know, like there's some stuff that is just done for convenience. Not everything's going to be like completely immersive, like a real experience, specifically in an MMO. And even if I had my way, I would probably be okay if Skyrim was that way, or if Oblivion was that way. You know, I don't really care who I can sell or who repairs my stuff. That's not really lore to me as much as like a story or a you know, a plot point or some cool dialogue or a book. You know, it's just a convenience for gameplay, and that makes me happy. I like convenience. I do, because the thing is, so it's like when you get some stuff out of the way, like it allows you to enjoy the world better. It's like, oh, you know, what if my character's hungry, or what if my character's thirsty? You know, you don't have to worry about that in the Elder Scrolls. You don't have to worry about having your food go up or down. And it's like, okay, well, maybe it breaks the immersion, because in real life you'd be getting hungry and thirsty, and you'd need to sleep every now and then. But you don't need it. It's for convenience sake, but they don't actually just do it. And so therefore, that's why I don't really have a problem for like adding super convenient things like just selling whatever to merchants, or you know, that kind of stuff. I don't care really. It's not really something that bothers me. But that's just my personal preference. Okay, I gotta update an outfit. Let's just go to... Scholar's Way has an outfit station. Someone in the zone chat's name is Oh Nord You Didn't. Oh Nord You Didn't. Ugh. Somewhere around here. And that is a wall.
Help me turn my luck.
I've gone too far. I mean, I can't. It's. I know the dungeons are closed, but I just can't believe we don't have them yet. It feels like a lifetime ago that they announced them. Really, it does.
Hello.
Parham the Wary. Is it in here somewhere? Oh, this is it. That's right. Random colors? Ugh. Ugh. Not much different. Certainly looks sandy. Better, but I don't know why it's having me hold it like the restoration staff. That's weird. Whoa. White and orange. That's actually pretty good looking. Is this marble white? Yeah, it is. With the orange and black. Or it's actually Corporal's green. It does look good, but I'm thinking that I should probably just attempt to swap a smaller thing. I don't know if I would. I mean, here, you know what? Let's just maybe better boots. Feet. How do these look? Yeah, you know, that's a good change. that'll do it. Boom. Endeavors. So many endeavors. How many endeavor seals do I've got? 6,770. Honor Guard crafting style. I forget where you get this. I'm pretty sure you can get it in game though. So, oh man, that's right. Oh god, I really like the light version of this. That's the only thing I really like about this, I think, is just the light version. I mean, these are okay. These are okay. But light is just so good. Specifically, like, now that we're gonna have, like, hidden shoulders. It just looks so good. I mean, I like brim hats, but I'm mostly talking about the cloth is so good. Can't really see much about the staff, but no, I'm not gonna pick it up. That's for crowns. I'm not spending 4,000 crowns on it. I can get 10 crates for that. So. I think we're going to be getting more Almalexia stuff this year. We're getting Almalexia as a Sales of Tribute deck patron. And I mean, like, she's had such little representation and everyone knows it. Because she just got, like, base game Mournhold. Or the Deshawn storyline. So, I mean, I think it's about time that she gets, like, a DLC representation, like, you know, her model spruced up a little bit. I don't know, I like it. I mean, if we get the Tribunal talking to each other this year, you know, we have Vivek talking to Seth Sills, talking to Alexia, all of them talking together. That's never been seen before in the history of the series. And I get that everyone wants the Apocrypha stuff. You know? Who doesn't want Apocrypha? But me personally, I'm probably most excited just for the Morrowind stuff. I mean, it's a brilliant mix, because, as I've been saying for a long time now, Zos has been really paying attention, and they've been noticing that diversity is what really sells their DLCs. So someone had the brilliant idea when Greymore was being like conceptualized to have like above ground and underground, and that sold really well, right? It sold really well. Maybe it sold really well because of scrying, I don't know, but I think it sold pretty well because of the diversity of the difference between, like, you'd be getting one DLC but like two different, completely different vibes, and so that sold really well. And Blackwood followed that. Blackwood was half Imperial, half Argonian, right? That did really well as well. The delves all felt very different. You had a lot of different vibes going on, and so things are a lot easier to remember. You know, you didn't have like three delves that were just dirty caves or something. So, and then High Isle came out, where they decided to, you know, have a chapter where you get two whole islands. One island being Castle Island, the other one being like a jungle prison. And so this pattern that kept going made me think, you know what? They're probably going to try to do something like that next time. I assume that they would be doing like Skingrad and Shivering Isles or something, Skingrad and Battlespire. I knew they were going to do like some kind of chapter where it was like somewhere in mainland and somewhere in Oblivion or what have you. So when they announced that it was going to be like Apocrypha Morrowind, I was like, this lines up with the pattern they've been following for years, so it's like Greymore. So, I mean, obviously it's like, well, I don't know what they could do next year, because it's like, they've done above ground, underground, half and half, two islands, and now, you know, Oblivion and Nirn, so it's like, I don't know what else you could do, but, I mean, even if next year they just go back to making a plain old flat zone, I wouldn't care. But diversity is important for making a DLC, because it keeps people going without complaining about, oh, we're just seeing the same things all year, which is good, because we're only getting 3 DLCs this year, whatever they're planning in Q4. Q1, which is going to hit PC in 7 days, so a week, and then Q2, which is what I'm super excited for, in early June. I'm just living for Necrom, really. That's what I'm really looking forward to. They released a video today. Oh hey, it's got the Daggerfall Covenant symbol on it, I never noticed. There's a video today about the developers of ESO and what Morrowind meant to them, and like, because they're really leaning into the Return to Morrowind vibe, which is good. That was something I was hoping that they were going to do, but they're doing it even more so than what I assumed. And so they're literally talking about, you know, the game Morrowind. You know, they're not just talking about making the DLC. They're talking about, you know, the game Elder Scrolls 3 and what it meant to them, and the vibe of it, and how they tried to capture it with their DLC, and how they're trying to capture it with Necrom. Very reassuring, you know. They're looking back on not only their DLC that they made, but they're looking back on the Elder Scrolls 3, which, you know, this next DLC will have nothing to do with, right? Because this is going to be an area of Morrowind that we've never seen before, aside from the Elder Scrolls Arena, and so it's like they're looking at Elder Scrolls 3 for the vibe, for the concept, for the culture, and all that stuff, so they can obviously make it fit into another portion of the same province, which is a good sign. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with it. I wish that, I mean, the more Morrowind, the better, in my opinion. However, if like they decide to if they decide to just, I'm guessing that this infinite dungeon obviously is not going to be a zone. It's going to be an infinite dungeon. So, you know, there's not going to be another zone this year. So that means that this area is going to be like where it cuts off here. It's going to be, that's it. That's our Morrowind. That might be all we get of Morrowind for the next 5 years or what have you. However, there is more to be done in the future. You know, we do still have the northern tip, and we also have the Telvanni Islands. I'm a little bit iffy about it because the vibe would be Telvanni, and it's like, well, we already did that, you know. Even if you wait 5 years, you'd still be like, we had a whole DLC about the Telvanni. What would you do? Like, again, I don't know, but I'm just saying we would have this whole area as well. And then additionally, hopefully, if they fix the map, they've got to fix the map. I hope they fix the map. We would have this whole section here. There should be more space here. The city of Blacklight should be here, so that could be a whole other DLC. They could even fit a chapter there. After 2022, they could fit a chapter wherever they want, because like they fit a whole chapter in these small islands over here. So yeah, they could very well have a whole Blacklight chapter in Morrowind if they want. So this year is going to be Return to Morrowind, but I don't believe it's going to be for the last time. I think that there's still obviously openings for more. I don't know when that'll be, and I don't know if it'll be a chapter or just a zone DLC. Who knows? But yeah. So we'll see how that goes. I just think that, I mean, like, because between the Morrowind DLC and Necrom, that's like what, 2017 to 2023, right? So that's quite a long time to be away from Morrowind. So I mean, it might be a while until we go back, but still. Ugh. I definitely see Colovian Estates happening sometime soon. I see them mixing it with the Battlespire, Shivering Isles, potentially. I don't know. If only I could see their whiteboard of ideas. I know they have one. I'd love to see it. This guy looks cool. Has anyone got a transmute station I can use? Yeah, don't be afraid to ask people for transmute stations. This person says, I do. It's at the Clockwork City, JK. It's on my main. Okay, as long as they were making a joke. Hey, there's Nordic Storm over there. Eh. Yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if Vivek shows back up. If Sataso shows back up. Whatever, what have you. But I mean, I don't know if they would like. They might save them for like if things get really intense, like maybe like when all these stories come to a head or something. Hmm. Oh, that's right. It's a weeknight. It's not Sunday night. Dang it! I was like, why is it so empty in here? It's annoying. Oh, you know what? That just reminded me. I should probably do something. Hmm. Now, see, here's the thing. Wow, I've got Ritz. Oops. Okay, so I've been like wearing Trim Next Dollar for a while, like debating, like, oh man, do I want to gold it? Do I not want to gold it? To the point where I've completely forgotten that I've never golded it. I'm just gonna do that now. My pants are gold. My gloves are gold. My chest is gold. I think that's all I'm wearing, right? I mean, like, in terms of, like, okay. Okay, no, hold on. My shoes need to be gold. My shoes. I must have missed the shoes. Here they are. I saw this one. There we go. Go gold. Now, obviously, I'm sitting on, like, ungolded jewelry. Oh, that's my Discord. What the heck? I'm sorry. Where did that come from? Oh, it's my own channel. So, I honestly don't know my mats when it comes to, like, obviously, like, if we're talking golding jewelry, it's a bigger deal. Way bigger deal than golding anything else. So, I'm going to see what I've got in terms of chromium plating, but I don't think I even have enough for, like, an assured gold on one of my rings. And even if I did, I would be really hesitant. Let's just check anyway. Oof. Yeah, see, I've got 6 assured chromium. I've got 6 chromium plating, so I can assure that one turns gold. But like that is it. That is it, and that's just like a. And the other would be like what, a 50%. I'm sorry, I'm just not up to risking that biz. If I do a random vet, I could end up getting white gold. Drizzy's favorite. It'd be a pushover for me, but hmm. Hmm. Well, but Iki's on the fritz, so I'm going to have to grab one. I'm going to grab an E from Drizzy. Come on. God dang it. There. No one wants to talk to me in the group chat. Hmm. I have my Daedrat pet. You guys notice because they're adorable. Look at my Daedrat. He's cute. I don't recall his name. Snarkbringer. That might as well be my name. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Anyways, I'm in a group that's loading in for Hellra. So I'm not just standing here like an idiot. Well, I am, but there's a reason. Well, I need a few more. Okay, so they got a healer coming in. We're gonna be doing normal Hellra.
Staying out of trouble.
Maybe. We need one more. What do we need? We need a... Please don't be a tank. If we want 2 tanks, but I don't really think you need 2 tanks for Hellra, do you? Do you need 2 tanks for an up and then down? Oh, look at his walk. His walk is so sassy. My little Daedrat. Look at him go. Look at him. Wrong button. Let's do this one. Oh, wait, shoot. I should probably decon. Wait. I should probably either decon or learn. Oh my god, I gotta be fast. Decon or research. Decon or research, I actually don't know. Infused? I think I might have that. So I may need to sell this and then decon this. Because you can't decon the exemplaries. Faster! Okay, let's see. Improvement for infused? No, sorry. Research for infused? I've already got it. It's already done, so let's just go ahead and sell it.
Come for enchantments?
Now I'm here to sell. 500 gold. I love like randomly colored weapons that don't like perfectly match the outfit. Like you got like a random bright gold weapon or a bright red or blue weapon, it makes it look like there's some story behind it. Like how Sting glows blue. Hmm. Okay, we're full. Let's see how long it takes for them to go in. Okay. We're not full now. Such is the life of plugging trials. They thought it was a dungeon? What? They thought it was a dungeon adding other? What was that? Thought that we were adding... We were going into a dungeon with 12 people? I'm confused. Who did we lose? I think it was a DPS. Do not upset the jackals. Yep. Yep. Crap. I feel like I could have made that. I just didn't believe in myself. Yeah. Whoa. I like dropped like a rock there. That was weird. Made it. I believed in myself that time. Look at this. Oh, man. Oh, God. Ah! Okay, we got flour. Let's it go. Hmm.
The warrior and his army of Old Yakuda claim the citadel of Helra. Leave and live.
Trespass and die.
You have been warned. My soldiers of sanded steel will strip your flesh.
Look how pretty it looks. Oh my goodness. Someone is a zombie out. Who's going up and who's going down? Someone's got to claim it. Charge! This game looks so good, man. I'm sorry. I mean, like, it's on an old engine, right? It looks good considering, I guess. Even base game ESO though looks better than, like, you know, I think base game ESO looks better than, like, WoW on its current day. Of course, the engine's like, well, I don't know, it's 10 years newer than WoW's, I guess. I mean, I think it's not really the textures. Space Game ESO's textures is kind of but the lighting is always fantastic. And that really helps. You know, that really helps make things like textures, even if the textures look meh, it makes them look better with good lighting. Oh wait, hold on, what was that? Oh, someone went offline. This is such a disorganized fight. I mean, like, and like, then there's you know, modern ESO content is just brilliant. I mean, the textures on a lot of the outfits and stuff are just really fun and well put together. I really don't have a complaint with anything about modern ESO and how it looks. In fact, I mean, like, this, like, man, this stuff looks fantastic. The only issue, I think, with like this trial, which is like dated probably back to like I don't know, what is this, 2015, 16, probably 15, is that like the mountain range is a bit like, it's not like super textured or whatever, but like you have that issue as far deep into like 2019. You can even see it in like Lair of Marslok's kind of meh with his mountain ranges, but like, I mean, the textures of the lighting, the textures of the Medic stuff and the Yokuden stuff is just all spectacular. Specifically, the designs they gave to all the Medic stuff. No, zombie! It's all just fantastic. All the Medic stuff just has this wonderful texture designs to it. That's just very intricate and well designed and exciting to see, and I always wondered what like Medic architecture would look like. A little bit curious about, because I always assumed it was like a Deathland Need style because it only shows up here and in other places, but they explain like for example, there's that Nedic house that they released last year. They explained that like the needs moved like far to the to the west, and that's why it looks that way. I hope they explain Scrivener's Hall, because there's ruins in the Rift that look like Deathland Meat style, and I kind of hope that they explain that. Because I'm wondering, like, why.
Burn them all. The master will not suffer invaders.
Crush the intruders.
Oh wow, I was just slow. I thought I thought I toggled walk for a second. How many people are up here? We usually have so many people up here? We don't have the other heal with us, do we? Dances with. No. Wait, what? No. No, wait, yes! Why is the other heal up here? I called top! Man, fine, whatever. Whatever, it makes my job easier, but it makes their life worse. I didn't think I was gonna be getting so much stuff.
Unleash our regatta against the intruders. Crush them as we did the needs of old.
Calm down, Taka Joe. Gotta take a buff. I'm doing that now. Okay, we gotta destroy those machines. That makes life way harder for them down below. There's enough of us that those machines should be taken out ASAP. Ow. Oops. No! Come on, come on, come on. I guess because we're in combat. We gotta clear it. Things are just... I mean, I guess if we kill them, there's no one left to use the machines, so, whatever. I just don't get why the heal followed me up here. I called top. These things just fall apart, man. They're so old.
Your life is forfeit.
Wow, he said that so aggressively, I believed it for a second. Do we not have a tank up here? Probably not, because I think we've only got one. Last touch. Wait, hold on. Yeah. I'm gonna sneeze. I can't. I gotta focus. No sneeze. Focus. Okay, perfect. If he duplicates, this one. We know which one it is now. I'm so good at this. Bam. No reason to waste time looking for all the other ones. Ow. Wait, I'm sorry. Are they using Sentinel of Archegams too? Never mind. I love you, whoever you are. Can we besties? Can we go out to Burger King together? Wait, oh no, everyone's still over there. I was like, did they wipe out the entire enemy garrison at the front? Go the horn! Well, I guess I'm got enough space. I love how everything's shady, you know, because like the sun's coming up, so you've got the mountain like blotting out the sun, so you just get like this cold desert feel.
We cut the needs of old to ribbons. You will fare no better.
The needs of old, the needs of old, the needs of old. Who needs them? Ow! Ow! We're doing pretty dang good. I know it's normal, but still. I mean, this wave gives a lot, even like random bugs on normal, it gives them trouble. That was my Discord. I'm sorry. I should have a little button that I press just as like, don't check your Discord. Yeah. I don't think I need to tell Kelstick you failed. Ah, crap, man. Ah, shoot. Okay. Arsai. Speed. Speed. I am speed. Yes, Fez?
Are allowed in this chamber.
The Ansei of a first rank Yoku. Ah, sorry. For the Shihai of a first rank Ansei. Sank Yokuda. This Shihai is beyond first rank. Is that his line? Big line too. It's like this. I mean, you're talking to this guy that you know probably knows straight up what happened, and he just straight up tells you, yeah, the island was sunk by a freaking Shihai. You know, and like he definitely sounds like he's not. He really doesn't have any reason to lie. I mean, I know he's like corrupt, but lying about that is not like part of his corruption. I don't think there's really no reason why it would be. So it's like, okay, you got it on good authority that you know Shihai does sink the island. So what happened there? There's some unofficial. Well, there's I think I think there's official references to it, but there's unofficial details about those official references. But I don't really see. I don't see it as. I see it as like probably being what they would go for if they were to confirm it. But I can't teach it as official if it's not. I mean, also, Rada Alceron has references towards a Shihai technique that sank Yokuda as well. I think that it'd be cool if he was behind it, or if he at least was part of the group that was behind it. I think that'd be awesome. He seemed to know a lot. He was very powerful. He's very old. Rada Alceron, you know, is actually Yokuda himself.
The Shihai of a first-rank Onsei sank Yokuda. This warrior Shihai is beyond first rank.
Beyond the first rank.
Death by 100 cuts.
So this guy said looking for Saxhleel? You ain't looking for Saxhleel here, buddy. I think you're thinking of Rock Grove, my dude.
The healing cloud parts.
Whoa.
The master draws his sword.
I don't see your sword, buddy. You're using a shield and a mace. Come on, step it up. Okay, good. We're in the Kinraz. There it is! There it is! I always get so excited when I see it. I'm like, I see it. It was that was like a found footage shot. It was like, there it is, and then boom! I just go like flying and fall into the ground. It's always so intense. No, come on, take him, burn him down. It's not down yet. There we go.
The serpent no longer clouds my mind. Eyes clear, my sword will claim his neck.
The serpent has been confined to his apex stone, and the natural order is restored. But his attention will turn elsewhere. We should depart.
Surprisingly efficient for a thief and a mage. Fall in line behind me. I will take charge from here.
How gracious of you. We should depart.
That's such attitude. Okay, so we're not going to find Saxhleel here. I don't really know why that guy was bringing it up. He was probably getting confused between this and Rock Grove. But let me see what I've got here. This guy said he was looking for... VO, hands and waist? What's VO stand for again? Not this, not that, not that. What's VO stand for? I mean, I don't see anything that's VO, so. the warrior. Celestial Warrior's trophy. Whoa, wait, what? It's a quest starter. A trophy taken by a Celestial Warrior from a dead Undaunted. Wait, what? Amongst the ashes of the Celestial Warrior sits a battered and broken shield, likely taken as a trophy from the slain Undaunted. I will take this trophy to the Undaunted as proof of the Celestial Warrior's defeat. Why have I never gotten this before? I've done this a million times.
My friend, you're Victorian. You've outdone us.
I'm so confused. I don't think I got what anyone was looking for. I gotta go check this out. What's this quest called? Oh. No? Wait, or did I just do it? Did I just hand that in? I just handed it to him? And that was the quest? Like I hand him the to prove that I did it? Or what? Was that it? Because I never picked that up before. Have I just not noticed? I'm so confused about what I did there. Huh. Okay. Oh, that's my fez too. I'm kind of embarrassed with that.
Only a fool.
So, give me a second here. I gotta figure out what in the world I just did. Okay, let's see what happened here. I picked up a well, let's just look at online. Hell no. Okay, let's try that again. Online. Okay, my app keeps breaking for some reason. Online. Hell, Ra. Citadel. Broken Shield? Okay, here we are. Okay, let's see here. Hello, Citadel, blah, 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 blah. We all know that, we all know that, we all know that. Where it says related quests. You know, assaulting the Citadel. Okay, let's click on that because that's the one that we did. I'm just confused. I'm sorry. I can't say I've done that before. I mean, you don't need to pick that up to turn that in, do you? Let's try looking at the quest again. Assaulting the Citadel. Reward. Warrior's Home Coffer. Yeah. Wait, here we are. Okay. This is a reference to it. If you fail to pick up the quest at the start of the trial, you can... Oh, I didn't pick up the quest at the start. Ah, that's why, because I always do that. Something must have happened. I must have gotten, like distracted or something. So that's the thing that you pick up at the end to turn in, so that it's like, in case you didn't take the quest at the beginning, it just hands it to you at the very end to finish off the quest. That's pretty clever, because I totally spaced out on picking up that quest. I was in a hurry. Okay. I get it now. I think I recall something like this in Rock Grove, actually. Okay. I wonder if I could just queue for Graven Deep. You know, like what, like how long do you think it would take before I got it? I haven't done like Undaunted dungeons in so long because, to be honest, I'm really like interested in the very like tail end of the Undaunted dungeon cycle, because this is the dungeons that I do the least, right? So it's like, give me Graven Deep or Earthenroot Enclave because I want to spend more time there. But so let's try. I mean, like, I'm not gonna do Veteran Graven Deep because that is a death sentence. This has what's going on with that. Anyways, hold on. Let's get to Belkarth. There's gonna be Nedic talk, I'm guessing, when the DLC drops, because it looks like this Scrivener's Hall is gonna be related to like a group of needs or something that would revere Hermaeus Mora. I don't know if there's still needs. It looks, I mean, like I would guess that maybe, you know, they would be replaced by like Bretons or I don't know, maybe even Nords or something. I don't know if they're all still needs. That would be kind of weird, because, you know, the needs are kind of gone, absorbed into various other races or what have you. But I don't know. Maybe it would be kind of okay, I guess, if they just like said that they never left that library and they just stayed there as like a static part of time. So as I'm queuing for this, I thought I would tackle the concept of needs. Do I still have my, oh, you know what? I don't think I do. Let me see if I can just find it then. Give me a second. My E key's on the not working again. My E key is on the not working again, and I'm not a fan. It just goes off and on and off and on. It's either totally off, totally on, it feels like. Okay, I want to save this to my pictures. I'm gonna grab this Oblivion era map, and plug it in to Psy. Oh boy. Oh wait, there's no way. I actually just got a pop. I can't believe it. I expected to be waiting for 30 minutes at least. Okay, now I'm starting to get worried. Yeah, just give it a second. Hooray! I can't believe it. Wow, it looks so pretty during this time of day. Ooh. Oh my god, it looks so pretty. Man, okay, so the last time I was here was Veteran. Here's a tip. Here's a tip for you guys. It's kind of complicated, but I'm just going to try to sum it up as best I can. Do not pug Veteran Graven Deep. Don't. It will not go well for you. At least it's highly likely to not go well for you. That final boss just kicks ass. I mean, like, maybe you'll be okay. Maybe you'll be doing, like, the best throughout the whole thing, and then but as soon as you get to final boss, things are gonna get bumpy. Normal, it's a lot better. But, like, man, I was stuck in here for, like, 3 hours and didn't even finish. Maybe if you have a good enough group, I don't know. Maybe if you have, like, a god on your side. We're not doing secret bosses, I guess. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. They're kind of leaning. No, I don't know. No, we're not doing secret bosses. I still have yet to do the third secret boss. Still have yet to do the third secret boss. I think what's cool about this dungeon, though, is that this is the westernmost Glimmer Ruin we were aware of. Like, this was like really far off to the west. I don't think there's a single Glimmer Ruin that is further in this direction. Okay, so the way this boss works is that you'll see these like spawning areas. I think they're spawning areas. You'll get these. You'll have to drop these AOE's on top of the spawning areas, and it blocks them like that. Kind of like what I was doing last night with the Nixad. A boss will come in. That guy. Okay, so see, I'm gonna run over here and then block it. A boss will come in to kind of make things a little bit more chaotic. Just wait until he drops. There he is, and here we go. You fought a gatekeeper. Ow. Okay. I don't see a. Oh my God! There's one over here. I didn't see it. That's fine. Uh-oh. I mean, like, yeah. So you're kind of locked in here. You know, you're locked in this relatively small space with this guy. Yep. So it can get kind of messy on veteran. Obviously, it's there's a lot of anxiety if you're not all together. Whoa! Get back here! Get back here! Get back here! You didn't drop it. I mean, like, even if you're, I'd say, you know, even if you're not sure where to drop it, just drop it. It's better just to drop it than let it eat at you. I think. Uh-oh. I'm gonna mark him so that people always know which one is him. Okay, I've got it. Dropped on that one. Yep. Yep. Okay, I've got it again. Drop. Gotta heal at the same time too. Got a lot of jobs here. He's so close to going down, but not quite. No, wait, hold on, we lost somebody. Why? Not the tank though. But why did we lose somebody? I mean, he just like left immediately. It wasn't like. Okay, odd. Why do you do that?
I can feel salt in my veins once more. Let's open that hatch.
catch up.
I mean, it's just better to miss a DPS than miss a tank. We'll probably get a DPS any second now. We're covering all roles at least. Maybe I should queue for dungeons I want to do more often, you know? I always just assume that I'm never going to get them. Because I'm like, oh, the queue's going to take too long. But, I mean, it didn't really take that long. Oof. Ow. I don't remember this guy. Okay, we're good. There's a very haunting feeling in this dungeon, you know. You're like deep underwater. You know, the roof's leaking. You've got just these fragments of people's spirits trying to remember what they were in life, or maybe stuck in their final moments. This and Shipwright's Regret were probably my favorite dungeons of the year. I want to see it. There's a cool parts to this dungeon, but it's really, really short, and I wish it was longer. The sea always wins. Okay, this is the second boss. This boss will continuously get larger the more you fight him. You might be able to damage check and like burn him down before he like gets any bigger, but I'm pretty sure he has to. I could be wrong about that. He has an ability where he spawns like a portal above you that will constantly just drop damage on you. I don't think you can avoid it because it just follows you around. This is more like a healing check. You just gotta help heal it. Okay, so here they are. See, I can't really avoid it. I mean, yeah, it's just kind of it's like a homing attack. So, I mean, that's okay. It's not too much. I gotta remember that Miri is our next DPS, you know? So, I just lagged, I think. Bonk. Get it. I'm gonna drop shield. I don't know. I guess Miri does get it. We're doing a good job. Don't know why I highlighted him. It's not like you can exactly confuse him with anyone else in this room. Vazunan. Okay, here he goes again. Or is he just rising the dead? Okay, he's at 50%. Making good progress. I'm gonna brace myself. All of elements. Woo! Hold on. There, he's bigger. Uh-oh. Feels like he does it more the longer he goes. I'm gonna drop a damage AoE on him, an ult. Because I definitely feel like I can out-heal his damage. That's odd. I'm not familiar. Okay, he just did like Shadow Hands instead. Zip. Zop. Crap, Miri's down. Miri went down. I wasn't paying as much attention to her as I should have. It's not like I even really need to bother. He's in the single digits, and... Oh, hey. Actually. Stompy. Yeah, he's like in a cage of some sort. I don't have the damage to break it, so instead I'm just going to heal it. Come on, just a second longer. Good lord, he really wasn't letting go. Sorry about that. I don't think I have the damage to break out. It was kind of fun, yeah. The thing I like about Dwemer architecture is that it's so sturdy. These platforms are probably like really old. Never mind. And sploosh. Always fun.
Great while since I took a splash like that.
Don't try that in real life, you will die. Hitting the water would be like hitting concrete.
Incredible. It's all so vibrant.
We still don't have another DPS though, which is kind of odd. You think that someone queuing for any random normal or whatever would be brought in here, but I like how pretty this place is. I mean, seriously. Oh man, look at that. Oh god. It seems to be some kind of weather manipulation plant, like the laws of regulation in the Clockwork City, but Dwemer. Except they could probably make it into, you know, disastrous forms of weather, not really regulation. It could also be weaponized, I'm assuming. always hard to tell if I can loot them or not. They're so glowy, the glossiness. That is Final Boss talking to us. We might be able to wing it on normal, you know. Might be a couple things you got to explain, like Ghost Phase. It's probably something you just got to explain. Probably it, though. Oh, and I don't know, not looking at them, I guess. Don't look at them during the specific lines.
Let's get to the station center. Central board's right behind you. Come with me. I recently made a spell.
As he hears a ghost, he's just staring out.
This board
I warned you to sail in these waters.
Don't concern yourself about it.
Alright, let's see if this works. Alright, seems to be working fine. Oh, hey, Miri gets one. Sweet. Yeah, I like this section. It's pretty fun. I just wish it was longer. It's literally just a short jaunt. But it's, you know, it's crazy looking out there. You can spend out here as long as you want, really. You could hang out with your friends or whatever, but they want to get the finish with the dungeon. Okay, let's see if we can wing it. I guess if they're just gonna pull. Oh boy. He's not the boss, by the way. The Lich is the boss. I might have to do some incredible healing. Yeah. Okay, let's start out with a reviving barrier to maybe see if I can allow them to understand the mechs without looking or without dying instantly. I'm trying to remember what lines he says when you're not supposed to look at him. Yeah, that. Look away. Okay. It looks like the DPS was hit really hard, so maybe he doesn't know. Oh my! Oh, that must have been the orb. Oh man, forgot about the orb. Oh boy, it's okay. We're on normal. If we were on vet, we'd all be dead. We're okay. We're okay. Okay, Ghostface. See, I'm not expecting the DPS to really make it through this, but because I don't really expect them to know the mechs. I mean, Tank might not even know mechs actually. So. Okay. That goes. Basically, you have to go for every fractured soul you can find, and keep yourself alive by finding the lost souls. The lost souls will keep you going. You need to take out the fractured souls. I can't heal myself either. All self-healing has been negated. It looks like they might understand what to do, maybe? They're not dead yet. They might be catching on. If you do this enough, the phase ends, and you're brought back. Proud of you guys. Looks like we might make it after all. Okay, is that a orb line or is that a I don't, oh wait, hold on. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. There's the orb. See ya. Got rid of it. We're good. I don't really know where it's going to end up, though. Where's the other portal? Oh, it's just going to drop again. Got it. It's a very fun mechanic, let me tell you. Eh. It's basically just the balloon game, you know? It's making sure the balloon just does not touch the floor. Very well done. So glad I got that over with. That's been in my Undaunted forever.
This is it.
Okay, they're finishing quest. Yeah, they said it was both their first time. It's like, come on. I would have explained Megs if I knew that. Phylactery's Grasp. Drown Mariner's a cool style. Is that what you get from here? I guess style page-wise? That'd be pretty cool. Crap. There we go. Oh man, that doesn't look good. I wonder if that's one of the druids. Really could be anybody. I mean, this place is just gorgeous. Look at that. Can I go outside again? Like, can I go... Oh no, because that's where I came from. Rats. I want to go back out there. Oh well. Let's see how it looks outside now. So very pretty. You got that cool like aura around here. I do like the like isolated island vibe. Very Sea of Thievesy. We didn't do any of the secret bosses. Obviously the dungeon is much longer when you do the secret bosses. There's a lot more stuff going on. This is supposed to be like the first stop that the druids hit before they landed. I believe Ifalon was their landing point. I don't know how, because we are like way far to the south. They must have went like down from here to like they must have gone down way too far and then went north and went around. I still can't figure it out. Okay, so now I gotta go and turn this in. Once again, I am spawning out of Wake Shrine and forced to stare at Ember's butt. Frames. I like his mustache.
If you want to compare scars, sailing the sea, raiding a strange island, wiping out undead. That's the undaunted life. Liches are notorious for always coming back. Maybe you'll have another voyage in the future. Putting undead into their grave isn't hard. Keeping them there? Now that's the real problem. By crushing that lich, you've ensured that island stays free of any stray ghosts still floating about. For that alone, you deserve this reward.
Assuming you don't get back up. Okay. I mean, they got to record so many of her lines, you know, for all these new dungeons. I'm kind of in the ballpark of like I wish that they would make like another DLC quest giver, because there's just too many DLC dungeons now. Now DLC dungeons overpower base game dungeons, and so like she gives out like way too many. I feel like they should make another quest giver. So like I mean I understand that would be like, oh, now we got inflation of transmutation geodes or whatever, but I don't know. Or you could have her give out 2 a day, maybe, because man, it just feels like have her give out 2 a day, and like once you do one, it cancels out the other. You know, it's like, oh, you did white gold, you can't do Imperial State Prison, something like that. Because it's like you have to wait forever for it to be in the rotation. But maybe I'm making a bigger deal of it than I should. I need to go and decon this. Ow. Kiranasium. I still got Ritz. Wait, what? Wait. Oh. Wait. I guess I could just sell it then. I didn't realize. Fez, there you are.
Friend, you seek to sell honest goods?
Sure. It is indeed an honest good. Honest to goodness is an honest to good.
In this, Arcuranasium, the enchanters and alchemists of Wayrest share their resources, and you benefit from our collaboration.
That's a cool name. I don't know what it means. It's definitely a cool name. Kiranasium. Ugh. Okay, so let's see. I was going to do a thing. For one, I've got a message here. What's this? Oh, I can't see this right now, can I? Okay, so I was going to do a thing. Can I put this over on this monitor? Let's just move it over. We got new endeavors in 6 minutes, by the way. I'm still in the voice chat. This should work, right? Come on. Why aren't you working? Come on. This is odd. I wonder why. Hold on, let me look at the properties. No, it's looking at the right thing. Why do I have a viewer count thing here? I don't need that. Where is it? Oh, you know what? Let's do this instead. Delete and then pull it back up. And then have it detect. What if I did this? Huh. This is weird. This hasn't happened before. Let's do this. This isn't right. Okay, so we got that. Where's... Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Here we are. I got it. We got there. That took a little while. Okay, so... Let's see here. I was going to do this, and then... No. There we go. Is the volume a little bit loud to you? What's the volume on bass? A little bit too high. Let's turn it down a bit. And then do this. Okay. Alright, so yeah, I mean there's gonna be at least some Nedic talk probably with Scrivener's Hall. Maybe not much. But I thought, hey, why not? Let's just do a talk on the needs. Unfortunately, I know Enchantress isn't here. She might even be asleep. I don't know. Are you hearing Enchantress? It won't be very long. But I wanted to do this. This map came out around Oblivion. This is a map that I have above my wall, but colored, and not like sepia. There's a few weird things about this map. you've got Markar's side here, which is, I mean, this is the side that Markar is on, but Markar itself is obviously way over here. So, I don't know why they called it Markar's side. It's not wrong, though. This is the side that Markar is on. And then you've got, well, not much else is weird. I mean, Evermore is missing the other E. I don't really know if that's on purpose or what, but... Anyway, so... You've got, this is obviously where we're going this year. Here. But I thought I would describe, so the question is like, what are the needs, different from, you know, Imperials or Nords or what have you? The truth is, we don't really know Nidic origin stories, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through the two very popular theories for Nidic origin. Basically, needs are, it's kind of a catch-all term. It's just basically like saying people, it's humans, right, on Tamriel. It's not really like, you know, it's not like only the humans that lived in this area were called needs or something. It's kind of a catch-all term, but you know, we're mostly used to the ones that are around here. So we'll start with kind of the Nordic perspective. The Nordic perspective is that Nords, like all men, were created on the throne of the world. I'm pretty sure that also Whiterun's over here. This is weird, but I'm pretty sure this is meant to be the throne of the world. It's the tallest mountain on the map here. So we're just gonna say the Nords are like Kine made us at the very throne of the world. This is where we came from. We came from up here. I'm gonna make the Nords blue because it just feels like they should be blue. And so they're like, this is where we were created, and that's why they think, you know, Skyrim's their homeland, is because this is where they were. This is where they became a thing. And so their idea was that they were created here, and then they moved on, and they moved to Atmora, which is that, you know, that continent way up to the north, just kind of like go all the way up there, and they lived there for a very long time, you know, before they decide to come back here and reclaim their land. So here's kind of what the theories are. Nords are blue men. So there's, let's see, what I use here. There's the thought that, like, are the needs that are on Tamriel, did they split off from the Nords, right, when they were created here? Did they just kind of break off and move into Tamriel, like when they were created here? And that would date these people back to, like, you know, back to like probably the very early Merithic, you know, like the dawn of time, just period. You know, that would date these humans on Tamriel being absolutely ancient if they split off and decided to just kind of live here. So let's make them red. So now they've split off, and they've become their own thing, and so they populate these different areas. We know that they were like needs that were, you know, obviously. Why can't I? Oh, that's right. Hold on. We gotta like. No, that's not right. I shouldn't have done that. I should just do this instead. We, like, are these, This is the wrong pen. They live here now. So it's like, okay, they split off, and so now they live here in the Deathlands, where they spread out, and they decide to make all those cool little towers that you always see everywhere. And so this is where they hang out, and they've got towers in Ellen here and what have you. And then also there are some that split up and made their residence in Cyrodiil, and so you've got some in Cyrodiil. You've got like Nibonese and all that stuff. I don't really know that much about Nidic influence in Cyrodiil, but you've got that. And the potentially you've also got like the Cathringi, right? The Grey people, being in like Blackmarsh. There's been relics that have been like dated to be like potentially as old as, I want to say, the Merithic era. God, maybe even before, which is weirder for the Kathringi. So it's like, okay, so you've got all kinds of people everywhere splitting off from the Nords and becoming their own thing. This is, I believe, the Nordic belief of what happened. At least, it's a belief. But let's back up, because you like towers. Let's back up, because there is another theory, and that theory is that we're gonna go all the way back. I don't know how far back this can go. We're gonna move the Nords all the way back here. Okay, so we're gonna go all the way back, and let's say that the whole story about Kain creating the Nords on the throne of the world at the dawn of time. Let's say let's say it's all just hogwash. Let's say it's just BS, right? That didn't happen. Okay, so where would we go from here? What would be the story of the needs in that case? So there is the story of, like, just I've told the story of many times of just the El Nofe Wars and how that ended up. The El Nofe Wars are like, you've got like these El Nofe battling each other. You've got the let's do you've got the Wandering El Nofe, which are going to be blue. That's not blue, that's gray. You've got the Wandering El Nofe, which are going to be blue. And then you've got the more traditional, I'm just going to call them just El Nofe. We'll make them yellow. All right. So you've got these two different kinds. It's a little bit more complicated than what I'm going to summarize it as here, but these ones are basically they didn't lose themselves. They're very static, and during the whole tumultuous event, they weren't scattered and they stayed still. The Wandering El Nofe were spread all around creation and didn't really maintain their sense of self. They were everywhere, in all corners. I only have a map of Tamriel here, but these guys were everywhere. I'm talking everywhere. It wasn't just they weren't on Tamriel, they were just so many places. And they were just trying to survive in this rough and harmful world that was still being formed, and it was very scary for them. But eventually, though, after so long of them being so spread out and scared, they did eventually come together and find their friends, the El Nofe. And they were like, guys, oh my lord, we found you. It's been so long. And they're just kind of like, okay, no, you've been wandering around. You're tainted. You're not like we are. We preserved our old ways. We didn't go anywhere. You guys were everywhere. We want nothing to do with you. They start fighting, and a war breaks out. Things get really bad, and so after that, by the end of it, you had the more static ones. Obviously, it's like these ones are the ones that were more in touch with their divine origin. They end up being the elves. It's not too terribly surprising that these guys end up being the elves. A little bit haughty, a little bit sure of themselves, and mean to the outcasts. they're very like full of themselves. These guys end up being the Mer. Whereas if they end up on Old Aldmeris being another continent, or if Old Aldmeris is Tamriel, that's up for debate. But they end up being the Mer. The Wandering El Nofe, the ones who were living hand to mouth, all spread out everywhere, having a tough time, they end up becoming the races of man. So they were spread out after the end of the war, which is kind of weird to say because, again, there was no real order for things, but end in quotes. So you had men everywhere. You had men up at Mora, right? You had men in the really cold regions up there in Admora. You had men that developed way out to the west in the big desert islands of Yokuda. They formed as a thing. You had men, I'm pretty sure this is confirmed, men in Akavir were also a thing. So there's obviously it's like were these men were there men that were like residual from this? Did they stay here and develop here? A lot of scholars just kind of say that instead these needs originated from Atmora, and before Ysgramor and everyone decided to leave, they just decided to leave themselves, and so they just decided to sail and take residence in here and formulate their own little society, and then Ysgramor and the others show up. And so that would be like Middle Merithic. Then again, I think there's like, then again, it could be like these guys show up with Ysgramor and then split off and decide to make do their own thing. It's all just kind of like, we don't quite know what the full origin is, but we do know that, like, I think the very latest they would show up is probably Middle Merithic, would be like the latest, which is still pretty dang old. So they developed their own culture. There's like different kinds of Nedic cultures. It's not always the same. There's different kinds of needs. So what happens to these needs, and where are the needs now? So let's just kind of go with that, because that's a little less obscure and strange and complicated. The needs, as we know them, had a very tough time. We know that they were hanging out here in Hammerfell, and we had some living in Cyrodiil, and so they were just kind of like, this is a fun time. We're just kind of being ourselves. And what should happen? What should happen? But the elves, where the Aelids decide, the Aelids move into Cyrodiil, and they're camouflaging. They move into Cyrodiil, and they obviously enslave these Nedic kinds. I don't know if we have reference to them stealing any from Hammerfell, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had gotten their grubby hands into Hammerfell as well and stole them from there. Because obviously you do see Aelid ruins here in Hammerfell. So the needs were kind of brought together under a singular banner under the Aelids. Horribly abused, enslaved. They were forced to be part of things called, like, I believe, gut gardens. I don't think we have any specifications on what those are, but you can put together what a gut garden might be. And yeah, so basically they didn't care about them at all. They just forced them to do things. Whether or not White Guild Tower was created on the backs of slave labor, I don't think we know. I think I found one reference to it, but it was kind of vague. So I don't quite know if White Gold was actually, like, made by men. I wouldn't be too terribly surprised. Anyway, so the question is just like, well, what about needs that were like in High Rock and Hammerfell? Because you've got those. Let's give High Rock. Let's make the High Rock needs. Let's give them the light blue color. So you've got people here and people in Hammerfell. So then more elves. I don't actually remember the timeline, but I think it's around the same time. Middle Merithic sounds about right to me. But I might have to look into that. More elves, if you would believe it. These were different elves. This is the Dureni clan. The Dureni, they go up and they're just kind of like, okay, so this area is ours. They obviously take possession of Adamantine. That's their place. The Adamantine Tower, they call it Dureni Tower, and so I believe I don't remember the date entirely, but they take possession of this, and obviously they spread their influence across the Iliac Bay and I want to say Hammerfell, but I don't know if I think we have references of them taking needs from Hammerfell. The Dureni though, the Dureni don't treat the needs the same as they treat as the Aelids treat the needs. The Aelids are, you know, abusing the needs, enslaving the needs, and just obviously that does not go that great for them. The Dureni have a different approach. The Dureni decide to instead form a caste system, and they don't enslave the needs. They instead treat them as like, you know, like subjects, and they start creating their own like society, basically. This ends up with the Dureni literally just, you know, intermingling with the needs, if you can believe it. Whereas the Aelids are murdering the needs and enslaving them, the Dureni are, you know, intermingling with them and interbreeding with them. And so the Dureni start kind of, you know, and so this is where Bretons come from. This is the origin for Bretons. The Dureni end up mingling with the needs and becoming this whole new race eventually that ends up overtaking the High Rock area. And so, oh man, I think I've just been kicked out of ESO. I've just got like my icons flashing orange. So basically what you can see here is that the needs aren't particularly like, they're not all being killed off, they just are becoming something else, right? So from this area you end up getting the Bretons. So let's just kind of like wipe out this area and just kind of make a whole new color. We've got Bretons now. These are the Bretons, the Elvish mankind mix, and this is where their Elvish heritage comes from. So the ones in Hammerfell, though, I'm not entirely sure if the Dureni interacted with them, but I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be too surprised if they did. I feel like that might even be where like Aetherian Archive stuff comes from. I think that the Dureni might have had their claws in that, but things don't go all that great for all the needs in Hammerfell, because around the first era, 800, things start getting very rough for them because another wave of men show up from the very far west, right? And this wave of men come from the west. They are called the Regatta. The Yakutans all show up. I'm giving them red because Redguard. The Yakutans show up. They're evacuating their homeland after, you know, a whole series of events. You've got like, you know, the sinking of Yakuta, the exile of the Sword Singers, all that stuff. So they start leaving, and they move here, and so they just start tearing through everything, like everything. They're tearing apart goblins and Nedic warriors and just wiping them off the map. It's not a great time to be a need here. Already they're suffering from Aelid intervention and all that stuff, and now they're dealing with this. The Redguards just take over. Because they get what they want. The Redguards are just insanely powerful. And so their influence just spreads, you know? I did Helroth Citadel a little while ago. That's like a Regatta citadel built on top of a Nedic ruin because they just took everything over. So they just dominated. So the Nedic like peoples, it's kind of a mix of like absolute destruction and intermingling and all that stuff. It's not like they were all killed off. It's like they just had a really tough time, you know, just almost everywhere. I mean, I feel like the ones in High Rock just had the best time, really. I mean, they weren't treated as rough as the others, and the Dureni just kind of treated them as royal subjects and, well, more like peasants, I guess. But it's not the worst. It's not like you're being assassinated, you know, you're not being run over by the Regatta. You're not being enslaved by the Aelids. So let's look over this is like what, first era? I would say first era 800's a good place. This was like first era 800 around is when this happened. This is actually pretty dang late, right? By this time, the First Empire has already been a thing for like what? Like 700, like 600, 700 years, I think. And I mean that's already quite a long time. The Dwemer are gone. The Dwemer have been gone for 100 years by the time that the Regatta even show up. And so by this time, you know, there are no more Aelids. We all know what happens here, but I think I'll just explain it anyway. So we're just gonna take a flashback. We're gonna take a flashback to the very early first era, right? The very early first era. The Needs are not having a great time. The Needs are just being bullied by the Aelids, who just have completely dominated their lifestyle. Now this will affect this will affect the Nedic people for pretty much just a really long time. This will affect their culture for as far as I can imagine. So eventually the Needs kind of get tired of this whole business, and one of them, according to legend, being Saint Alessia. I'm sure you've heard of Alessia before. That's not really her name. I don't think we know her actual name. She just goes by various terms. I believe Alessia is a corruption of Al-Esh, which means something. I think it means something of God, but it's not like her actual name. I don't think we know her actual name. Either way, Alessia decides, according to legend, to make a deal with, according to the legend, Akatosh, and she says, "Hey, if you help us, like, you know, we can make a covenant. You know, I'll be the queen of men. You know, you be the you know the god of men. We'll make a deal here." And Akatosh was like, "Okay, well, I'll help you." Ends up giving her the I think he ends up giving her the red diamond in this story, but I'm not entirely sure if it's just obviously bias or not. I'm trying to remember, but obviously things actually do move forward with this. I mean, suddenly things start happening here in Cyrodiil. You've got Pelinal, who becomes a big issue. Let's put Pelinal here. Pelinal shows up. He's like that super ultra powerful knightly dude who has lived for an incredibly long time under many different names, and so he's helping mankind. And then you've got Morahas, the winged bull. He shows up, you know. So you've got all these characters of legend, and the Aelids are just kind of like, okay, this is not supposed to be happening. And the Slave Rebellion begins. How long does the Slave Rebellion last? I believe a year or two. Things literally just go upside down for the Aelids within a year or two. They end up getting either completely eradicated, or they become assimilated into this new empire, or they literally just run for their freaking lives in various directions. Some Aelids end up running to High Rock, where the Dureni actually take them in, so those Aelids get to escape. Other Aelids run south to Valenwood, where they have to accept the Green Pact if they're going to survive. You might be confused as to, like, what's up with all these Aelid ruins in Valenwood and High Rock? This is where they come from. As for the ones in Black Marsh, those are Bersabics. That's a whole different story. So now you've got, like, the Needs and, you know, these Aelids, and, well, I mean, Morahas is gone, Pelinal's gone, the war's over, the new empire begins. These Aelids are now teamed up with the Needs because they're like, hey, we're on your side, you know, don't kill us. We don't mean any harm, we just want to be on your team. I'm not saying they were insincere. I think that they were pretty sincere, but they did have to make a change. Alessia said, "Hey, if you're gonna be in our first empire, you need to take up our religion. You know, you need to denounce any Daedric worship. You've got Meridia. I don't care who it is. and you need to adopt our new religion of 8 divines. And they were like, fine, whatever, we'll do it. And that honestly works out pretty okay for a little while until, like, the Alessian Order starts becoming a problem. Where, you know, obviously anti-elvish, like, perspective starts really bubbling up to the surface, and men just get so angry that they just kill off all these Aelids, burn their cities. It's just genocide. It's very upsetting. But, oh my goodness, this track's always a little bit louder. So, then the Empire, obviously, because just kind of spreads from this. I mean, that's the beginning of the Empire. So at this point, these needs are something different. These needs are now, you know, not needs anymore. They become their own diverse peoples, and they have like different cultures, and some are you know, more Colovian, some are more from the Niben and all that stuff. It's their own thing. And so again, the needs it's not like they get wiped off the map. They just become something different over time, and they're affected by the cultural impact of various things like the Aelids, who have impacted their lifestyle as a whole, because these Imperials have a lot of Aelid influence. You really just can't avoid it. You can see it in old Imperial architecture. You can see some Aelid influence in like their design, their religion, you know, like their concept of Akatosh and stuff. It all comes from, you know, Aelids who would have a concept of Ariel, most likely. And so, obviously, these slaves would take up the religion of their owners. And so when Alessia was making this new divine system, she had to do a lot of work, because she had to make a pantheon of 8 divines that would make everyone happy, right? You've got the Needs have their own thing. You've got the Aelids who had their own thing, and then you had actually some help from the Nords to the north. That's right, the Nords are back in the story. The Nords helped a bit during this whole thing, and so the Nords had a little bit of an influence on these new divines, and so Alessia had to literally make everyone happy. And so she's trying to make this pantheon satisfying. So she includes the old Nordic god of Junal and turns him into Julianus. Junal was a really ancient god that honestly wasn't really worshipped that much in this current era, and was like just brought back into the forefront. She basically just like brought back a dead genre, which was like, okay, Junal's gonna get a lot more attention. We're gonna call him Julianus, and he's gonna have like the same vibe, a very magic, mathematical focused vibe. Akatosh was, you know, a Nedic invention, probably carved out from Aelid's bringing in Ariel, so she added Akatosh. That pissed off the Nords, actually, because Akatosh Ariel was to the Nords Alduin, and Alduin's a big bad, and so that really, the Nords were not happy with that. They were like, you know, Alduin is not good in our culture, and you're including him in the pantheon. And so what Alessia did was Alessia added Shazar, being Shor from the Nordic pantheon, to kind of act as a bargaining piece. Like, okay, sure, but what if I add him? You know, and that kind of appeases them a little bit. Shazar is not, like, obviously officially in the 8 divines. He's like, I think they call him the missing god, but he's still in their lore. But yeah, so basically, like, the 8 divines are a mix of Nordic, you know, Elvish, and, you know, Nedic beliefs all put together into be like one big thing. And I think she did a pretty good job. I mean, everyone was pretty happy with this series of gods, and so that's where those came from. And so from there, obviously, the Empire just spreads out, becomes its own thing, and what have you. There were various kinds of Nedic peoples, like the Kathringi or Kathringi. I don't know how to say it. I want to say Kathringi. The Kathringi were like, they were a thing for a while, and then the Nahat and Flu hit, and they were hit pretty bad by that. I think that knocked them all out, at least most of them, except for, like, there's that Still Rise Village quest at ESO, that quest is about the Kothringian, and it's a pretty good one. You get a polymorph if you do it. Space game. I'm trying to think about what else in terms of like Nedic cultures. I can't really think of anything else at the moment. It's just that, you know, it's like origin theory is kind of messy. It's like, okay, well, how old are Needs in Tamriel? We really don't know if they came in from more a mid-Merithic or maybe if they spread out after being created on the throne of the world. We really just don't have any concrete evidence. It's just a matter of debate. But past that, you know, when you have the more solid facts as you move into the Middle Merithic and so on, it gets really fascinating just seeing what happens to them and how, again, they don't end up being particularly exterminated, just altered and absorbed and made into things like Imperials and Bretons and what have you. But yeah, I mean, it's cool. Like once you like hear about all this, and then you go to Craglorn, and you know there's a lot of talk on how the Yakutans and I think even the Aelids, affected the poor Needs that lived there, and it's just that's probably why it's my favorite zone, is because the Needs are just so cool. But yeah, I don't know. I think that'll be it for now. My map always ends up being covered in random colorful dots when I do my lore lessons. But yeah, I mean, like, for those that didn't know, that's also, you know, that's the Breton origin theory. Is the Dureni were actually rather merciful to them, and that's where I mean, I guess I could explain what happened with the Dureni, because, you know, we've got the Bretons all here, and the Dureni are here, and we really only know the Dureni for being, like, on this island. Like, why are they only on Balfira in the modern day, and why do Bretons just have so much power up here? So it's kind of interesting, actually. As for what happened with the Aelids in High Rock, I'm actually not sure. I think they just kind of died off, despite moving up here to survive. I don't really remember what reason they gave, but I think they just died off. The Aelids didn't have the best time up here. But in terms of what happened with the Dureni, we'll make the Dureni, I don't know. What I make them? Orange, I guess? We'll use orange for the Dureni. The Dureni they were establishing their kingdom, and I think it all came to a head somewhere around the beginning of the First Era. We're talking like First Era, like the first few hundred years. They really start becoming their big, what they call it, hegemony, and so they've got their Bretons. Everything's going fine and all that. However, some stuff starts kind of spicing up here in Cyrodiil, and the Alessian Empire, as I mentioned before, the Alessian Empire, the Alessian Order starts becoming a big deal. Alessian Order is a big problematic movement, and they start trying to enforce their beliefs everywhere. Eventually, their forces breach out of Cyrodiil, and they start marching on High Rock, where they literally start engaging in battle with the Dureni. They obviously being very anti-elf. They're anti-Dureni. They're anti-Aelid. You know, they're just trying to kill them all. I'm gonna make them. I don't know. I'm gonna make them this color, magenta. So they start causing trouble, and it really all comes to a head in Glenumbra Moors. You've probably heard of Glenumbra Moors before. I think there's a song for it in ESO, and also you get to go there. It's around here somewhere. We're going to have to go smaller. So, around Glenumbra Moors, the Alessian Order engages in combat with the Dureni and the Bretons, and it really is a legendary battle. That's why they have a song for it. And so one of the most strange and absolutely baffling alliances happens during this battle. This is the Dureni color. This is the Bretons. This is the Alessian Order. Here's what happens here. They get assistance from, well, obviously they get assistance from Aelids. There's some Aelids that assist, obviously, because the Aelids are living here. But not only that, but the Dureni, the Aelids, the Bretons, they get assistance from a strange source at the Battle of Glenumbra Moors. If you believe it or not, the Nords. The Nords actually are assisting, right, the elves in taking out the men. And I know this is very strange, but what's his name? I believe his name is I believe his name is Merkiller, the Nordic king. He, despite his name, he does engage in battle with these elves, but he had his ass kicked by the Alessians at a prior date, and I'm pretty sure he just wanted to pay him back, and he wanted to pay him back so bad that he teamed up with these elves, and I believe reports say that he died here as well, but I think there's another report that says he dies in Falkreath. I'm not sure which one is accurate, but reports say he was indeed here. So there were Nords teaming up with elves against men, which is just so strange. And that's why a lot of times people go like, ESO ruined lore with the Argonians teaming up with the Dark Elves, and I'm like, man, it's not even the weirdest thing. I mean, this is already weird. You literally have a guy whose name is Elf Killer who's like helping the elves, which is weird. But I mean, so it's just like sometimes you just have these really weird alliances in lore. But anyways, so the reason why this is a big deal, this battle ends up being a huge crippling blow to both the Dureni and the Alessian Order. Let's just take the Nords out. Let's just say the battle's over. Battle's over. Victory for the Dureni and the Bretons. But here's the thing, is that the Dureni were hit really, really hard. They're hit pretty hard. And the Alessians were hit really, really hard. And they had to go. So let's just kind of take the Alessians out. They don't like completely die off here. They die off after the War of Righteousness, but we'll just kind of take them out here. So the Dureni are kind of like, ow. They're weak. And during this portion of time, the Bretons really kind of have their independence streak and start, their influence is a lot stronger after this, and a certain order starts to come out. It's a very secret order. We don't really know that much about it, but it is called the Pale Order. I'm sure you've heard of the Ring of the Pale Order, my least favorite mythic in The Elder Scrolls Online, because I am a support and I hate it when people have it and I can't heal them. The Pale Order is said to be a very strange order of Bretons who might even be vampires, who would just strike out at Dureni and just kill him off. Just kill him off. And they were already injured by this battle at Glenumbra Moors, and the Dureni were just having the worst time. So Breton influence spread out. Dureni just got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually they really only maintained power on the Isle of Balfira, and that's really just kind of where they're stuck for like ever. I mean, like in ESO they have power over here or whatever. I don't really think there's any bad blood between them or the Bretons, like as of like the day, because it's just been so long. But it's just understood that Balfira is their place. They're happy here. The Bretons dominate High Rock. And hey, the Dureni have their tower, right? I mean, that's a special thing. That's all I really care about. So that explains like Breton expansion. I think the Pale Order was an ESO invention. I think ESO made it up, but it really helps explain like just the teardown of the Dureni and how they just keep getting killed off, and how their power just shrunk after already the damaging effects of Glenumbra Moors. But yeah, I don't know, it's pretty cool. I almost think that there was some I almost think that the Pale Order might have even been some weird branch off from the Alessian Order, like some anti-elf movement that integrated itself in Breton culture when the Alessian Order invaded their land. That's all just a headcanon. I've got no evidence for that, but I just think that it's a pretty cool idea that like some racist movement would just like make its way into Breton culture, even though they won the war. The social standpoint would still affect them for years to come. Anyway, so yeah, that's where that'll happen. As for like, if you're wondering like, well, what about the Druids of Galen? Like, when did this all happen? This happens like this whole like Lenumbra Moors thing happens like 200 some years after, I believe the Druids of Galen leave. I think the Druids of Galen like officially leave around 300, first era 300. So they all avoid all this drama. They leave and just kind of like form their culture on the sisters, and they just want, I guess they just get away from the Dureni. That was all the way before this, and by a couple hundred years. So yeah, there's that. I'm really glad I got this map back. I had to move all my files and everything, so I just snapped this back. I might want to just change some stuff on the map, though. I don't know, just move Whiterun back over here, where I feel like it should be. Anyway, here's Blacklight, by the way. I talked about this earlier. I feel like, we're going to be getting, this area, like, this year. They're calling it the Telvanni Peninsula. It is the peninsula, and the Telvanni seem to have a lot of power over it. We'll see if they explain that as some, like, just thing of the times or what, but this is going to be the area that we get this year. I don't know if I'm overdoing it a little bit, but I'm pretty sure this is accurate. I think it actually goes a little bit more like this way. And then on top of this, we're getting Apocrypha. It's going to be like 2 realms. I'm guessing that'll probably be on like the world wheel or something when you scroll out. So yeah, so this is going to be the area that we get. So I think that like at some point in the future, in terms of DLCs, this area is open for a future DLC. This area would probably be included in that. But here's the thing: is that this DLC would be like had the vibe of like Telvanni Wizards, and like that's this vibe. So I don't know if they would do it again, but we would have to see. The world wheel's starting to get a little cluttered. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be like a full wheel of. There's going to be like it's going to be like a full wheel of circles. I mean, I've seen it being that way since like I saw Artaeum on it. It's just going to be a full wheel of Realms of Oblivion, potentially the Battlespire. I think it'll look a lot better when it's a full wheel and not like a bunch of random circles attached to a circle. But I don't know. As for like another DLC, we could have a DLC here, right? So the green and the blue. The green and blue is what I see as future Morrowind DLCs. So if you're not even satisfied with what Morrowind they bring this year in ESO, the green and the blue are just things that they could do in the future. Like seriously, there's this whole area of Blacklight here for you. A lot of creative freedom here. They'd have to just fix the freaking map. So yeah, I mean, there's more Morrowind to do. As for Solstheim, I don't know. I don't know if I want a Solstheim DLC. I want to do more like what they're doing this year and focus on the newer stuff. You love Battlespire? I'm a huge Battlespire fan. Battlespire is the thing I want most in the Elder Scrolls Online. It's on my I'm just waiting for them to confirm it so I can bounce it off the walls list. It's what I want the most. I just want so many things. I want the Mock Turtle. I want I want to be able to go to various Realms of Oblivion from it. I want like a modern look for it. I want so many cool things. So yeah, this is gonna be a thing. I guess like what we don't have tier either. I guess that could be a thing. They could do that. But yeah, so I mean, there's more Morrowind to do. Then in terms of other DLCs, we have the option for more Black Marsh. More Black Marsh is available for us. We have the option of Calovia, which will happen. There's like no doubt. We gotta get Calovia at some point. So here is another option for a DLC. Let's obviously, we've got Hammerfell here. There's so much of Hammerfell, it's not even funny. They've got a lot of cool stuff they could do, but they're probably saving it for Elder Scrolls 6. I don't know. And Skyrim, we've got obviously Winterhold. We could do Winterhold and Dawnstar. And Whiterun, this area over here. My map says Whiterun's over there, but ignore that. So it'd be like we have this for Skyrim. Let's see, what else? This is Spraville. Let's see, what color do we use? Let's use this. We could do Bravil. That would be like a quarter 4. Obviously, there's not a lot of room around Bravil. I don't really know what they would do. But we could do that. And also, there's there's various realms of Oblivion that we could use. There's a bunch of different realms. I see a Shivering Isles DLC in the future. I think they should probably make Shivering Isles a chapter, because it's a thing that I think they should spend a lot of time on. I think they should spend a lot of detail on it. I think it could probably. I mean, what you could even do is maybe even make Shivering Isles last a year by adding a new portion or something to the Shivering Isles that we've just never seen before or something. I think they could make it last a year. I'm just trying to think in the way of how to make ESO last as long as possible. We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 or 9 DLCs here, but some of them probably going to be like quarter 4s. So that's not 9 years. Okay, that's not fair. I mean, like, Hammerfells could be split very much into like a quarter 2 and 4. And so could Skyrim. But we're not doing year-longs anymore. So we could very well see Whiterun Helgoth and then end up seeing like Windhelm, I don't know, Bravil. Sorry, we could see Winterhold, Bravil, Whiterun Helgoth or something. Because I don't think they want to spend a year on one province anymore. They want to jump around. I think that's kind of what they're leaning on, because they don't want to do year-longs anymore. But I don't know. But I mean, like, yeah. So I'm looking at. Let's see. I don't know. This could probably be broken into. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. It's like maybe 6 years. 6 or maybe 7. And I know some people are probably thinking, well, what about Akavir and what about Piandania? I think those are probably kind of off limits, unless they get really desperate. I don't think they want to touch those yet, because that'd be like a really big move for them. But I think they made a good choice this year. I think I would have preferred them to make this choice for a year that they decided not to skip out on quarter 4s, because I feel like quarter 4 would probably have ended up being the top portion or something of the peninsula, but they decided to just not do that. I probably would have preferred it. Or maybe they could have done like the entire peninsula is the chapter, and then Apocrypha's quarter 4. That might have been the plan. I don't know, because I feel like they changed their plans a little bit into development, or maybe even late into development, because I've seen some little bits of information that have leaked through that I've had shared with me that implies that they planned on making this year a year long, or then they scrapped the idea and decided to say they're done with year longs. So I mean, next year is going to be planned to not be a year long. I don't really know what the plan is, but I'm hoping that I'm hoping they have an entire plan planned out. I want them to like have an entire idea of where they want to go for years, so that they can do like foreshadowings and all that. I want that really bad. The bridges at the edge of Blackwood and non-existent zones are confusing. Yeah, that will probably lead into Bravil, and then there is 100% an actual. There's an actual gate in Varen's Wall that leads to a zone called Colovian Estates, but the zone does not exist yet. You can literally go to the area of Varen's Wall where there's a gate and look at the gate, and it will say Colovian Estates, and there's no zone called that, because it doesn't exist yet, but it will say that. So that's going to be a thing in the future. But it's said that for years, But I think that either Bravil or Colovia will have the Battle Spire. Because you got to put the Weir Gate somewhere in Cyrodiil if they're going to do it. The Weir Gate has got to be somewhere. I mean, maybe they want to move it. Maybe they want to make it look different. I don't know. But I feel like it's got to be in Cyrodiil. Because, come on, it's the Battle Spire. And the Battle Spire does exist at this point in history. So they went out of their way to confirm that with the Dreadcellar in 2021, which excited me so much. When they announced the Battle Spire like being a thing, like at this point in history, I ran to the UESP and updated that page as fast as I could. I was like, I gotta tell everybody, the Battle Spire is a thing, which is interesting because I always assumed it was more of a Septim invention, but nope. I guess maybe a Riemann thing. I would expect maybe a Riemann, like the first thing. I don't know. I think they're gonna delve into it. I think it's gonna happen. I see the Battle Spire being a thing. So let's go ahead and just make that an option. I would assume it would be small though. I don't think it would be a big DLC. But let's just put a big B here for Battle Spire, and then let's put a big S here. That's multiple colors for Shivering Isles. Even though it looks more like the color of the rooms because it's multiple colors. So now we just got a big BS on the top left of our screen, which is fantastic. So yeah, I mean, there's options. I think this Shivering Isles could be a chapter. Battle Spire could be a quarter 4. Battle Spire Shivering Isles would be pretty cool though. Chapter, like, imagine this, chapter quarter 4. That'd be kind of sweet. I think that'd be cool because Battle Spire reaches into Realms of Oblivion, so you could like have them be a connected story. I think things are going to get weird with Necrom, like we're dealing with Apocrypha, Hermaeus Mora, and reality being at stake because someone's trying to get information they're not supposed to or whatever. It could get pretty wild, and so it's like who's trying to do what, and I want to know where it's going to go, and this could definitely go to many cool places. I've got all kinds of theories. I think that we're going to touch upon Manonauts at some point. I think that that's going to be a thing, Manonauts, and I think that's probably going to be incorporated with the Battle Spire. So yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of different realms. You could do like the Colored Rooms could be a whole DLC chapter or what have you. They could do a DLC which is 2 Realms of Oblivion, Colored Rooms, and I don't know. I liked the idea of Colored Rooms Apocrypha. That was a thing I wanted for 2021. It didn't happen. But I don't know. Let's see, what would be another good realm of Oblivion that you'd like to explore? Something interesting. I don't know. I like to go to the Fields of Regret again. Fields of Regret and Colored Rooms would be pretty cool. I like to get like more into the Fields of Regret. I think that'd be sweet. Here's the thing though. In terms of Realms of Oblivion, you really don't run out of realms. I mean, like, technically, if ESO wanted to, they could just keep coming out with Realms of Oblivion, because there's a lot of them. How many Realms of Oblivion are said to exist? Whether you might be wondering. Well, here, let me draw you the number that has been presented as the estimated amount of Realms of Oblivion. 37,000. So I mean, I don't think they're gonna run out. They could just keep making their own. I mean, Fargrave was one of them, right? That was a pretty cool one. I mean, like, who knows? I don't think that ESO is gonna survive off of Realms of Oblivion, so don't get too worried about that. But I'm just saying that they could add some to kind of keep things fresh if they wanted to. Like, oh, here's a realm, every now and then. I don't think it's gonna become Oblivion the game where you're going from plane to plane and that's it. I think they would do a good job to kind of like intermingle it with different realms of, you know, Nirn or provinces. They might even like be getting into a pattern where it's like Necrom, Apocrypha, I don't know, Bravil, Shivering Isles or something, where they're like gonna do like half of it's a Realm of Oblivion, half of it's on Nirn. It's like you get the best of both worlds, literally. I don't know. I think that Black Marsh could be if they want to go back to making like a quarter 2 and 4 that are the same vibe, you could fit a whole year in Black Marsh. Black Marsh definitely has room for a chapter, like a whole thing. There's just a lot of space, and so I see that happening. I don't really know what the quarter 4 would be. I much prefer it when quarter 4s are related, but whatever. So here's the deal. They say that they're going back to multi-year longs, and that doesn't necessarily completely mean that. I guess it doesn't mean the quarter 4s are going to be unrelated to quarter 2s, because Clockwork City was the quarter 4 for 2017, wasn't it? Am I wrong about that? I mean, Clockwork City is directly related to Dunmer and to, you know, their culture and all that stuff. It definitely was related to Vardenfell. The story wasn't particularly related, but the vibe and the aesthetic was. And so we might be seeing quarter 4s in the same vibe and culture, but not the same like completely intertwined story. Even though Clockwork City was definitely intertwined, it also kind of felt like its own thing. You know, it felt like its own tale by itself, but it was a puzzle piece. I don't know. I just don't know what direction ESO wants to go in. I'm just confused, because they talk about how you can do things in any order, but their most successful storyline has an order. You know, the most successful storyline was Daedric War. Everyone loves Daedric War. Vardenfell, Clockwork City, Somerset. Everyone loves it so much they made it an event around it, and everyone loves the event. You know, it's the story of, you know, the Daedric Triad and all that stuff, and people think it's so cool. And it's got a cool vibe, and so and obviously you can see them kind of, I think, digging back into that vibe this year, and so it just shows that everyone likes it. But there's an order, you know. It's kind of clear that it goes in order of release. Morrowind goes first, and then Clockwork City, and then Somerset is where it ends. You know, it's literally in order, and so I don't know why they want to go so hard with the whole play your direction, because there is an actual order. And so I don't know why people want to move away from year-longs or whatever. I mean, multi-year longs with the structure of year-longs would be the best. You know, going from like going to doing Necrom and then maybe doing Blacklight, right? Would be like, okay, I get it. It's just like you're looking at two different parts of the same general story in the same province, and then that story gets continued. You move on to Hammerfell, and it's like a totally different story, but it continues the story in a different way, you know. That would be the best. It's like a year long, but multi-year long. I I just don't know why they want to work so hard to make things you can play whatever direction you want when their most successful is definitely has a direction. I mean, I would much prefer there being an order. And there is an order. ESO's got an order. It's just that you can play in whatever order, and the game works hard to not break the immersion for you. But there is an order. I mean, like it's like go to Blackwood, right? Hang out in Blackwood, and look over the mountain range to the north. You'll see White Gold Tower. Is there an anchor over White Gold Tower? No, because the play meld's over. I mean, like whether you've done the story or not, there's nothing there. Because the story of Blackwood takes place after. I mean, like, it's just kind of to be understood, but it doesn't force it down your throat to be like confuse you or anything. It's just kind of, that's just how it goes. It's like, okay, well, you know, do you meet Evely in Hrothgar or do you meet her in Blackwood? Well, it's like, if you meet her in Hrothgar, she's got dialogue for that in Blackwood, but if you meet her, you know, if you meet her first in Blackwood and then in Hrothgar, she's not going to have dialogue the other way around, for obvious reasons. But her story, Evely's story, definitely has an A to B movement, where she goes from this kind of meek adventurer who has this idealized view of experiencing the world in the books that she reads. Like, she wants to be the big heroine who does those really cool things, and then it ends up being like everything's much darker than she thought and scarier, and that starts out in Hrothgar, and you don't really get that vibe in Blackwood because she's already gone through the part in Hrothgar, because there's an order, but it's not. But the game doesn't force it down your throat. I'm just basically saying this for the people who are always like, you know, it's always confusing how there is no order, and then there's some people who toss the Dragon Break thing at me, and it's just like, that's not. It's don't get me started on it. Dragon Breaks are much more complicated than what people give them credit for. That's not really how they work. It's a lot more complicated than that. This is just the same vibe of, oh, did the Nerevarine was the Nerevarine a dude, a girl? Did they join House Stovani or not? Who knows? It's just kind of like, and did they you know, join the Mages Guild or did they join this guild first? It's just kind of like, that's open to interpretation. You know, it's not really solid lore. It's just, you know, we don't know these things. We don't know all the details. Doesn't make it a Dragon Break. That's not how it works. Dragon Breaks are significantly more complicated in other things. It's a lot more serious of a concept. This is just more kind of, we like to make sure that people can play the way they want without having to ruin their experience. You know, but there is an order. At least from what, in my opinion, is that there is an order, and that order is generally how things are released. And by generally, I mean consistently. So the question is, are they going to commit to this, or are they just going to keep dancing around it? Because, in my opinion, when they commit to it, when they commit to an order, ESO is at its absolute best. It shines. It shines really brightly. I mean, like, going to Vardenfell and doing the Balmora quest and experiencing Vea's story, and then having it slowly contort and like into what you experience in Somerset is just the best. And imagine having that over like 3 or 4 years, right? I just think ESO deserves that. I mean, but the thing is, though, they had to pull strings to make that work, because they had to do some weird stuff with Vea, and like do name changes and stuff to kind of make it work for people who didn't do Balmora. And it's like, yeah, I get that, but we all know that ESO's at its best when there's an order. It just really is. It's just really rewarding, and the storytelling is amazing. And it seems like they want to do it again this year. It seems like they say this is the beginning of a long storyline. But it's like, how do you have a beginning when you say that you can do it in whatever order? I don't get it. I guess they just want to do what they did with Daedric War again, which is good. But they really got to commit. I think that's when they do their best work. Because, like, can you imagine? This is just what I'm saying. I don't want to get like everyone's hopes up. But can you imagine if this goes like, if this whole Necron thing starts out moves on to, I don't know, moves on to Skyrim, right? And it's like, okay, somehow Skyrim is involved, this big convoluted plot. You didn't expect Skyrim stuff to be involved, but it is. And then it moves on to Calovia, and somehow the Battle Spire is also involved, and so it all starts getting like really, really juicy. And then like as you do all these DLCs, it all comes to a head of like the big final ultra battle, right? And this is my idea. You know how in they started this in 2019 when you did Northern Elsewhere and Southern Elsewhere, you unlocked the final quest, right? The big final quest. That was pretty cool. People liked that. They did the same thing in 2020 with Greymoor and Markarth. If you do Greymoor and then you also do Markarth, in whatever order, it really doesn't particularly matter, you unlock the final story, and that's pretty awesome. So my idea is, what if they did that, but instead of quarter 2 and 4, they did like multiple years of content. I know it sounds like a lot, but like, can you imagine like a chapter, like we're talking about quarter 2s and quarter 4s that go on for maybe 2 or 3 years, and if you do all of those DLCs, every bit of the main stories for all of them, and you put all those puzzle pieces together, you unlock like a really incredible final story, like with all the characters from all 3 or 4 years coming together, and like Avengers Endgaming your way through like this incredible fight. And I'm in this hypothetical scenario, these quests are actually difficult. I want them to find a way to make it like an actual battle, not like I sneezed on Maros Dagon and he tipped over. I want them to have it where you can actually have a big final battle. There are ways that you can do this. Potentially have you and your friends go into, like when you fight against Dagon, I think it's like a separate instance, I'm pretty sure. So just do that. If you're in a group, your group gets pulled into that instance, but have a challenge banner that you can use to make it harder content, right? So that you actually feel like you're fighting for your life instead of, you're just beating the enemy to progress the story. I want them to have a challenge banner that you can raise, like in dungeons, and so you actually feel the fight and the tension. I'd like that, or maybe make it the other way around where it's a button to make it easier. I don't know. I think ESO could use that storytelling wise. So here's the thing though. They could make it so that even if they don't want to really go forward with the whole order thing, because it makes things complicated. What they could do is they could just do it where it's like, okay, maybe it's not a multi-year long story, but if you do all the content for the next 2 or 3 years, it all pieces together a puzzle that makes a big picture, and then you get the final story. I guess that could work if you want. But I prefer there to be an actual A to B, like I'm reading a book. I think that would be cool. But maybe this is unfair because I play the game consistently. I play the game every day, and I go through all these stories and I talk lore in my streams, and it's not really particularly fair to the people who just play more casually and want to enjoy a story and didn't get to buy 2023's DLC. So maybe it's not fair for them, but I'm just saying that like Final Fantasy does this, right? Final Fantasy 14 has an incredible story, so I've heard, and it progresses, and I think their like first arc lasted 10 years or something, right? It ended with Endwalker or whatever, and it's like, that's just insane. That's insane. Of like, I don't know how many DLCs that is, 5 DLCs or whatever. Still though, that's crazy. I'd like that for ESO. I don't know. I mean, like, does anyone really? Final Fantasy 14 wins awards. But ESO really likes to flex their muscles when it comes to like, you can do whatever you want whenever you want, right? You can be in this zone even if you're not this pact or sorry, you're not this alliance, and they like to do that, and I get it, but I think there's a happy medium, right? I don't like locking people into zones based on their alliance. I think that's silly. I think that I'm glad they moved away from that. But I think that they could definitely find their way into, you know, having you move forward with stories after you've done the previous part of the story. It also would make sure that it would make sure that certain DLCs sell as well. You know, it'd be like people are buying Necrom because they have to if they want to move on to the Calovia story. I don't know. I just feel like that makes sense. But you know, they manage the money. I don't. I don't understand how businesses work. I just know that Daedric War is a big hit, and it seems like they're paying attention and they're doing something like Daedric War starting this year. I'm hoping that they handle it well, and they decide to, because like I'm just like, how many years is this going to be going? Because we're doing a reality shattering event here. I mean, they said it for 2022. They said we're going to move away from end of the world stories. It's probably because they were really prepping this one, right? And so this is a big deal, right? Reality's at stake, and you got to be the hero. And so I'd like it to last for several years, you know, because it's like, if you're going to do this, you really got to hype it up, because you already have to think of something, you know, for the next, after 2 years, you got to think of something that competes with it. I guess in that case, your best case scenario is probably falling back on nostalgia, most likely. You know, if you can't hold on to like the story being the best thing, just sell nostalgia. Probably go back to Skyrim or something. Skyrim sells, you know, win or hold. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what this story could be about, even, because it's just like when it's about Hermaeus Mora and he feels threatened, then stuff's pretty serious. And you know, that all, like, involving Hermaeus Mora and you know, Dunmer culture, it feels so good. I've got good feelings for this year. I do. I'm just wanting to make sure that I think I'm just so critical because I want to make sure that I want them to do this in a great way, because the pieces are all set up. You know, the game is ready to be played, and I want it to be played really well. I guess that's it. You know, I'm only critical because I'm really liking what I'm seeing this year, like more than any other year that I've been playing this game. Which isn't as long as some of you, I'm sure, because I jumped on during Somerset. But I did do Daedric War like pretty much in order. I think I did, like, I'm pretty sure I did Vardenfell, Somerset, and then I did Clockwork City. I don't remember. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I didn't really know how the order worked. What I would like them to do is, at least if they don't want to lock people out of zones, then at least have a zone guide that tells people, hey, this is next in the general story. If you want to continue the story, this is what comes next, you know. You could do it before if you want, but it's supposed to go this way. I'd like them to have like a UI that helps out players, maybe. That'd be kind of nice. Yeah, that could go a long way. But yeah, no. So I mean, I just don't want to seem like I'm too critical of this year, because I am definitely the most excited for this year than I've been in just so long. Like, I feel like I've been waiting for months for Necrom, but they only announced it, you know, at the end of January. Like my wallpapers are all pictures of Necrom or whatever. So, I mean, it's pretty much like this year they're doing the things that I like them doing. My favorite thing about ZOS is when they don't fall back on nostalgia, and they're doing it with Apocrypha. Yeah, it's like, oh, hey, you guys remember Dragonborn DLC or whatever, but that's also just how Apocrypha looks. It's just like, you're just going to, it's not like they're rehashing the same story. I doubt it's gonna have anything to do with Marak, you know, but it's the Morrowind stuff I'm really excited for. We're gonna make Necrom, you know, with a few lines of text about what Necrom is and the surrounding area, you know, we're going to do our best to make that seem like it was always a thing in the Elder Scrolls. And that's not easy. It isn't. This is a series that, you know, has been going on for like, what, 30 years, and has just such an intense, heavy legacy. I'd be so nervous taking it up, but they just handle it so well. Like last year when they did the Sisters Archipelago, at first the vibe was like, well, where has this place been? You know, like what? I mean, like, this place is, we haven't heard of this place, and like it's not even on this map here. Like, where is it? It's not even here because it wasn't even like a big player at all in the lore, and it just felt kind of oddly forced. And so what they did was they wrote a series of, I think it's seven volumes of a book series called Sisters History for the players to read, and I read through every single one, and by the end of it I was like, they did this so well. They explained like the history of the sisters through so many like recorded events and lore that by the end of it I just felt like it was always there. It's like they convinced me that these islands were always there, always populated, you know, by certain peoples, be it the Druids or, you know, what have you, the All Flags fleet. They did such a good job of intermingling it in lore, and I was really comfortable with it. And so that's when I think they're at their best, is when they make something that hasn't really been elaborated on into a very elaborated and comfortable bit of lore that kind of fits snugly with the rest of them. And so what I'm seeing from Necrom, they're doing a really good job. Like I did an architectural deep dive of Necrom and what we're seeing in its building designs and related landscape and all that stuff, and I'm just like really eager to talk to people in there. I'm not going to be doing the PTS, so I'm going to somehow restrain myself. I don't do PTS because I like to wait until official release to experience it, because you know, I play with my family, my mom, my dad, sometimes my brother. We play together, and so I like to make sure that, you know, we're experiencing it together. So I don't generally do PTS. I don't generally do data mine, you know. So, I mean, I've been kind of more involved with the community lately, you know, and so I'm more exposed to that kind of stuff. I can't exactly hide as well as I could when I was lurking all the time, you know. So I'm seeing a lot more of data mining and what have you. Even if I would prefer to see less, because I do like, my favorite thing is just the big surprise. You know, you remember when like you exit that cave in Skyrim for the first time and you like see the birds like flying across the sky, or when you leave the Imperial prison in Oblivion and you like see the Aelid ruin in front of you, or maybe you go to Saint Anine, that big reveal moment, you know, that's a big thing in the Elder Scrolls, and I'm a big fan of like being there in the moment, and I don't generally like it. I don't like things spoiled for me, so I try to avoid PTS stuff. I did end up seeing a little bit of a data mine that heavily implied Necrom was indeed going to be our next city, though. But that was like months after I had made my decision that Necrom was what we were going to be getting this year. I just felt validated by it. But yeah, I'm pretty elated for this year, and excited to see where they're going. They're going bold places, not only with a new class, which is pretty bold, but also obviously lore-wise, handling Hermaeus Mora is a big deal. I mean, like the amount of what the books that they're writing is probably crazy. Obviously, I expect things to kind of breach into the metaphysical or whatever, because we're dealing with like reality shattering, so it's gonna be nuts. What else? Oh, duh, man! I totally forgot. In terms of this list of DLCs, I totally forgot. Obviously, somehow, don't worry, Bosmer fans. we've got to get a Fallen SD DLC at some point. I don't know where it is. I don't know, but it's somewhere. It's somewhere. We've got to get a Fallen SD DLC involving it somehow. It's got to be the Bosmer one. I don't know what they're gonna do. I've kind of assumed that maybe Sheogorath took it. I think there's been talk of Mephala taking it, but I think it'd be more fun if Sheogorath took it and we saw Fallen SD Shivering Isles. I think that'd be cool, like Bosmer, like a Bosmer Sheogorath somehow related DLC. I don't really know what it would be. I just feel like it'd be a fun mix to kind of mess with. Sheogorath seems to be kind of weirdly specific about things that he steals. There's a reference to an island. I forget what it was. I want to say it was the island of Hern. I could be wrong about that, but I want to say it was the island of Hern. That I think someone asked him because Sheogorath stole away Ivea, and I think someone asked why don't you steal like something like Hern or something, and the response was that Sheogorath claims it was not the right shape, which is a very interesting thing to say, but also very hilariously picky for Sheogorath. But it makes it seem like he's got certain prerequisites that gotta be met for what he grabs, and stealing Fallen SD would definitely piss people off. And I think it's suitably chaotic. I think that he could have some cool, crazy plan for it. If Sheogorath's involved in like the big story that's coming for the next few years, I wouldn't be too terribly surprised. I think that'd be kind of interesting. We've already got confirmed Wes Johnson playing Hermaeus Mora in the Necrom DLC, the voice actor for Sheogorath as well. He is confirmed to be playing him, so that secret's out. That's pretty cool that they got him back. That he's gonna be playing him again. But I mean, like, they get him whenever they want. I mean, if they want Sheogorath, he always seems excited to be part of that. So if they want to make Sheogorath a big player in the future, yeah, I can see that being a thing. It seems like we're moving into a new era where Daedric princes that were otherwise kind of not represented too much are going to be in the limelight. Hermaeus Mora, for example, he's going to be in the forefront, for now at least. We didn't have a lot of Hermaeus Mora stuff in ESO, so it makes sense. Periite's going to be related to an upcoming dungeon. That's just kind of like this is kind of like a thing that's been released for a while. And what else? Oh yeah, so this is not like 100% confirmed, but it is. There's been some stuff that people have noticed. If you don't want spoilers for a specific Daedric prince showing up that hasn't been confirmed yet, then I guess just mute me if you didn't mute me 20 minutes ago. So I mean, this hasn't been confirmed, but people have noticed a lot of theming and in symbolism that Vermina is going to be involved, potentially in a very big way, in a Vermina big way. You've got stuff like the upcoming trial, which seems to be related, and also I saw someone's armor wearing her emblem, I believe. So that's a thing. I mean, I don't really know of any other Daedric princes that have been kind of that have been mentioned to be like anywhere, but those are the ones that I've heard about, that I've heard whispers of. So obviously all being Daedric princes that don't have like big stories revolving around them, So it feels like we're getting Daedric War 2, kind of. I mean, I don't want to say that the Daedra are fighting, but they might be. I mean, we do know that the new Necrom world events are going to be called Oblivion Raids. And these raids will allegedly involve Daedric invaders attempting to attack a library in Apocrypha, where you've got to defend the library from these enemies. They say Daedric invaders, like actually people trying to attack the library. I don't know if it's Hermaeus Mora like trying to test your mettle or something, because it shows a seeker attacking a player, which is interesting. or if it's actually another Daedric prince that has like maybe swayed some of his servants to their side and are attempting to use those servants to get information. Right? Imagine like another Daedric prince somehow convincing a seeker or something like to serve them, and now you've got like people in Apocrypha that serve you that could get whatever you want. I mean, that'd be kind of interesting. I don't really know how that would work, but it's an interesting idea. So it does seem like there might be some Daedric infighting. I mean, who really could threaten a Daedra other than a Daedra? Who knows? Maybe we're gonna get some Gigalag stuff. I don't know. But it seems they seem pretty confident in where they're going with this. As for gameplay wise, after talking so long about lore, as for gameplay wise, with the new class coming out, Arcanist, looks pretty dang unique. With they're following the general formula where they're doing a skill line for you've got DPS, tanking and healing, kind of making it approachable for all people who want to play all these different roles. You got things like Oblivion Gates, I think they call them. I could be wrong about that because it sounds just like an Oblivion Gate. No, wait, hold on. I think it's called something Gate, but I forget what it is. It's a portal ability where it's kind of like Symmetra's portals from Overwatch, I guess. You set down a portal in one place and set down a portal in another, and you can go through them to cross, certain lengths of space. I'm pretty sure that because it's in the support line, other players can use it as well. So you can all basically move people across the battlefield using these portals. I don't know if there's a limit of how many people can go through or how long they last, but that is something that we have seen. We've also seen, obviously, the tentacle ability. I forget what it was called, but it looks pretty incredible. The whole like visuals are really, really cool. And apparently they said it's going to be more involved in the story than the other classes that they did. So yeah. So yeah. I mean, there's a lot going on for only getting quarter 1 and 2. Sorry, yeah, only getting quarter 1 and 2, and then quarter 3 is going to be improvements. Quarter 4 is going to be what they described to be an infinite dungeon with a buddy. So potentially a 2-player Torghast, I guess. Is Torghast a good like comparison? I haven't played WoW, or I haven't played Torghast at least. So I don't know if that is actually really infinite, but I think it is. So it's going to be infinite, according to what they said. I'm going to assume it's going to be like maybe something to do with Oblivion, because it would make more sense if like something in Oblivion was never ending and not something on Nirn. There would have to be something going on there. The confirmed trial for this year, because we do have a confirmed trial. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's just go to. Ah, crap. Oh no. There we go. My E key isn't working, so I had a hard time there. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna move on to display. Which honestly, hold on. Honestly, I should probably have it for the other screen. So let me go to display and show you guys everything. Look, this is what my stream stuff looks like. It is a mess. It is an absolute mess. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to display capture, and I'm going to go to properties, capture method automatic. Let's do capture method. Let's do display 1. There we go. I probably should have done that a long time ago, but here we are. There's some pretty cool art here. I don't know why I'm having a hard time fitting this in the freaking... there we go. That was weird. Okay, so so here we are on the EOS website. I honestly I don't know why I hadn't done this a long time ago. I used to have it set for monitor 2. Monitor 1 is so much better. So yeah, we've got this new video that came out today, I believe, about this is kind of what started my talk. I think was about their whole like memories of Morrowind. And let's see, this is the Vegas event. They're doing an event in Las Vegas. I think tickets, the time limit for tickets is already out. Unfortunately, I tried to go. I really did, but like they didn't really say what the price was, and the way that my schedule works is that I don't know if I'm gonna have off, and I'm also not. It would probably cost too much money for me, and it's a pain. Maybe next year though. I mean, hopefully things are better next year for me. So, I mean, it would be fun though because I was born in Vegas and I lived there for like 12 years. I moved out in like we moved to Texas in 2007, and so I haven't been there since 2007. I don't think. And also, actually, no wait. I think we stopped by like to see our old house at some drive by, but. Aside from that, nah, I really haven't been here. So I really wanted to go back, you know, to just for nostalgia and to be here, but nah. I mean, maybe they might do Vegas next time too because I think they did 2019 in Vegas as well. Anyway, so yeah, this is gonna be April 12th and 13th. I'm pretty sure you can't sign up anymore. I know it says that you can, but I don't think you can. Tickets are also not guaranteed. Because I think it's only like 300 people are allowed in. So they say you can't make it. Well, some portions of the event available to everybody via digital outlets with more details to come. So we're still going to be seeing some stuff. It's not like we're going to be entirely left out in the dark. So yeah, we can look forward to that. Let's see. Obviously, a celebrations event. Here we are. So I hope this doesn't like give away too much. This is the dungeon that I'm really looking forward to the most. Balsanar, mostly because they actually gave it a cool name. I'm kind of tired of things being called like the Flaming Village or whatever. I like it when they give like lore names. I made a post about that on Twitter and Finn liked it. So, anyways, so this translates to like Blessed Stone. Because Ball is stone, and I put together that Sunar Re, which means blessed staff, probably means blessed, so this is Blessed Stone, which is the name of this village. So here's the information we've got about it. Battle your way through time as you and your allies investigate a temporal anomaly in Balsanar, one of the 2 dungeons arriving with the Scribes of Fate DLC. This is going to be releasing in less than a week now, because it's going to be the 13th. Kicking off the Shadow of Morrowind adventure, Balsanar is one of 2 exciting new dungeons included in the Scribes of Fate DLC, arriving on PC Mac on March 13th and on Xbox and PlayStation consoles March 28th. Now, see, I don't think I've looked at this page. I think this is probably gonna be the first that I've seen this. I know about the temporal things, the time stuff, and the Psijic Order is going to be involved. This has been official information released. But I don't think I've seen this, so I might see some information that I've never seen before here. Tavani Temporal Tribulation, say that 10 times fast. Located in the eastern region of Stonefalls, the remote Tavani township of Balsanar has endured in isolation for centuries. However, mysterious magical energies have begun to emanate from the village, prompting one of Tamriel's most secretive orders to investigate. Balsanar is kind of tucked away in the mountains and generally keeps to itself, explains Mike Finnegan, ESO's Encounters lead. Yeah, see, he liked my tweet. The problem is that there's temporal anomaly present in the town. Someone is using time magic, and so the Psijic Order has come to investigate. Yeah, so the Psijic Order is like... Psijic Order doesn't usually get involved in things, but they will, under certain circumstances, you know, like the Eye of Magnus quest in Skyrim, and obviously the Somerset events. Messing with time like this is probably a good way to get under their notice. To this end, Sarisa has arrived at the gates of Balsanar, and you and your party must help the Psijic Order agent explore the Telvanni town, find the source of the temporal magics, and shut it down. And let's see, is this going to be like a whole walkthrough? Because I don't want to see a walkthrough yet. As part of the Shadow over Morrowind adventure, what you find about Sonar will reverberate throughout the adventures to come. While the temporal anomaly is here and this place is a mystery, says Finnegan, but what the anomaly truly is, and its ultimate purpose is an even bigger one. Alright, this is already getting me very intrigued. I mean, this is definitely related to the, to the DLC, which is, again, interesting because another piece of evidence that they probably plan on this being a year-long story is that the dungeon is related to the DLC, which is something that they didn't used to do for, like Vardenfell didn't have dungeons relating to Vardenfell's quest or whatever. So I think this is probably just residue from when they planned on making this a year long. I kind of like it, but I don't know. We'll see what they do when they move away from that. Battle through time. Despite the danger the anomaly presents, House Telvanni has no love of outsiders meddling their affairs, and they stand ready to defend their secrets by any means necessary. When you first arrive in Belsonar, the Telvanni seem to recognize you, even calling you the Scourge, says Finnegan. This is a bit weird considering you haven't been there before, but as you dive deeper into the dungeon, you begin to realize why that is. Even worse, some of the enemies seem to have embraced the temporal magic and use it as to their advantage in battle. This is kind of like the Truth and Curse quest in Blackreach, in the Greymore chapter, where Thaddeus Cosmo recognizes you even though you haven't met him before. However, we still haven't met him for the first time, or at least he hasn't met us for the first time. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do with that, obviously, because he's from probably our future, and he's in our past. Let's see. Okay, we're getting a picture here. Goodness gracious. Yeah, this looks really strange. Belsenar's defenders utilize temporal magics. Getting involved in time stuff can be kind of messy, because that means that the USP's got to think, it's like... So, like, we consider... Do you guys remember... You probably don't, but do you guys remember the quest in Bankarai? There's a quest in Bankarai in a delve where there's this lady who's attempting to replicate the Middle Dawn or something. She's using like Middle Dawn trigger magics to begin like another drag. Oh yeah, I think she's like beginning another. She's trying to alter time so that she can like be royalty or something. It's been a while since I've done it. Either way, she ends up triggering a time loop, and the entire delve is a big time loop, like a Doctor Who style time loop. We at the USP, we count that as a dragon break. I'm guessing it's probably because, again, time doesn't have an order there, as it continuously moves. Like, the ending is the beginning. I don't know. It seems like what we would consider to be, obviously, a break in time. I don't really know if we would include Balsanar, but we might have to. Don't go and edit the USP until we really get an answer, though. This is something that should probably be debated, because we've had time magic used before that does not count as a dragon break. Dragon breaks, again, are more complicated than just kind of like just kind of what it might seem in the first place. I'm trying to get a good look at this armor. Can I get it like a... Yeah. That's pretty good. I mean, this is... You can see like the Hermaeus Mora style with the eyes. That's pretty cool. I like that staff a lot. Look at the staff. That's pretty sweet. Why is this guy using a one-handed weapon? He's just using a one-handed weapon. He doesn't have anything else. It's just a one-handed. Just one-handed. I don't know what this is above. It might be related to the temporal magic. Again, it can be kind of messy business. The USP would probably have to... We'll have people debating over whether or not it counts as a break, because I don't know anything about like what is actually going on here. House Telvanni conjures mages, conjurers, mages, and even more fearsome beasts guard the town. And as you progress, you'll discover the anomaly's full power and find yourself and your allies unstuck in time. With each area bringing new experiences and challenges. See, this sounds like they're kind of taking a little bit of a note from the success of Earthenroot Enclave, which, had you go through like 3 different sections, each had a different vibe. It sounds like they want to kind of do that here, with different sections having different vibes. It kind of makes for a funner dungeon, again, with this theme of diversity and keeping things fresh. I like it when they do that. The dungeons have like different sections to them. Sounds like you might have that here, like different portions of time. The dungeon's first section is the Dark Elf and Traditional Science. Well, I mean, let's see. Okay, so I don't want spoilers as to like what every single section is, but because I mean, like this dungeon's coming out really soon. But so far though, it looks great. I just don't want to learn about each little section. But if you guys want to, I'll post a link for the article because I don't want to stop you guys if you want more information. I can post links because I am the streamer, but I don't try to send links in my chat because my bot does not like that. My bot responds negatively to that. Do they have one for Scrivener's Hall though? I don't think so. Did they not release one for Scrivener's Hall? No, they didn't. Okay, interesting. They just did one for Balsanar. So Scrivener's Hall, we don't really have that information for, I guess. Update 37 is going to be adding other stuff. Let's go through the details of what will be coming with Update 37 when it releases for PC on the 13th. So here's some things. Screen narration. The latest in ESO's ongoing accessibility focused improvements. Update 37 introduces screen narration, allowing you to have the majority of the game's menus, with some exceptions, narrated to you as you navigate. This option becomes available for everybody who enables accessibility mode in the game settings menu, navigate to settings and then accessibility, and it allows you to choose between the masculine or feminine voice and set both the speed and volume of the narration. Also, look at that background, by the way. It just looks fantastic. It just looks amazing. The narration is computer generated in the language you choose to play in: English, French, German, Spanish, Japanese, or simplified Chinese. Note that some menus and UI elements are not supported by screen narration at this time, including scrying, excavating, Tales of Tribute, lockpicking, and certain fishing and champion point screens. In addition, some gameplay elements, such as combat, in-world navigation, and interactable objects, are not narrated in addition to interactions with NPCs and character dialogue, to ensure it does not conflict with the voice acting, which makes sense. We plan to integrate additional menus into screen narration in the future, and we hope this new addition to accessibility mode options helps our players get the most out of the game. Here is Hide Shoulders, the thing that apparently people wanted, but I didn't know that they wanted. I want Hide Tabard, but it looks like we got Hide Shoulders. Also arriving as part of the Update 37 is Hide Shoulders, a new cosmetic of collectible that allows you to, well, hide whatever your shoulder gear your character is currently wearing. Like Hide Helm, this option can be enabled when customizing your look in the outfit station. Simply navigate to Armor Styles, select Shoulders, and select the Hide Shoulders style. To enable Hide Shoulders, you must first acquire it by spending event tickets at the Impresario during any of ESO's upcoming in-game events. Keep an eye out for ElderScrollsOnline.com for more information on when the next event arrives. Hint, it's a silly one. Jester's Festival, obviously. Now, you're probably thinking, you know, what if I miss the next event? You know, they're clarifying, you know, it's just probably going to be a permanent event reward. So it'll probably stick around in the Impresario store, you know, just for any future event. I think those are found at her assistant's store, or maybe it'll just stick around hers. I don't know. But it sounds like it's going to be a permanent thing. You don't have to rush to the next event. I don't think they're going to make it an exclusive, you blink and you miss it thing. I think it's just going to be, that's going to be when it's available during an event. I know some people just, you know, were confused when I saw on Twitter, so I just want to specify. So here's some pictures. Hide Shoulders. I still want Hide Tabard really bad. It looks like we might have more coming. When are we gonna get Hide Pants? Just give me Hide Tabard, please. We know the community has been asking for the ability to free their shoulders without losing gear bonuses for a long time now. We can't wait to see the stylish and functional new looks that come with it. Housing improvements. Finally, we squeezed in some new quality of life improvements for the housing system. This includes a new set of filters for the housing editor's placement and retrieval tabs, allowing you to place items specifically from your bank, inventory, house storage, or collectibles, items that are bound or unbound, and items by the furnishing limit type they fall under. We also added the ability to reset training dummies you're in combat with, making it easier to restart and parse. Oh, hey, I didn't know that. and improved your ability to see and manage who is in your home from the Housing Editor settings menu. Drizzy can't hide from me much longer. This includes real-time notifications when guests arrive and depart, plus an option to kick occupants out if they're getting too rowdy. I'm gonna end up using that more than I want to. In addition, when shopping for a new house, you can see a full list of the furnishings that come with both the furnished and unfurnished versions before you buy. If you're a housing aficionado, look for these new features and more soon. Update 37 for all. These are just some of the highlights you can enjoy with the Update 37 base game patch, and a host of further changes, additions, and improvements are not mentioned above. Please be Hightower. Probably not, though. This includes updates to target markers, improving enemy player targeting, and adding new settings, and a realignment of daily and weekly reset times, 10 a.m. UTC for NA servers and 3 a.m. UTC for EU servers, for daily quests, daily enlightenment bonuses, daily reds, and more. I'm a bit iffy about that. I kind of like the reset time as it is, but whatever. Edit 37 arrives on March 13th for PC, Mac, and March 28th for Xbox and PlayStation consoles. Don't forget, as a base game patch, this update is free for all existing ESO players with no purchase required. You can check out everything coming in Update 37 in the patch notes found on our public test server forum right now, or check out the live patch notes forum when it arrives in March. Okay, so that I learned a little bit there. I actually didn't know some of that. Let's see here. What else do we have that I might have missed? Wow. Oh, okay. So it's go. Okay, I didn't notice that. Just continues on down here. Arcanist. Oh yeah, here's that cool art for Return to Morrowind. That was pretty sweet. Here's the global reveal fan art. I wish I had made some fan art, but I can't draw anything except for dragons. I'm sorry. I already recapped the global reveal like 1,000 times by now, so no, that might just be a good point. I don't really think they have anything else to show us. I mean, they did have that first look. I didn't look too much into it. Look how far this goes. I mean, this goes all the way down to like Imperial City. And look at that. Like, look at all these. It just like it covers everything. Imperial City goes all the way up to Necrom. That's a crazy list. So yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that this is probably going to end up being the last dungeon DLC that has the vibe of the upcoming chapter. Because, again, I think that this is probably residual from when they wanted to do a year-long and then they decided not to. Because it sounds like that's what they were wanting to do. And, I mean, like, other multi-year-longs didn't have related dungeons. That started happening with Elsewhere, you know? Elsewhere started with Wrathstone, and that was the very beginning of like dungeons being integrated with chapters, and then the quarter 4s really being integrated with like quarter 2s. So yeah. I went. Well, I didn't actually go through this, did I? I think I saw the whole full thing, but I'm not sure. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah. I'm gonna. There we go. My cursor went missing for a second there. I don't know why. For one, look at this map. And why is the quality so bad? Oh. Let's do this. Let's not stress my stream too much. I mean, I love this map. I miss when they did maps like this. I'm sure you guys do too. And, you know, they did this. They had one for Somerset. They had one for Vardenfell. It just looks so good, doesn't it? I mean, man, I wish they would release something like this for Necrom. If I was on the team, I'd be begging for it. But so yeah, this just released. I thought this was going to be I thought this was an old video from like a long time ago that they decided to rehash, like back from the Morrowind days, like 2017. But no, they started talking about Necrom. I'm like, oh, this is new. So yeah.
When I think of Morrowind, I think of volcanoes. I think of boats and danger around every corner.
Yeah, that's right.
Vivek in Vivek City. I think of the Dark Elves and Vardvarks and all kinds of weird and wonderful and terrifying beasties.
I think of that first experience of landing in Seyda-Neen, and everyone's a jerk to you. Why is everyone so mean in this place?
That's the part that I vibe with the most. That's definitely that, because it's absolutely true. It's like, why is everyone so mean to you? And I mean, everyone's just so gruff and sassy.
Sorry, stranger. My time is short, so get on with it.
It's not, halflings and fairies when you step into Morrowind for the first time.
It starts off with you in captivity, and it's talking about you were just taken out of the prisons. Well, why is that? And Morrowind never tells you.
I heard them say we've reached Morrowind. I'm sure they'll let us go.
The game having the trust in the player to give them agency to say, all right, here's your name, here's your papers, you're a free person now, and then here's the world.
After you get through Seyda-Neen and you start to get out and explore the island itself, I always liken it to a Willy Wonka moment. It's the moment where the kids go into the chocolate room for the first time, and it's just creativity and imagination on display in all directions. And that's really what it felt like playing that game the first time.
Morrowind has a very specific aesthetic to it, and it was, I think, maybe the first thing that hit me when I jumped into the game is just how real it was.
You see just all this ash kind of falling all over the zone, and it gives it just a really different vibe.
Then you get parts like Sage of Mora, where there's giant mushroom towers everywhere. It's very bizarre, weird, and wonderful, and it's quite unique.
There are giant bug monsters that you can ride to and from rather than simply a horse. There was no RPG I ever played, or game for that matter, that looked like Morrowind when it came out.
Prior to that, I had not played a game that allowed me to do the things you could do in Morrowind. Making your own player character. I played primarily console games. Those were not really
See, I completely forgotten this is what the character creation looks like. I completely had forgotten. It's just been so long. It's just like skip. It's really not all that much when you look back at it. Runa, hey, hi, how you doing? Sorry, I'm just going through this video that was just released. I don't know why this is part 1. I'm guessing they might do more parts for this as time goes on, but this is something that I'm excited to see, because like we're looking at the team for ESO talk about the vibe of the original Morrowind. Not just talking about like, oh, we had to make this DLC back in 2017. They're talking about playing the original Morrowind and what it meant to them, what they took from it, how it impacted them. They're fans making this game, and it just shows with like both the Morrowind DLC and what we're getting with Necrom. And I don't know, it excites me to see that they're so passionate about it, and how it'll impact their work that we're going to be seeing later on. But yeah, so I'm just going through this. It's just really fun to see them talk about, the third Elder Scrolls. And we're looking at the character creation right now. I've forgotten how simplistic it was, to be honest, but it was still cool. I mean, it was. I think it's a little bit more customization than Daggerfall. Actually, I'm not sure. Daggerfall, I believe, I don't think you could change your face. I think you could change your sex, but like, and I guess maybe not your hair. No, I think you can change your hair even in Arena. I'm trying to remember, but this isn't much more detailed than those, obviously. And then Oblivion was like you know, Oblivion's character creation was like, you can make whatever character you want, as long as you want it to look horrible. Kind of. I'm sorry. It's kind of what it was. And then Skyrim was pretty good. I think Skyrim was pretty good. But in my opinion, best character creation does go to ESO. It's just my opinion. I really like ESO's character customization, both base game wise, like you know what you get when you're making your character, and then how you can customize your character as the game goes on. ESO absolutely just wins in terms of you can make whatever you want, right? I mean, that's just like, I've never felt more like I can be who I want to be, more than when I'm playing ESO, to be honest. But I mean, like, it was the thing. You like being able to like have this level of customization was still pretty big back in these days.
Options at that point in time.
Yeah.
One of the things that really hit me with Morrowind is when you get in there and you have a great time, right? You're really enjoying yourself, like you're living a different life. And it takes away all the like cares and worries and everything. And I wanted to be able to do that for other people. Like, I want to be part of creating these worlds that people can immerse themselves into.
It really helped me to understand that, yes, if I wanted to create living, breathing, three-dimensional characters in a virtual space, like there were people out there that did that as a job. That's a real thing that people do.
Thinking back to when we first announced that we were going to be doing Morrowind in 2017, we know the community was super stoked because this was sort of the first time that they were going back to Morrowind and getting into a place that they were familiar with, but they hadn't seen in a really long time.
Yeah, ESO does have body slayer, that's true. That is a big deal. But, okay, so, I mean, when you think about it, can you imagine being on the ESO team and being like, we're going to do The Elder Scrolls 3, but as an online game, right? We're going to be doing that. You know, it's going to be taking place, 800 years before, whatever. And that's going to be our project. Can you imagine the level of stress? Like, I would be anxious. I would be so freaking anxious because, you know, Morrowind is like one of the most monumental things in all of gaming. And it's definitely the most fragile, aspect of the Elder Scrolls. You need to get Morrowind right. Morrowind has so many fans where it's like you get one thing wrong and they'll never let you live it down. It's a kind of a thing. And so it must have been super, super stressful to work on Morrowind as a DLC, you know, when it's got such a long-lasting legacy. It was like 15 years old at the time even. I mean, it had a legacy back then. I would have been so stressed, but they delivered so well. You know, like with just pretty much everything. It literally, like, people don't complain about it. It's just a love letter to the third Elder Scrolls, and I think they did an exceptional job. But I would have been so stressed about handling it. I would have been scared, but also excited. Obviously, I would have been like super elated to be able to be part of that. But there is a lot of like. There's a lot of responsibility, like a lot of responsibility.
With Necrom, we get to dive back into Morrowind. I know that the community is really excited to explore the Dark Elves, Dark Elf cultures in new and interesting ways.
Every expansion gives us a new opportunity to uncover new lore or new secrets. Necrom is a city of the dead. That's an incredible opportunity, and I'm really excited to see what people think of what we've done.
See, this is Scrivener's Hall, I believe, that we're looking at. This is the Nedic Ruin in Riften. Kind of why I did my whole Nedic talk, because I wanted to cover Nedic stuff. It's not Riften, the Rift. I'm sorry, it's in the Rift. It's interesting that it's in Skyrim, and it's so far to the east. You know, when it looks like Deathlands needs architecture. So again, it might be like the people who built the library and the Seeker's Archive who like migrated or something. I kind of hope so. I think that'd be kind of sweet, because it's kind of weird to see, you know, Deathlands needs architecture, but like so far east, and Skyrim kind of feels odd. We'll see though. I would like it to be connected to Seeker's Archive, you know, but whatever. It might be. I don't know. Maybe people have been playing on the PTS and they know, but I don't know. I want these robes more than anything. The robes are what I'm looking for the most. You know, I got the pre-order. I got the bonus. I'm gonna get the bonus items. I just really love those robes. The big baggy sleeves and the layers. It's pretty sweet. But yeah, I don't. It's so like. Before they announced Necrom, I pretty much I told everyone that my idea was like, I feel like we're going tomorrow, and I feel like Necrom's gonna be the main city. I felt like it was gonna be like maybe the entire peninsula, you know, but I did think that I wouldn't be too surprised if they decided to at some point do Nirn and Oblivion as a chapter. It looks like they're doing it now, but I thought that we were going to Necrom. I made up my mind. Because like they kept talking about Telvanni Peninsula back in 2022, and then what pretty much sealed it for me was the random reference to Necrom by Mel during the Dark Heart of Skyrim quest last year, and I was like, come on, like I don't think anyone's ever said Necrom, you know, in voice. I can't say I've ever heard anyone say it, so that kind of stuck out like a sore thumb to me, and so I was like, I feel like that's what we're going to be getting. So that's what I was telling Mom and Dad and all that. And then I saw the data mine that really implied Necrom because it looked like potentially Dunmeri architecture because it looked very like Mesopotamian sort of, and the name of it had like NEC in it, and I was like, this seems like it might be confirmation. And but let me tell you, it's just I make a prediction every year based on all these things, but like nothing compares to like just like seeing the big reveal, you know, when they just announced they were like, it's gonna be called Necrom. I was like so excited. I pumped my fist, and then Mom was like, how do you do that? How do you guess it every year? I mean, I've only got like a few year streak, but I'm gonna continue predicting for a long time. But yeah, pretty elated for this. I'm really liking that they're again just taking Elder Scrolls 3 into account and not just glossing over it. They're doing research focusing on what Morrowind means. You know, what is the essence of Morrowind is really important to them, it seems, and so I really care about that. I mean, I don't really know what else I could cover. I think I've done a job. I can't say it's a good job, but I've done a job covering stuff. Charas scare you? The flying Charas scare me the most. They're creepy. They're incredibly creepy. And difficult to fight. I do like this website. I like the sliders. I like how it's sliding. Oh, hey. They're showing off luck. I want to be part of the stream team someday. Like, really bad. I mean, who doesn't really? But, I don't know. I just would really like to be part of the stream team at some point. I just don't have the numbers. You know, I don't have the followers or whatever. And, you know, I get that, obviously. It's like, you know, they want people with viewers to be part of the stream team because stream team is, like, a big part of advertising. And it makes sense. But, I mean, someday... At some point, I don't know. It might take years, but it'll be worth it. I tried to get involved with the stream team. I've been debating it for a really long time, and I just decided to bite the bullet and try. But unfortunately, they're not currently accepting applications. And I mean, I had my chance because they were about a month or so ago, and I just got too nervous and I didn't do it, and then I kind of missed my chance. But I mean, like, they wouldn't say yes because I pretty much stream for like my average is probably 2. You know, that's my average is like 2 a stream, even if it's like really long. And I also, I don't know, I stream other things. I don't know if that gets in the way. I stream other things like Sea of Thieves sometimes. I stream Overwatch at the end of my streams. That might get in the way. I don't know. Like I would probably stop streaming Overwatch so often if I was part of the stream team. I'd probably play it off stream if they wanted me to. But yeah, I don't know. At some point, someday. That's my prediction, and like I said, I've been pretty solid with my predictions. You're training on some mud crabs in Skyrim, and a Charizard crawled up and killed them both and crawls full speed after you. he's like, dude, this is how you do it. you're too slow. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Did we look at the roadmap? Oh man, I love this art so much. This art they have in the back. Okay, yeah. So here's another thing. They don't really talk a lot about this, but the new 12-player trial is going to be called Sanity's Edge, and that is like probably the most incredible name for a trial period. It's going to take place inside the troubled mind of a Mages Guild member. That's really all the information we have. I'm guessing it's probably not going to be Sheogorath related. I'm guessing it's probably going to be another Daedric Prince related. Not going to say which one, but you probably know which one. Pardon you for wanting to learn how to use bow and sword. Well, excuse me, Charas. Yeah, fall 2023. Quality of life improvements. This is coming soon. Winter 2023. New game system. Endless Dungeon Runner. Details coming soon. This is a game system, not a game. This is a game system and not a game like dungeon. I'm wondering if it's not going to be a dungeon. What if they just have a thing where you can run through a dungeon and then immediately run through it again or something? What if it's like not a new place, it's just a system? I'm kind of mad on that idea. Like, it's like, oh, you finished the dungeon, here we're gonna have you go through it again immediately but with more enemies or something. I don't know, like as if people weren't tired of grinding dungeons already. I would kind of like it to be its own thing, like Torghast, or what is it, what does Final Fantasy have? Halls of the Dead or something? That looked pretty cool. I'd like that, to be honest. I don't know what they have planned. I just would prefer... I'd prefer not... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It just sounds like they say system and not like an actual dungeon. So, yeah. Also, can I translate this page here at the bottom? What do you think that says? It might be kind of hard to read. I'm wondering if maybe I can get a picture of this that isn't all like blocked. Let's see if we can. No, this is probably gonna be the best I'm gonna get. I'm gonna copy it. See if we can do a translation of that. I mean, maybe this would have been better in Paint Tool Sai where I could, like, move it. But yeah, whatever. I mean, some of this is just way too blurry, right? And then this is like, this says C-O-R-F. I think that's an O. Because it's kind of, again, there's lines, so it's kind of, it's like Corf. This looks like D-O-D something. This is E. I can't quite make that out. E. It's not E-T. It looks like its own word almost, so I don't know what that would be. L-O-R-E. So I think this says lore right here. This definitely looks like an E. So I would say that's probably lore. This actually looks like a word. Again, I think this might be a continuation of another word, and this is all just really blurred out. U-M-S-E-N? Or A-N, rather. Sorry. So, I don't know if this is an N, though. Maybe an H or an F. I don't know. Again, it's really blurry. I think this is a T. Oh, this is weird. Oh, this is weird. Is that a... Wait. Huh. No way. I think that's a Yakem, but like the rarest form of Yakem. Like the version of Yakem that you never see. I don't know where that shows up, but it's so rare. I don't know when I've ever officially seen it. Let me see. Sorry. It's probably official. Let me try this. UESP, Daedric, language, Daedric alphabet. There's like 2 different versions of Yakem, and that's like the rarest version of it. It's not used very often. Yeah, here's a different version of the letter Yakem can be found in the Propylon for Dunmer fortresses of Phallus Myron, Indoranian, and Valenvarian. And you don't see it all that much. There's another version somewhere else. But where do you see it? Where else? I'm trying to find a diagram. Thanks for the lurk, Runa. Thank you for stopping by. It's appreciated. I'm trying to find the diagram for, like, the letters as a whole, but I can't. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Here it is. Yes, that is another version of Yakem, indeed. Which would make that, ETETAY. This probably doesn't say anything, when you're thinking about it, but still. This, though, it's also kind of hard to read. Looks like a UM and then an S. I wish it was just less blurry. I really do. So much Daedric script. It's so blurry. LACU later. No. RIE. I only see that Yakem once, but man, I mean, I don't know where else that was used. It only says it was used in those Dunmer ruins. I'm really excited to see if I can find it anywhere else. If I can't, then this is one of the only places you can see Yakem, but in a way that looks like an Ekem, but with a dot. I didn't notice that they sounded so similar. These are examples of letter Yakem. No, never mind. That's normal. Yeah, another thing is that Yakem has weird things about it because Yakem and Xayah can both be completely omitted from Daedric text. So basically, you can have a word like you, like you're saying you do this, you do that, but you might only find O and U, and the Yakem is missing. That's completely normal for Daedric script. It's not always the case, but it happens very often. No one really knows why. However, Yakem is not only included here, but also in the Strange version that doesn't show up all that often. And I can't seem to find it anywhere else. Because it's like, not only... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. It shows up in the Morrowind, ESO Morrowind logo, I think? It's so hard to see. But it looks like it shows up in the ESO Morrowind logo. It's an alternate version of Yakem. Because that's what it says here. Aside from Xayah and Yakem, 5 other letters have alternate forms, as seen on the chart. The D and J letters are often mirror images of their default orientations, and the H and U letters also have noticeably differing variants. Yakem's alternate form, lacking a prominent vertical stroke, and Utes being shown with a rounded bottom instead of a flat. AM has been also seen in mirrored form at the end of the arena canton and signs of Vivek. But there's no why. Either way, I just find it interesting. It's very rare to find, so still, it's pretty cool. But it's not like it's fan made or anything. It's just rare to find. And obviously, it's like, why is it different? Hmm. Okay. It makes me check out reading a Writ of Dawn. The Khajiit Koruva is hereby condemned to death for the crime of vampirism. Just imagining existing being a crime. Yeah, sorry being a vampire out there. Yeah, I wish I could get a better... If anyone can find a better, like, picture of... Well, you can't see the whole thing, but it's like the alternate art for Necrom. It's the Apocrypha one. If anyone could find that, like, in a clearer way, I'd really enjoy seeing if I could translate some of this, but I don't really think you're going to find it clearer. This is probably as clear as you're going to get it. I'm surprised that I can see what I can. And I think it might just be nonsense anyway. I mean, it's just like this one here. It's like ETETAY, you know? What looks like IPIUMS, I don't know. Ipiums. Is that a word? ET, I think? Yeah, I can translate this stuff. I do translations for the UESP sometimes. CORF, again, I don't know what that is. I don't really know what that could be. It's like Corf, Corfusion, and DOD something. But again, it just could be nothing. But yeah, it's weird. I just want to find a cleaner version of this picture. Oh my heck, I gotta learn this. Hey, if you want, like a Daedric script thing, don't look it up online, because there are some, like, fan-made ones that aren't helpful because they're, like, made up. There's some weird ones out there that are... It's like, well, I don't know where you're getting this information. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get you the official page instead. Well, the unofficial page. I'm just going to send you Daedric language. Crap. Hold on. I spelled it wrong. Okay. You probably wouldn't trust random sources. Well, here's a good page for it. We've got a listing here. You can see the alternate Ychem, which is what I was looking at. Some of these translations that you see on this page, I did specifically for 2021. I did a lot of the Deadlands related ones for Deadlands and Blackwood. There's some fun details here. And I'm hoping to do more translations this year. There's also an alternate Zaya, which you don't really see a lot, which is interesting. You feel compelled to learn this so you can read it. You can also download a font if you want. If you download a font for like Daedric alphabet, you can just type things and then you can associate that with letters. You know, you just type your name and you're like, oh, that's what my name looks like, so you remember the letters. I downloaded the font so I can just type in Microsoft Paint in Daedric. It's fun. Anyways, so I'm not gonna end stream, but I am gonna be swapping to Overwatch for the rest of the stream. Thank you guys so much for hanging out for the ESO portion of the stream. I'm glad I got to talk about things that I'm excited about, etc., etc., etc. I talked a lot. Give me a second, and I will get Overwatch ready. Yeah, ESO is pretty big, or it's just there's a lot of it. There's a lot of ESO. It's me again. We should make it darker because this is the show after the show. People were like, wait, there's a show? Okay, let's see here. Give me a second. Let's hope my Streamlabs doesn't break today. Wait, what? Why does it say Battle Pass new? What did I do? Wait, why do I... Oh my god, oh my god. Wait, did I not check my Battle Pass yesterday? Why did I just go up a bunch of levels? Okay, I don't remember. Okay. I guess I didn't check my Battle Pass. Huh. Okay. Galactic. This actually does reload her gun. There's no way I can put away cheer or rocket guitar. Let's do this one. I don't know who would reload this way, but still. On my way to this one. I'm moving my way up the tiers.
Traveling to Dorado.
The music got really intense. I guess just because I'm coming in late.
Cheers, love. It's time to save the world.
Oh no, it's because I'm backfill. Ah, no. I'm sorry, I did my best, everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't pull through for you guys. I suck at Overwatch, man. Oh man. What was? Well, hey, I got EXP. I'm good at this game, I promise.
Welcome to Oasis.
Okay, let's try this again. Can I play Tracer, please?
Cheers, love! It's time to save the world!
Remember, if you want me to heal you, stand very still. But also, avoid their bullets.
I can do that.
We should begin.
I get nothing from this destruction.
Blinding!
Hello. Qu'est-ce que j'ai?
Crap. I might have to go hit scan because of the Pharah. Man. This sucks. This sucks. I can't believe I was killed by the Pharah. Just a rocket, just straight up to the face. So not the game. It's because of the Pharah, man. They don't want to deal with it, and I mean, that's fair. I'm just so close to the pulse. I want to use the pulse so bad. Oh my god, I was hit head on with a rocket, but I'm okay. I was hit head on with a rocket, but I'm okay. If you say so. I think she probably has ults. Oh, nice shot from the back. I think they might try to res. Oh god. Sorry, did that guy lose the game twice? I'm sorry, I need heals really. Bat! Oh, you're not Bat. You're Pass. Oh my god, I'm literally at 1. Ah, dude. I guess we'll support tied. Oh, let's go ahead and just do it.
Every soldier needs a cause.
Oh, hey, we have. That's right, we have a cast. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. Okay. We went double hit scan that far. I feel so smug right now. I tried, man. I died. I tried, but I died.
Let's take him to the wasteland!
Score 0-1.
I could use a heal. I could have run Overwatch much better than you.
And what would you have done differently?
I would have caught all the bad guys, then cut their heads off.
Tempting.
Okay, okay.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
I don't like losing. You won't like it either.
I love the voice actress for John McClane. At first, I was, for some reason, I remember being very unsure about his voice actress. I was like, eh. I think it's because I imagine her being more of like a very rough kind of military leader vibe, not like an out of control punk vibe, you know. You know, she's very childlike and but very fun. I didn't expect her to be very fun. I expected her to be very like serious, I guess. Shit. So when I heard her, I was like, eh, but like now I just can't imagine anything else. I guess it's because I just didn't understand her vibe until she really came out. Oh man. Wow, I just really fed that Matrix. Come on. Run. No! Run the other direction! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Dude, they gotta res off during the blast. Okay, just gotta chill, just gotta hit the mercy, that's all. It wasn't that easy.
Still got some fight in me. Come get me. That's better, Ryder.
You're gonna hit taking off with that, Hanzo. Got a solid hit on the mech. Solid hit. D-mech, nice. Nice, perfect.
No one can stop me.
Sweet. Doesn't count as a team kill though, it's too slow. Dang. Shit, no! I should have moved to the side more. I guess I just want to move out and then to the side, but...
If I'm still standing, I'm still fighting.
We're almost tied with them. Come on. No, man. Oh, dude, we are exactly tied. Always thank your healers. Oh god, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Dang it. Oh, come on, man. Oh no! I was on the very, very edge. Okay. Go, 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 go! Oh, we're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. Even with the Kitsune rush, you just didn't make it. I wasn't even that close.
Play of the game. Welcome to Jungle.
Defense, again, Well, actually, no, we weren't on defense, we were on attack. But it always feels like I get this more than attack. Mostly because I just feel so frustrated. I guess I could go Hanzo, but... yeah, might as well.
Honor is all I have left.
Can't leave a TV unbroken.
Things were a lot simpler when I was robbing banks with the Deadlock gang.
Hello there.
Robbing banks is simple.
Eyes in store. Let us see to it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop
Here goes.
the
Let's see what they've got. Okay, junk. Come on. Shit, that's close. I got a hit. Junker coming in from the side, I think. There he is. Ah, crap, they got a cost. She just jumped at him.
The arrow returns to the quiver.
I still have some fight in me.
I'll find them.
Come on, come on. Come on. I just want luck to be in my favor. Make me look good at the game, please. Oh.
You can't hide.
God, the guy moves a lot. I hit him though.
They have us outnumbered.
I will do better.
I go out on my terms.
The payload has reached the chip.
Boom. That's not good at all. This says Moira stop dying. Nah, it's my fault, sorry. I should be killing who's killing Moira, but I'm not. That damage reduction sucks, man. Oh, no, it just got even worse. Am I being stalked? I bet I am. I think they have trance. They probably have trance. Ugh. Oh! No! Dude, I was putting up a fight. Oh, man.
I cannot give up yet.
At your side.
Oh my god. Incoming. Actually didn't really do much. Wait, hold on. You can Deadeye from up there. How do you get up there? Oh my god. Okay, that got him. Nice job. Come on, dude. I can't just fucking get away with this. Yeah.
returns to the quiver.
Yep. Chill out, my dude. Oh god, I told him to chill. Oh my! It's the purple versus the red. I literally didn't help at all.
Scanning.
Poor Ramatra, look at him. Look at the poor guy.
Hey. Greetings.
Ramatra better. No! Oh my god. Thank you. That went literally the opposite direction of where I wanted it to go. That would really saved my life though. Come on, come on, come on.
You can't hide.
Behind. Okay. Very aware healers. Got him. Ananda would really kick our ass here, I think. Because, like, our healers are carrying us so bad. Imagine, like, having purple dropped on us. We just couldn't hit. Okay, let's back away after this. Oh my god. Do we have a field? Do we have an immortality? I guess that's a no. It's like on my gravestone last words. Do we have a field? Do we have a field? Do we have an immortality?
Once again, I set forth.
Ragnarok is a pretty good name. Okay, was that Annihilation? Okay, they use that so they won't have it for dragons? He's okay. I didn't get him, that was Cass.
Keep a lookout. Bad guys. Heads
on my way. My dragon strike is ready.
Fall back!
By the dragon.
Fall back!
Okay, he really wants us to fall back, so I'm gonna do that. When the Rusher tells you to do something, you know, you gotta do it. It's just so scary. Got her.
I'll find them.
I think they have Deadeye. I expect it's high noon sometime soon. Probably from the top. I see Cass over here. Oh god. If he's gonna go anywhere, he's gonna go up there. I'm still seeing him though. As soon as I stop seeing him. Oh god. Okay, well I got him. I'm gonna hold on to dragons, probably clear point.
It is not my time yet.
There's High Noon, but where is it? It's actually really down on the floor. Okay, it really damaged them. They had to use Immortality Field to get out of it. Try to get back. Oh man. I'm so sorry, dude. I should have done better than that.
10 seconds.
This honestly isn't looking great for us. This isn't looking great at all. Someone's need to touch. So we need more people on. Only the support is on. We need more people on. Okay.
Once again, I set forth.
Oh God. Shit. And when it was up to me, I mean I touched, but it just dropped a little bit too late. They said that was a nice one though.
Play of the game.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. That he was on our team. I like it. I should have done the Moira.
Welcome to Esperanza.
Okay. It looks like, things are actually going on right now, and they're getting very intense. No, hey! Don't kick me out. Just got here, I'm sorry. Alright. Please just give me a little bit of magic! Oh my god, no! Oh my god! This Mario stuffed the cats! I just jumped up and he went into the air and it just bounced off his head. Oh, hold on, we got Cyberpunk Genji going on with a blade. You need to touch me, 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 you need to touch me. Man, like I can't I don't know what their old economy is. I can't work with this, you know, it's so stressful. I just got here.
Recalculating.
I mean I've already got 1,000, I've only been here a second.
Not so fast. That feels much better.
Oh my god, we were so close with Coalescence. We just don't have it. We're not gonna make it. No.
What am I missing?
No. Still though, the cast thing was funny.
Play of the game.
Can't say GG. I don't feel like I want to say anything because I'm just scared. People could be like, what do you do? Hey, I feel like I did better. You know, I did better than what it feels like I should have done. Yeah. That's not good. Maybe I should have messed with it. It's harder to do now with my new camera because my new camera is higher. If my new camera is higher, that means that the shield's got to be higher, you know?
Now traveling to Paris.
I don't usually play DPS, you know, if it's not obvious.
I hate to work on vacation.
But
Try some more.
I just feel like it.
Welcome to Rio, ladies and gentlemen.
I was snapping. Did anyone read the mission brief?
Don't pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to that. I didn't know that was. I'm not going to carry you. If anything, I'm going to carry you guys to the hospital. Bastion was murdered by the gay agenda. That's Theoresa's name. That's Theoresa's name. Not making me good. I realize that some people might be like listening and not watching, and they'll be like, "Wait, what? What does that even mean?" Good job.
And she's back in the game.
Aha, nice. Good job.
What's up?
Sorry, where is she? I don't... I found her. Ah!
Escort the payload.
Right back up again.
This is one of my favorite new maps in the game. And, I mean, I've been playing the game since, like, you know, back in the... Ow! I'm playing the game, like, back in the... Like, late 2016 is when I started. And then I couldn't play... I played on console, didn't really... I mean, I played often, but not, like, all the time. I didn't play, like, all the time until I got it on, like, PC in, like, fall of 2017. I've been playing consistently since... It's not a game that I put away and I come back with. It's a game that I literally just play almost daily.
Pass into the eye.
Really? Okay, I'll take it.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Can't transfer your way out of that. Well, I mean, he could, but he couldn't because he used transfer already. You have a pocket! You have a pocket! I was going for the health bag, you got him.
Back again. Did you miss me?
Oh, not good. Not good. God, wow, right. Oh my god.
As they say, looks like you need a timeout.
That's what they say. They're gonna get so mad at me, I think, for not swapping. Oh shit. She was already dead. I just used my bomb for nothing. Ah, yeah. Oh well.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Today we're learning about Doctor Who. Thank you. I needed that, but I hope she didn't know that I needed that. I need more consistent, more focus on where like people's heads are. I love this design so much. It's such a good way to make her skin unique without being like overbearing. It's a fun change.
Now.
Nice job. Does he have dragons? He might. Damn, why is everyone better than me? One for you, one for you. Oh god. Push, 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 push. I barely participated, but hey.
Play of the game.
Yeah, really good Bastion. The stick and the shatter felt so good, man. Like, just because Shatter is just laying there, I'm just like, I mean, I can't miss. Just like, just making sure there's a death here. I just hit 50. CP 50.
Traveling to New Queen Street. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
The dude joined the game.
Genji, let's go to the arcade after this.
A battle's end calls for meditation, not games.
I get it. Everyone's scared to take on the best player in the world.
Fine, I'll go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
This is a skin that I. Is this the same? Is this the same Kiriko? This is a the skin I used for Genji like in the old days, like way back in the old days. I got the skin on my console. I just loved it. I just thought, oh, this is so cool. So I'm using it for nostalgia. I mean, it's still so cool. It's cool, especially for like a base game.
They stole the robot from us.
Stop their barricade.
I go.
My duty calls.
They've pushed past us.
Hello, hey, over here. Look at me. No, me. Why are you such a smart Bastion? I hate you. Harvest is a great event. I can't do that.
Mistakes will always precede victory.
Over here, come on. Good job. Ah, okay. She's tired now. Good God! She's good. She doesn't miss.
Took him from us. They're moving the barricade.
Finally, a real challenge.
Go in here. Stop the robot.
Wow. I need to step up, dude.
Strike quickly and hold their movement.
Ugh. Of course. Well, whatever works. Where did the Torb come from?
Duty calls.
Helden sterben nicht.
Okay, can we stop with the... No. Okay, I'm gonna have to swap. I'm just like spending so much time taking out the turret.
Nano boost administered.
Can we get rid of the turret so I can... Okay, good. 3? What? I should have avoided it. Worth it! Not worth it. They're really focused on the tank, which I guess is the tank's job. So...
Anybody gonna stop that robot?
Enemy turret within my sight. Enemy turret is now low.
Stick with the robot!
Come on. Man, this is disappointing. That could be good. I'm really impressed with this Jungle King. Damn, dude. God. Where's the turret? That's the first thing I want to know. Where's the turret? There it is. No! Can't believe how fast I'm freaking dying. My God. So many molten cores. Got a Colossus going on.
Time to put a stop to their efforts.
Why did I do that? Just, oh my God.
Enemy turret
They took the robot from us.
None of that, none of that, none of that. I mean, I haven't deflected any monsters, I should have. Oh, fuck. The Mercy? Oh, dude. I'm moving to Valorant.
They're pushing the
Step right up.
Alright, let's. Okay, we got two with the Deadeye. We got Cass, the dude, probably got play of the game this time. Did a really good job. They ended up using Rampage where they didn't need to use. I'm hoping that helps us a lot. We made no progress at all. No progress.
Enemy turret destroyed.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Is within my reach.
There it is. Okay, I managed to get some.
Do not
falter. Want it to go away so I can.
They got the.
The enemy has placed a turret here.
Every soldier needs a cause.
I heard our. Never mind. That was my fault.
Enemy turret destroyed.
My ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
We're on the move.
Can't play Genji into that nonsense anymore. Who are we fighting back there?
Let us proceed.
They can't get away with this.
Play the game. Play the game by Soldier. Holy shit, man. Play the game. This is my least favorite map in the game, probably. It used to be Volskaya, you know, snowy map, and then ends up being the next snowy map, which is New Queen Street. Oh my god, I hate that map. I'm sorry. It's just like there's so many. It feels like it's just a flat battlefield because there's just so many places where you move in and out from like intercepting on these roads. It's like there's no walls almost, and so I just get caught off guard constantly. Hi. You're just staggering yourself. You're just staggering yourself. Hold on.
30 seconds.
Oh wait, hold on. There's more of them? I thought there was only one. I didn't know there's multiple. He's got the damage reduction and a heal, dude. I thought they were alone.
10 seconds remaining.
The tank is doing a really good job. The flanks, this person says. The flanks. Oh my god, I gotta hurry. Oh my god. Oh. Thanks for waiting, man. Thanks for waiting. Good God. Grandmaster Challenger? Who the fuck is this guy? What is a Grandmaster Challenger? I've never even seen that title before.
Play of
I have never seen the title before in my life.
I've got you in my sights. I didn't start this.
Where's your pocket?
I didn't start this one. Damn well. Finish it.
Good God.
Now entering King's Row. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Let's go sim.
From imperfection.
Drizzy's not here, so as long as she doesn't know.
I'm so excited. Who's ready to have some fun?
I like the updates they made to her effects. It's leagues better, really, leagues better.
Defend objective A.
Our work begins. Sentry in position.
Let's see how this goes. You can take us back to point if you need. Or from point up to here.
Adjusting territory.
And that one was gonna wreak havoc.
New revelations have come to light.
Light. Wait a minute, I can do this.
Teleporter manifested.
Ah, man, I tried to do that. I can do this. I tried to do this.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
No path is completely certain.
My ultimate is charging. Driver.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Oh, that's not good.
Heroes never die.
Crap, man. Jesus Christ. I don't like playing sim.
A chance to act on my observations.
Kind of relaxing to listen to, though.
Behold my creation. Sniper. Yahi param vastavika hai.
This wasn't a good time to use it, was it? Probably not, no.
Placing a turret here.
Fuck. I fucked around and found out. Don't try to res me. Don't even think about it.
New revelations have come to light.
Oh man. Got her! I knew it.
So graceful anymore.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Constructing my teleporter.
Ah! The knife got me. Oh my god, he's on speed, he's on speed. I'd like heals, He's on speed, he's on speed, he's on speed.
Is completely certain. Heroes never die. Am I supposed to be in place?
With myself? No. No, there's no way. Even if I touch, I'm just gonna die instantly. I'm gonna stand back. No. Heals. Alright, you ready? You ready? You ready? Here we go. Not what just happened, actually. Crap.
With each failure comes new perspective.
The payload is approaching its destination.
I should have set up a portal.
Play of the game.
Yeah. The Venom Mine got her.
Traveling to Nepal. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Let's try this again.
Cheers, love! It's time to save the world. Quick on our feet, hard to defeat. Yeah!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
I think a better idea might be... You think a better idea would be Pharah, but like, who do I get heals from? I don't know. I know Kiriko's heals can reach pretty far, but not the way I'd like. Okay, let's go soldier. We'll take this. Oh, my entire computer just froze up. Oh crap, they have half staff. They were from last game. In fact, they were playing the tank last game, that's what we did. No! Everywhere I go, it's just a bad guy. Oh, that's not good at all. They got a Moira with an orb. Whoa, look how that glows. Huh.
Let's try that one more time.
That Moira's just gonna continuously kick my ass because we don't have a way to absorb the orb. Oh man, they're everywhere. It's like, thank you.
Careful, we're outnumbered.
Sweet Jesus. Yeah, I mean, let me. Even if I was another DPS, these orbs just suck so much. We need someone to eat these orbs. I mean, I guess I could be Genji and deflect the orbs, but I would be crazy. Okay, well, you know what? That just gives me more charge. I don't want to have to do this because I'm not very good at it. I don't want to have, I mean, like, we need someone to do something with these orbs, so Moira's going insane. Oh well. At least I can deflect them now. Well. Yeah, there she is. She's gonna feast off my life. She's so strong.
Best round lost.
For all the tales.
Score 0-1.
Hammerman! Any German music you recommend?
Hammerman. Kronken, that's in Spanish. This is God. Kronken. Boom.
What's up?
Oh my god, I sucked so bad last round.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Focus, and we might get out alive. In Russia, game plays you.
See, that's the best I can do against these orbs. That's really it. It's okay. I just would rather not have to make that swap just for these orbs. You know. Ah! Fuck. No! Thank you. Please, just be someone who can eat the orbs. Viva or something. Sigma can do it. Hey, over here. Hey, me. Yeah. They're a little bit more gullible than the last one. Now I have the orbs. Cool. He's not even gonna touch me because he's a stagger. Ow, ow, ow. I don't want to say I need healing, but I'd really like it before I go in there. Oh, shit. Ramatru just sneaked up behind me.
Each journey has its trials.
I'm under attack.
My blade is ready to be unleashed.
Okay, here goes, here goes. They just need a good. I kind of wish the grab was somewhere else, but okay. It's okay. It's fine. I didn't expect to grab. I was gonna go after Lucio and then find another target, but suddenly grab, and it had to be the tank too, which would have taken forever to fight down. I'm gonna get punched, I'm gonna get punched, I'm gonna get punched. Ah, I got punched. Poor Moira. Oh man. Right into the wall.
Play of the game.
As I have.
Pink.
Arriving at Conseil.
Now this is a push map I enjoy.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Why do I keep getting DPS? I'm just getting his courses because I'm on queuing for. Learning on please don't be mean. Oh man. Here, look, maybe I'll even be Genji so that they can nano me. And I can disappoint them.
We must all find a cause worth fighting for.
What's your language?
The dragon and I are one. The dragon and I are one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I forgot I had that one.
Unlocks in 30 seconds.
You scared? You scared?
I am scared, yes. Of everything, actually.
What's your language? Take the woman.
If you guys are gonna hit me, then wait a second, not yet. Hit me now. Ah, shit. Not clicking that stuff. It's that punching, man.
Reassembled and ready. For the Crusaders!
Hi.
Got the robot.
I saw you there. I thought I would surprise you. I thought that I would be dangerous today.
Let's go.
I thank you. I am healed.
They have to try harder than that.
So do I. God. I love the electric sound when I'm deflecting. I don't know what they hear compared to what I hear, because a lot of it I think is fire sounds. I think I had to reload. Oh, nice, he's pushed away. Oh, back up. I got him. Come on, guys, someone's gonna look at me? Okay, ow. I'd like to... Okay. I think Anand... Okay, yeah, Anand recognizes what this means. Let's go! Oh man, I jumped into the freaking... I'm okay. But I didn't get the kill. I was... it doesn't matter. Even if I got that kill, it just doesn't matter. Because I would just die to someone else.
There they are. Get ready.
I was already dead pretty much.
My apologies.
They must not take the lead!
Oh, he did not see that one coming. I didn't see that one coming. I got him eventually.
I am healed.
On my way.
Doing good, Anna.
The barricade must stay in motion.
I somewhat hit him with it, but I didn't kill him. Oh! It's just like he hit me with like a straight up melee, not even like a punch. Like it just said like a straight up melee, not a punch. Was that when he was like converting back to his regular form? And
Spirits live within me. Don't let them push any further.
Enemy team is catching up.
Oh my god, why'd I walk into that? Why'd I walk into that? I need to walk out. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
They're moving the barricade.
God, that thing sucks so much, it hurts. No! Could have had Ramatra.
I will be the light that blinds them.
I'm here.
My ultimate is charged.
I think they have trance, so I'm gonna want to pick off Zen first before I play. But this is gonna be. Oh, Zen's picked off. Fine. I didn't even hit you for some reason. Ah! The Kitsune Rush is making me too fast. Can't focus. Eh, whatever. It all ended okay.
My ultimate is fully charged. Get ready.
Hi.
Oh god, they have a sim. Kill me now. They swapped. Well, back up, give him space, give him space, give him space. We have to. Right, reload. We're good. We're in the clear. We're actually progressing further. And we're getting the butt scratch. And we made it. Okay, and we gotta wait it through. I didn't even have to sit around there, obviously. But... Oh, hey, that could be okay. Oh my god, it's so good. Nice job. Interesting they decided to use trance with this. I guess we're just sort of re-engaged. Yeah.
Now we push. Do not falter.
That was a good sound. Okay, we can hang back and push. Just we don't have to get aggressive. Just hang back. And come on, got the thing lasts forever. Okay. Shit. They had to play up their sleeves for the re-engagement. God, it reaches so far, man. It's okay. Honestly, we wish they would just kill me. But let's try to get some good charge out of it. Okay, I've got ult.
I shall take whatever form I must. My ultimate is charged.
Okay, they definitely don't have trance for this, and I don't. Oh god, come on. What? Took my kills, bro. I thought I had something special going on. Oh god, no. Instead, I just die here. This is just where I die. That's not special. He was hiding in the shadows. He was hiding in my closet. Nice, he's done. All we gotta do is make sure they don't push it further than 40 seconds. This is so messy. Pick it up, it's so messy. He's still alive. See, what's that orb? Oh! Oh, they have a junk now apparently, because that's what finished her up. Okay, 20 seconds.
Finally, a real challenge.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. We just gotta win a fight. That's all we gotta do. We just gotta win a fight.
Stop them and it's over.
We have Nano. Oh man, oh the snap kick in the headshot did it. He beat me.
The final push is ours. Let's go.
You committed Nano, you're gonna Kitsune Rush, and over halfway to play.
Hurry, we must take the rubber.
They almost didn't touch though. Oh my god.
They're moving the barricade. Stop them.
I think that junk swap. Okay, they still gotta do butt scratch because they never reached that point before, so they gotta wait until the robot's done. He's waiting. He's waiting. Okay, he's on the go again, unfortunately. It just seems so short when it's the end. God damn it!
Final push. Activating self-destruct sequence.
Okay, that's a good spawn. They didn't touch. They lost one and they didn't touch. They had like 4 members left, I think. I mean, we had the spawn advantage, sure, but still, they did not touch. They dropped that point. Ugh.
Welcome to Circuit Royale. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Okay. Circuit Royale. Attack. Let's go. Hifara. And, I mean, we got a Zen, we've got an Ana, they can reach for heals. Says Hifara.
What is left, Ana?
You are left, Reinhardt, and that is nothing to scoff at.
Step into the fight for charging and hitting things.
No slow. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We've got a diva though, so this is gonna be hard. I saw her. Wow. They're honest hitting me more than I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That was like literally that just started. The diva though pissing me off. The Genji keeps like dashing up to reach me. It's like 3D. He's like keeps popping out of my screen. Where the heck did he go? Oh, there he is. Crap, I had to reload. You're lucky. Boom.
Increasing altitude.
I think the Hanzo's gonna be enough. I mean, he might be. It's a genuine question. Do you think the Hanzo's gonna be enough? I'd like a DMAC before I ult, obviously. I think they know that, though. Okay, there's the DMAC. But the thing is, though, this is like, yeah, this is like at the end of the fight, though. I'm not gonna commit anything. Oh, hey, nice! Nice.
Hello.
Can we push the payload? That was a good sleep. It was like a last second sleep. I shouldn't make the Ana push. Can I go? Nice. Oh god, why? Oh man, I was slept. And the bomb went off and got 2 of us. The trance is good though, but I'm not gonna ult in the trance because I know that D.Va's looking out for me. The Mercy got me.
Making another approach.
Nice! That's gonna be a DMAC. But, okay. Good. Ah, shitty, kidding me, bro. No! Ah, another good sleep. But I was woken up. This is for sleeping me, man. This is for being so incredible with your sleep. Oh my god, so good. I meant to say sleeps, but I said sleep.
My return was inevitable.
The payload has
Made it.
Underway.
Honestly, I should not be far at this point. I should be moving on because it's just, I mean, the D.Va, it's gonna get so close quarters, the D.Va, the Bastion. Just hope I can do this before the Bastion knows this. And do some good reflex.
The payload progresses.
It'll be a little bit harder to hit, but this person's very skilled. I expect them to be able to hit me. She's like, hello. Genji, or sorry, Zen. No need to get so like morbid. And now you have found peace. How could I not? Jesus Christ.
The payload is moving. Thanks.
I feel like I'm so alone. Come on, guys. Guys! Guys! Ah, maybe I should go around the corner. Ah, man. I should say that. Yeah, they're healing me, sure, and I appreciate it, I do. But I kind of wish that they were up here with me. If I get slept up here, man, I am dead. I'm gonna get slept, I'm gonna get slept. Oh, no, they can sleep. Not even the skitty sleep could save it all. Whew. Nice. Emerald 2-1 empty. Now we definitely got the skin, which is good. And we got the player icon. Let's use the skin. And checkout. Our highlights. Why am I just sitting here with my phone dying? I've got like a 10-foot charger, and I'm just like, oh, my phone's dying. I mean, for having a decent amount of highlights for playing DPS all night, isn't too bad. Coliseum. I feel like I could have done all of these ults better, but I was there for it, and I guess that counts. Then I turned the corner and almost died. I was like, hey, you were there for it. It's your highlight intro. Oh yeah, this was actually good though. This was pretty good. I took out one, and then I took out the Ana. We lost the point though, man. I felt like that was a pretty good fight. Wait, my shield fell over. When did my shield fall over? It just tipped over. I just noticed that. Did that just happen? Oh no, it's probably like that. How did that happen? I don't know. It's just tipped over. I mean, I gotta find a better way to do this. But in the meantime, this is the way. I don't understand dimensions. It's one of my issues. It's like the past few days has worked out so well. Boom. Yeah, that's actually probably the best it's been in a long time. I did like that though. That was pretty good. Let's see what I got here on Circuit Royale. Oh yeah, this is pretty good. It was totally worth it. Worth it. Okay. So, let's see here. There we go. That should have worked. I still have like a... has anyone noticed? I've got a scratch here. I didn't notice until like I was looking at myself with my camera. I was like, it's so good that I can see that I've got a scratch. Like, how did that even happen? Like, what could have scratched me? I don't have like sharp fingernails. And like the nose piece of my glasses aren't sharp. These are new. I don't know. I don't know, man. It might have something to do with like with one of the many epic fights that I get in. Maybe I got it from that. Anyway, I'm gonna send you guys over to Nelly, who is playing ESO. Thanks so much for being here. It's appreciated. I hope you guys enjoyed my lore talk. Feel free to check out the need page on the UESP if you want like more of a text version of what I said. Maybe some more details. Give me a second and let me get the raid ready.